are honored to have you a standing ovation for the Finance Minister who's presented 8th consecutive Union Budget, a record for any Finance Minister in India. We're truly honored to have you amongst us, ma'am. And to help us understand what it really takes to present a budget for Bharat, a budget that's being hailed as a game changer and one of the most radical ones in the past year, a budget that has put the common man right on top, yet has ensured the economy stays on the path of fiscal consolidation. We welcome you, Honorable Finance Minister, and also congratulate you for this 8th consecutive budget, a historic one that you presented. You truly are a beacon of hope for all the women and men in our country. To kickstart this afternoon, we will be inviting Finance Minister to present her vision behind this historic budget, addressing economic priorities, fiscal discipline, and strategies for inclusive growth. And this keynote session will set the stage for India's fiscal roadmap. We welcome you, ma'am. Thank you so much for being with us. May I please invite you on stage, please, for the first panel discussion titled A Less Taxing Budget. To moderate this session, I'd like to invite on stage Rahul Kanwal, News Director, India Today Television and Aaj Tak, Executive Director, Business Today, Siddharth Zarabi, Editor, Business Today, Sahil Joshi, Managing Editor, Aaj Tak Mumbai Bureau, and I will also be joining them in moderating this session.
Hello and a very warm welcome to this India Today, Business Today, Post-Budget Roundtable. We're absolutely delighted to have the record-setting Finance Minister, Nirmala Sitharaman with us. And for more than a decade, the middle class has been amongst the staunchest supporters of the Modi Sarkar. And after each budget, and Nirmala ji has been on a few of these editor roundtables in the past, she's been asked by audiences sitting here, ki middle class ko kya mila? Hame kya diya? Now she has an answer to that, and naturally the budget has been receiving a lot of acclaim from those who've benefited. But over the next 45 minutes, we hope to discuss with the Finance Minister the state of the economy, because not just our domestic factors at play, you've got a lot of international headwinds in the form of President Donald Trump and all the uncertainty around tariffs that his policies potentially could unleash. Madam, welcome. Is this the best response you've had? Have you been sleeping better post-budget than in any of your past 8 budgets? Chain ki neend?
Well, I've always slept well.
Is the quality of sleep better?
I've slept as I would do every other year.
Is the incentive and the tax op given for taxpayers at one level an admission by the Modi government that urban consumption in particular was not growing fast, and therefore some kind of a brahmastra had to be pulled out to ensure that there is some comfort and some balm for the taxpayer? Is it born out of distress, this SOP that you've come out with?
No. In the last 3 or 4 years, we have continuously engaged with taxpayers, and in order that their trust is intact in the government, we have taken several steps. Faceless assessment is one. Taxpayers' charter, which we released in the budget, 21 if I remember correct, was the other. Faceless appeal, Vivad se Vishwas, sending certificates to prompt taxpayers, timely taxpayers, highest taxpayers, by-region taxpayers, even that. So in every budget you've had clear steps taken towards giving that sense that we respect taxpayers. And this one is in a continuation of that. I don't deny that this is going to have a collateral in consumption, in savings, and if you're confining your question only to urban, after all, taxpayers are all over the country, not just in urban areas. So this is a continuing part of Prime Minister Modi's effort to respect the service that taxpayers are doing in nation building.
Are you hoping that the highest ROI will be in the Delhi elections?
That's for y'all
Maximum
to
return
assess.
on every rupee left on the table in the Delhi elections. Is that part of the idea?
You should tell us about it.
But is it about the timing of the announcement?
The
Because-
budget is on 1st February
No,
every
that-
year.
That's correct. But it's also about, what Rahul asked, that ROI is going to be in the Delhi elections. So a lot of people are saying, specifically the political opponents, Arvind Kejriwal made a public demand that the tax slab should be raised to 10 lakh, and then you had a 12 lakh rupees, and then there were a lot of memes on the social media. So is it about the timing? Looking at, a lot of people are saying that it is because of the Delhi elections the government was forced to make such kind of an announcement.
No, I have answered in the first step itself that this is a continuous process. And every effort that Prime Minister puts to convey the message we respect taxpayer finds a place in the next coming budget, and so on.
Finance Minister, since you speak about a continuous process, please allow me to take the discussion beyond direct tax, where clearly we now have 70% roughly of PIT taxpayers out of the tax net, which is a very significant number. Post this, do you think the onus shifts to the GST Council to reform and give us a GST 3.0 for NDA 3.0 with some of the anomalies that have been spoken about? The center has recognized them. You have reflected upon them in the past. Should the action now shift to indirect tax reform?
First, let me ask, what is GST 2.0 then, if this is going to be 3.0? I didn't know there was a 2.0. Okay. To be fair to the GST and the ministers who are all in the council, the work on rationalizing and simplifying GST rates had already commenced. In fact, it had commenced nearly 3 years ago. Then the scope was widened. Then newer ministers came in after some states went through election and they had different ministers join in. And now the work is almost complete. Even before the last GST meet in Rajasthan, quite an extensive work was already completed. I had actually spoken to the ministers, say, I need to have a bit more in-depth looking at it, because whilst reducing the items or reducing the rate of items which are in common man's list every day for everyday consumption, for me it was also important that we don't lose an opportunity that we can even bring down the number of rates, which was also the original intent, that we wanted fewer rates and lower rates. So work has got to happen on that, and I hope the GST Council will decide on it sooner.
Are you confident that you're close to some kind of consensus in the GST Council, and what are the key reforms? Because if you ask people sitting here, there's a sense that we pay too much tax, indirect taxes through GST, and this has gone overboard. So what's your message to those
No,
watching?
it's not gone overboard, Rahul. I keep giving the data to you. Every item has been scrutinized by the GST Council. You may not hear the state finance ministers coming to the media to speak in favor of, on behalf of GST Council. But that doesn't mean that there is a discordant note. Consensus prevails on every decision in the GST Council. With that said, data is released of how, even if on an average, if an item under the GST, goods or service, is taxed as at, let us say, 15.23%, you will still be lesser than the pre-GST and revenue neutral. You wouldn't be earning more than what you earned before, nor would you be charging more than what you charged before the GST was introduced. I could still be at 15. But what is it today? On an average across the board, goods and service, 11.23. What does it simply mean? That goods and services are taxed lesser than what they can be ideally. Where is 15.23 and where is 11 point something? That's the rate at which GST is taxing items, And every now and then I put a list of items which are used by common man on an everyday basis to say how they have become less expensive. At least the rates are less expensive, or rates are lesser than what they were prior to GST. So this word of mouth game which goes about GST, oh GST has become, oh GST, no. GST has actually reduced the rate of goods much better than what it was before the introduction of GST. And I actually challenge, even if there is one item where it has become more expensive than pre-GST, not one has become.
Fair point, ma'am. Circling back to the direct taxes, I wanted to understand on both the old tax regime as well as the new tax regime. You've added many sweeteners this time around in the new tax regime and beyond the tax bonanza that you've given up to 12 lakh rupees of income. I want to understand the thought behind it. Are you planning to make the new tax regime so sweet that the entire tax-paying population shifts to the new tax regime? And are you planning to phase out and announce a sunset of the old tax regime, ma'am? Will that happen automatically? You will keep on increasing sweeteners, or will you be formally announcing the end of it?
I want India's tax system on the whole to be simple for compliance reasons, for the rates that are levied on people, and therefore it's not as if I'm going to sweeten the new regime but keep the old regime going only because in spite. No. The system as a whole has to be simplified. And that is why we are bringing the new Income Tax Act, which will replace the old one, which has been there since 1961, which has had so many additions to it. The original intent of the law and those additions which have come in. I'm not saying the additions are violative or in contradiction of the original intent, but they have been added and added as India was going through changes as well. 1961, 72, 73, 75, there were additions, even before and after. 91 and after, there were changes made, additions made. So the language, the tightness with which it has to be done, and also the loose ends which are here and there, are all being tampered or tinkered with at different times. So actually it's become such a tome, so bulky. Anyone who has to comply has to look at, page here, page there, and so on. So what this new act is going to do is to simplify it all, make it just straightforward. There is no interpretative confusion. Courts don't have to spend time interpreting them. They're done with that kind of a intent.
क्या इसी सेशन में पास होगा?
नहीं, पास इसी सेशन में होना तो अच्छा है, अगर होता तो. But हम तो उसको तुरंत इंट्रोड्यूस करने के बाद we want to send it to the standing committee so that the committee can spend time on it. And if they return it by the time the next session starts, of the budget session, next half, we'll be happy to take it.
Finance Minister, I wanted to move beyond taxes.
And to that specific question, is the old tax regime?
Yes.
No, as long as there are people there wanting to enjoy the exemptions that they've taken, let them. I don't have any proposal to shut it down tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks for that important point. I wanted to move beyond this into another key announcement that actually originated in last year's budget, which was the new employment generation scheme. 10,000 crore was allotted last year. In the revised estimates, we see around 6,800 crore has been spent. But this year, the jump is to 20,000 crore. So two parts to the question. How confident are you that this scheme is going to work? Because initially we noticed that the takeoff was not that smooth or that fast as you might have expected. What outcomes will this 20,000 crore yield in terms of the new employment generation scheme?
Well, there were total of 5 schemes announced in the July budget. And between July and February now, you're hardly talking about 5-6 months. Most schemes, inclusive of the internship scheme on which there was a question today in the Parliament in Rajya Sabha, have all picked up very well. Now, it's a question of making people aware that this scheme is running, it has this objective, people can happily come and enroll. It is rolling on and we need to have more awareness on them.
Ma'am, the linchpin of the last couple of Sitharaman budgets has been augmentation of government spends through capacity expansion. This year, that process seems to have paused at levels which you allocated last year, and you couldn't spend what you'd allocated. So question number one, why could the government not spend the entire amount which was allocated for capacity expansion? Are there constraints in terms of the ability of the Indian state at the center and at the state to actually go out and spend? Is that why you haven't increased allocation? Secondly, you've left 1 lakh crore rupees on the table for the taxpayer. Many economists would argue, and you've mentioned this in the past, that the maximum multiplier is for spends on infrastructure, spends on capacity expansion. Therefore, if we are to act, if we have to find spurs for growth, would that not have been the best route to go, or do you feel that that route has now reached a saturation?
That continues. Our Capex numbers have not come down, despite what Rahul would want to tell you. 11.11 lakh crores has gone up to 11.21 lakh crores.
But the actual spending is lesser, man. Actual spending is lesser.
Yes, it was an
not yet
election.
met
That's the
the-
question he's asked, right?
Yeah.
That's the question Rahul is asking. It was an election year. Entire first quarter, and even, I would say, the part of second quarter, it was still just beginning to happen. And an amount like that to be spent between center and state does take time. And we'll probably catch up with a better number in the fourth quarter this time, before 31st March. But reasons are obvious, and therefore all of us to see. Elections did slow down your capital expenditure, but we have not cut it down. On the contrary, it's 10% more than the RE.
बट मैम क्या यही वजह है कि जिसके वजह से आपने जो स्कीम्स इसके पहले डिक्लेयर की थी, जैसे पोषण है, जल जीवन मिशन है, प्रधानमंत्री ग्राम सड़क योजना है, क्रॉप इंश्योरेंस स्कीम है, या फिर आपके स्किल इंडिया के प्रोग्राम्स हैं, उसके लिए जो एस्टिमेटेड बजट था और जो एक्चुअल स्पेंड है उसमें जो फर्क नजर आता है, वो क्या इसी के वजह से जिसका आपने रीजन दिया?
बिल्कुल इसी की वजह से ही, क्योंकि पोषण डिस्ट्रिक्ट एंड स्टेट लेवल में जो काम को होना है, वो होने के लिए हर administration was involved in the election, and therefore there could have been some slowdown there. But our allocations have not been cut down.
But on the question of saturation, do you feel, because there's only a certain amount of roadways that can be built, you can build again in a 10-year cycle. The question of the absorptive capacity of the Indian economy to deal with Capex, and you've been raising the concern about India Inc. not doing enough to invest back in the India story, despite your significant reductions in corporate taxes. We've seen, ma'am, that according to a FICCI study, in the past 4 years, corporate profits for Nifty 500 companies have gone up 400%, but salaries for those sitting here watching you haven't kept pace. As finance minister, how much of a concern is that for you, and how are you trying to change that?
As regards your first question, Rahul, which are those big ministries which have huge capex? We have not reduced anything. In fact, on the contrary, have increased the allocation. Railways, roadways, that is the highways, defense, home, they are all creating assets, and they are big spenders on that. Home, because you see the vibrant villages in the border roads. Defense has its own set of asset building. Railways and roadways have not even exhausted 50% of all their large plan. So this narrative that there isn't enough absorption capacity is completely wrong. There's enough and more work to do on capital expenditure, at least in these 4 ministries, and they're big ticket spenders. So that's very clear. But if you're talking about private sector, in our engagement with the private sector, we've also highlighted the fact that many of them are probably sitting with passive investments, where they have invested it and earning interest out of it, They can always look at newer capacity building, but they are making a commercial decision as to when the market would be ready for their additional investment. After a point, I cannot speak to them about it.
Ma'am, you're talking about this 1 lakh crore rupees, which is now additional in the hands of people. How significant is it and meaningful is it when it comes to moving the needle in the economy and boosting consumption? And how soon are we going to see an impact in the economy of that?
Well, it's got to be only from 1st April, subject to the bill getting passed. I wouldn't put a number about how much is going to be spent and how much is going to be saved. It's going to be split between the two. And the popular narrative that fast-moving capital goods or consumer goods are not being purchased as much as before should see an audience, should see a opening. And as you go, discretionary spending can also increase, buying the next best car that you want to own. And also looking at the various ways in saving and investments in the various instruments that are available can also see some change. Banks probably will have better deposit now with them.
Since we are talking about growth, how critical is the global impetus to India's growth? We are seeing what is happening in the United States. You have dealt with the commerce and industry portfolio as well, and we've seen with the first round of tariff impositions by the United States, global markets have reacted. There are worries that we might see once again a supply side shock and global growth going down. Is that the most critical factor to watch out for as far as India's economy is concerned?
It's something which you anyway will have to watch. You can't speculate on it even though you're watching it. We'll have to wait and see what kind of action is going to come at all, if at all it comes. But I would at this time prepare myself for two things. One, the fallout of actions already announced on China or Canada or Mexico, although some of them, for instance, the Mexican one is going to be deferred for a month. We'll have to see what that is going to impact India indirectly, Indian markets indirectly, for which of course we are keeping a watch and also being prepared in some ways. But what exactly is going to be the direct action on India is something which I can't speculate on.
Did you have the threat of President Trump at the back of your head? Your finance secretary was quoted as saying, we want to signal India is not tariff king. Now the guy who says India is tariff king is Donald Trump. So in some senses, by reducing customs on big motorcycles, etc., and the changes in the nuclear law, is it in some ways a message to the new American president, India wants to be friends, we don't want to be on your wrong side?
Well, on the customs duty again, 2022 budget, I said, India cannot afford to be high on tariffs. But even as we are wanting our small and medium sector industries to grow, MSMEs to grow, and MSMEs are contributing, particularly for engineering exports, nearly 40% of all our exports. If they need to import critical minerals, which we don't have in this country, and if they need some intermediary products which we cannot produce in this country, I need to look at the ways in which the basic customs duty is burdening them, and I need to remove it. Also, there was a lot of evergreening of duties. Anti-dumping duty imposed 30 years ago, 25 years ago, are being repeated. Even if we have had capacities within the country and we don't anymore need that kind of protection. So from 22, we are actually doing this exercise, and in this budget, I've clearly announced that 8 were already removed, 7 I am removing in this budget, and only 8 more are pending. The rationalization has been happening since 22. It is one thing again for not just one administration, the US, even the World Trade Organization, any other developed country which wants to have some trade market access to India, always quotes your tariffs are too high. And we also have a sort of conflicting situation where you've got an FTA with some countries, and because of the FTA, you have duty-free import of the same commodity on which you've levied a huge BCD. So preventing other countries from exporting into India, whereas with the FTA countries for the same thing, you're allowing duty-free imports. So most of these smart developed countries would route it through the FTA country, and we're only telling ourselves how we've got this protection wall. So we had to clean up all this, and that's what has happened in this budget. You can read it whichever way you want.
Which is a good thing. I mean, less protect, but it's also very complex in the current scenario with President Trump doing what he is. Madam Finance Minister, I want to engage with you on your understanding of the nature of the slowdown that we've seen in the Indian economy. In the second quarter of this fiscal, we saw growth slip to 5.4%. Now, the government has been saying that this is not structural, this is short term, it is cyclical, and from Q3, Q4, you see an uptick. My question then is, your chief economic advisor has set a target for next year's growth between 6.3 and 6.8%. If the government's core conviction is that the slowdown in growth is just temporary, why is the growth target for next year so moderate? If you actually believe this is temporary, shouldn't this be more than 7% at least? Why are you being conservative? Secondly, Prime Minister Modi's ambition of turning India into Viksit Bharat by 2047 requires real GDP growth of more than 8%. If we are 150 basis point less than where we should be in terms of achieving our target of Viksit Bharat, do you then run the risk of this ending up potentially as just another election jumla?
First of all, I think if you're only constantly looking at within India, economic survey, your assessment, and won't we need 8%? Yes, you can always point out as though it is a ceteris paribus otherwise. It's a lab-like situation. No, you're dealing with an ever-changing global scenario. Containers are not available. Oil's export is now going to be speculated upon. You have also Middle East oil coming back. You have America probably going into shale. The relationship between Canada and US. Russia getting more sanctioned. These are also very serious matters which can have a bearing on India. Your oil imports, movement of goods, the impact of China being put under tariff and sanctions by the US, the excess capacity which is sitting in the Chinese economy, and they not finding a market in the developed countries, will they go about dumping it into India? Therefore, when you're looking at predictions, just keeping Indian factors, it's one thing. But there are things which are happening, not one, not two, several things happening simultaneously, all of which are adding to the downside risks. You need to have your numbers be realistic.
And the nature of the slowdown, Arvind Subramaniam, the former chief economic advisor, says the government's misreading the slowdown data. It's a structural slowdown. This is not temporary. It's not cyclical. His argument, and that's what I want to understand from you, his argument, his critique is this is a structural slowdown. The government is not telling citizens the truth about the nature of the actual slowdown.
Well, observers of Indian economy, I'm not undermining their importance, did give us solutions during COVID. We heard them out. We've not rejected any of their ideas. But we certainly didn't take them up for implementation. We chalked our own course. So I will do it similarly. When your fundamentals are strong, and when your currency is strong, opposed to all other currencies, just in relation to dollar, because of the dollar's peculiarity, we suffer. And that is not the situation just for the rupee against the dollar. It is about every currency. The Japanese yen, Korean, every currency against the US dollar has that problem. Now, if your currency is fine and fit, except for this volatility with the dollar, can it be so if your fundamentals are weak? Can it be so if it is systemic problem? He can show immense number of data and say it. I'll go through them with all earnestness. But it cannot be, India cannot be the fastest growing economy continuously for the third year, and even World Bank predicts next year too, if your systemic problems are grinding to a halt, making the fundamentals to come to a grinding halt. So I'm sorry, there can always be one or two areas on which some advice has to be given. We are willing to hear. But to press the panic button saying, oh, there is a systemic problem, it's coming to a halt. No, it's not.
But ma'am, on one hand, the government keeps talking about India being the third largest economy. But on the other hand, the per capita income is not, that the India should be boasting about. So what are your thoughts about that? You think that only talking about the third largest economy, growth of the economy, it's not enough. It's also important that the per capita income is affected by that.
I don't want to sound textbookish. I don't want to sound simplistic in my answer. A country with 140 crore people. Yes, the GDP has to grow, but within 10 years, has it grown enough to bring the per capita income of 140 crore people to match up with countries where the population is far lesser? So when we take an indicator, we should understand that we also, as much as we proudly speak about the demographic dividend that India can have because of its population, it equally also tells you that the pie has to widen and grow faster for your per capita also to match up that level. So you can't keep telling me, but your GDP has to grow, but why is this? They're all interlinked. So I cannot aspire to have a per capita income much better than less populous countries. These are hard realities. There's no point in me answering first question, whose linkage is with the second question differently. The answer will have to be similar to the first question's answer. They're linked issues.
Finance Minister, one of the notable things about budget formulation under your charge, you've done 8, but particularly after COVID is, despite everything, you have maintained a fiscal consolidation strategy. And we are perhaps amongst the only major economy in the world which has maintained fiscal consolidation, even as what we have seen with other countries and their inflation rates. Are you disappointed that international rating agencies, including Moody's, are perhaps not taking into account the kind of effort on fiscal discipline that Modi Sarkar has been following for so many years?
Yes, fiscal discipline, transparency, and looking futuristic towards how to manage your fiscal with a deep look at how your debt is managed. Before I go into that, I'll draw the attention of this august audience. The fiscal deficit number for the coming year, 25-26, is 4.4, because that's the glide path we had given ourselves. Under 4.5 we will reach. The much talked about capital expenditure makes up for 4.3% of our GDP. I'm sure you in the audience will immediately understand where I'm going or where I'm coming from. If my fiscal deficit at 4.4 is almost the same as my public expenditure to the GDP on capital assets, 4.3 that is. What does it say? Fiscal prudence, about which you rightly point out about Prime Minister Modi's leadership, maintaining that discipline, transparency, but also the quality of public expenditure, the quantum of it in relation to the GDP. If it's matching with your fiscal deficit, it means you're borrowing only to spend on capital expenditure, creating assets. So the deficit, which is nothing but your borrowing, is going towards capital asset creation. We are not spending money to service our loans or to pay salaries or to service or to repay the loan and so on. That itself is a major big point I would think despite COVID, when we had to borrow money, we have soon shown you that fiscal discipline, without cutting down on any of the social welfare schemes and without cutting down on public expenditure in capital assets, now equals just that fiscal deficit number. I would think this is, observers of Indian economy, whether they are credit rating agency or anybody else, should look at this. I wouldn't think anybody else other than Prime Minister Modi, with all his experience as the Chief Minister of a state like Gujarat, and now as Prime Minister, now the third term as Prime Minister, unless he is a keen watcher of the economy and guiding us on it, we would have been in a position to achieve this.
Ma'am, a quick follow-up because you brought up states and Gujarat. Recent ranking by Niti suggests that there are certain states which are slipping when it comes to their state-level economic performance. Andhra Pradesh is mentioned, Punjab, West Bengal, Kerala. The union alone can't get India to grow. What is their responsibility? What would you say in this regard?
Well, I think this has been said at the center to state level talks one-on-one with the states. I wouldn't want to comment on it in a public platform, considering that when it comes to the question of certain national interest matters, it is not with a political motive that one speaks. India's development, India's fiscal situation, India's debt to GDP, India's effective spending on capital expenditure, these are matters for all of us to be equally worried. And I would think, honestly, the points which I'm trying to highlight to you, even in the earlier question, about indicators to a healthy Indian economy, on which Prime Minister Modi has given attention to each one of them: capital expenditure, transparency, fiscal deficit being managed well, money being spent only where it is required, and taxpayers' money being made or being used responsibly. These are principles for everybody. These are not just a BJP or Prime Minister Modi. It has to be in every state. And unfortunately, some of our states will have to introspect and get their act together.
Ma'am, I cover the stock markets for Business Today, and I have a question related to that. Most market experts are cheering the budget. They're calling it, and Nilesh Shah mentioned that you've delivered the Triveni Singam by managing the fisc, doling out the tax cuts, as well as pushing the Capex. But at the same time, retail investors are still thinking, why is it not moving the needle on the markets? There's also a bigger concern. The foreign investors have been continuously pulling out money from Indian stock markets. There's been an exodus. In January alone, $10 billion has been pulled out. Why do you think foreign investors are not getting the confidence in the Indian stock markets or in the Indian economy to put in money right now? What is your message to them, ma'am?
Well, I think India's market and its fundamentals are strong. Domestic situation and issues arising out of it alone cannot be the reason for FDIs to go out of this country. The developments in the US, the global uncertainties, markets like Japan now trying to assert themselves. So many things are happening that FDIs will move as quickly as Mercury would do. So I'm not surprised, but equally, I would want to make India a lot more attractive destination for investment, and that is one of the reasons why in the budget I have mentioned that the BIT will be reviewed and we will come up with a new bilateral investment treaty template, a model agreement, with which we'll have more negotiations with countries bilaterally for attracting investment.
Ma'am, I want to understand your current thinking on crypto assets. In the past, you took a certain position, and as a result of which, 97% of trading in crypto assets done by Indians has now moved offshore. Industry estimates suggest that there's a loss to the government exchequer, at least just through TDS, to the extent of 6,000 crore rupees. And a lot of the Web3 entrepreneurs have moved to places like Dubai, UAE, where crypto regulations are more favorable. Now, this comes at a time when American President Donald Trump is openly embracing, he's got his own coins, he's openly embracing crypto assets. Is that leading to some rethink within government that did you go too far in trying to quash crypto trading, and it's moved out. So Indians are still trading, but the volume of trading has shifted internationally. And are you, as a result of what's happening in the United States and elsewhere, at some level rethinking the position that you've taken on how the government looks at crypto assets?
Only because we were from the beginning saying that we are not against the distributed ledger technology, but we still want to know where the transactions are happening. We brought in the TCS on it. And then soon we followed it up during India's presidency of the G20, that there should be a global understanding on how to regulate or how to tackle the issues of trading or cryptocurrencies. We took it to the G20, in fact had a wide-ranging consultation, IMF and FSB, everybody gave their paper, and some kind of a progress has happened under the Brazilian presidency as well. So from our side, we have never discouraged the technology which runs this. But yet we were also wanting to make sure that we are aware of where this money is coming, where this money is getting traded, and who are behind some of these, not all, but some of these transactions. And that is why we had to put in a TCS on it.
No, you didn't answer my question. Are you at any level reviewing your thinking on how to regulate crypto assets because of Donald Trump being so favorable towards them? It's like a very different approach between DC and Delhi.
That's right. We are India. I'll think about India.
Well, ma'am, I want to draw your attention to the special mention of Bihar. Especially the political parties from the state I come from, and also parties in Delhi are talking about it. Why there is so much attention to Bihar suddenly? Is it also a kind of a timing we should look at, the political timing we should look at? That is number one. And number two, I would also want to understand your thoughts about suddenly there is a kind of a toolkit by the political parties that announce a particular amount of money for women, women specifically, and win the elections. Who is going to foot the bill? And that is also a rising concern. RBI has also raised certain concern with respect to that. So what are your thoughts about that as well?
I hope you're not unhappy about us giving help and assistance and development to Bihar.
It's been a long-standing demand, and
Yes.
a lot of other states are also making the similar kind of a demand.
Long-standing-
It's just about the political timing.
Any time in your 5-year calendar is a political time for any party. You do anything during any part of the 5 years for which you are elected, it shall be viewed with a political lens. And there's nothing wrong with you viewing it like that, and nothing wrong with us doing it for any state. And I would speak in favor of Bihar because, after all, every one of us have been talking about it. You're saying it's been waiting for a very long time, when Prime Minister Modi is talking about Purvodaya. In fact, he restored 3 fertilizer plants all from this region. Of course, Purvanchal also included Purvanchal and UP. So to revive these states, everything that we need to do is what we are looking at. And Bihar has been waiting for one international airport worth its name now for how many years? Wouldn't you have asked the other parties as to why they didn't think for a state with such a dense population, which attracts the global Buddhist community into Bihar, doesn't even have an international airport? You wouldn't want to appreciate that? You see it with a political lens saying, oh, this year they're going for elections. Yes, they need to get it at some point in time. And above all, when we are talking about superfoods of the world, Makana goes exported from India, but nothing reaches that region or nothing reaches the people who are doing it. And who are they after all? The most extremely backward communities, EBCs. Only the fishermen of that area who are EBCs go into the ponds to collect Makana, superfood. We had a year of millets, celebrated globally, but Makana had no share in it at all. So we had to do something for the Makana board. I went myself last November, saw it. It's amazing how those people who are doing, and in fact, they are so much into so many things. Fishing, Makana, back home they'll be doing Madhubani painting. It's such a beautifully woven community of people. What's the grudge if we help them? And they're flooded every year by that river Kosi. Why not do something to stop the flood from eating away these small assets? I want to, matter of fact, ask anyone who tells me, what is this? Why are you doing to Bihar? Bihar is part of India, long waiting for development. Why would you want to grudge it?
About the second question.
Why would you want to grudge it?
Ma'am, the second question which I asked about the schemes, direct transfer schemes for women, almost every state.
See, I'll give you my matter of fact opinion. Give as much as you want in the name of whatever, freebie. But I won't even classify it as freebie as long as that money is accounted for in your budget. As long as it is accounted for in your budget and the assembly passes it and you have the money for it. I know of states, and you know of states, I don't want to name them here, you know of states which have given promises and won the election, and after that do everything to implement the program and then say we are left with no money, Modi is not giving me money. You won the election, you gave the promise, Modi has got to pay for it. Out of turn. What Modi has to pay by law, with the due process of law, he is paying. But if you thought you can just pull it off like that and then keep blaming Prime Minister Modi, it's unfair. Look at the way Karnataka, the state from where I am an MP, I feel really bad. Till 2 years ago, 3 years ago, it was one of the best governed states. You had industry coming, startups were living there, and it was the best ecosystem. Today, the state is revenue deficit. And every time this Chief Minister, Honorable Chief Minister of Karnataka, has been the finance minister, has presented 17 budgets, if I know right. And he tells us that you are not giving me what is Karnataka's due. And I am being pointed out saying you're a member of parliament from Karnataka and the finance minister. Oh, then every finance minister takes away from the treasury and gives to the state from where they are an MP? What?
Ma'am, but that's the advantage of having lots of elections. Each state can get some special attention. If there's only one nation, one election, then Makhanas would never have got the attention that they did. But this has been a fascinating conversation. Madam Finance Minister, the buzz in the world of cricket is about Abhishek Sharma's ton. 37 balls, he hit 100. Second fastest ton ever. The question is, has Nirmala Sitharaman done the same in the field of politics? By scoring the runs that you did on the tax field, in the battle against the Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. We don't know yet what will happen, but you've done for the middle class what Abhishek Sharma did for India against England. So I suppose there are lots of people who are watching and are thankful for that, but we are very thankful that you took out time and joined us here. She's been called for a meeting with the Prime Minister at the time when she was originally supposed to come. So we're very anxious whether this would happen or not, but she's adjusted her schedule, so we're thankful to you, ma'am, and to your team.
Thank you very
for
much.
making the effort of joining us. Means a lot, so thank you so much. Can we have a warm round of applause for the Union Finance Minister who's on her way to becoming the Finance Minister who's presented the most amount of budgets. See, in cricket they ask, were you thinking about the century? Are you thinking about becoming the Finance Minister who's presented? Siddharth, what's the record? 11, right? 11. So you are 3 away from 11. So if you stay Finance Minister till 29, you would have broken the record.
It hasn't sunk into me. I'm just doing what I'm expected to do.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for joining us. Thank you, ma'am.
Unemployment squeezing the middle class, subdued private investment, also mounting external vulnerabilities, threatening to derail the growth story of India and the looming fiscal overhang. Now to share with us the rationale behind the tax cut bonanza, also announced in the budget 2025-2026, while sticking to the fiscal consolidation path and the roadmap, and how this could help drive consumption-led growth in the economy. We're now going to be kickstarting to invite our next panelist, who's again a very special person who will be joining in very, very shortly with all of us. We're just waiting for the stage setup to be done and dusted, and we will be now welcoming Mr. Tuhin Kanta Pandey, Secretary of Finance and Revenue, very, very soon to kickstart the next session right here. All right, let us welcome Mr. Tuhin Kanta Pandey, Secretary Finance and Revenue, amidst us to talk about the big budget fine print and what went into creating this budget for Bharat. To moderate this session, we have with us Sitharaman, editor, Business Today.
Thank you very much, Sakshi. A very warm welcome to you, Ms. Pandey, for sparing time. A busy day as always, pre-budget and post-budget as well. But I guess the audience here, as well as those who are watching us, would want me to begin by asking you about that one big question that has been thrown at you several times since the budget was presented. The overall economic impact in growth terms of all the budget provisions put together, what is that number that you see? We have a senior economist Rumki Majumdar from Deloitte, and Deloitte seems to suggest that the benefit will be 0.3% in terms of GDP. There are others who are talking about much bigger numbers. What does the Finance Secretary have to say on this?
First of all, it's a non-inflationary budget. Fiscal deficit is well within what we had projected. The second, the Capex is maintained at pretty high level. Contrary to, we are looking at, if you look at only one number, which is the direct Capex, but you have to look at the indirect Capex, which is the Government of India money given in the form of grants to the states for asset creation, which is natural because a lot of assets they belong to the state governments and local governments. So therefore, essentially, when we give the money, it will be a revenue expenditure for us and capital actually in character. And so therefore, we are talking of about 15.48 lakh crore. That means about 15.5 lakh crore as Capex from the Government of India money. I'm not counting another 4.5 lakh crore, which is public sector will be doing from their own resources. So it's that of order, 19 to 20 lakh crores, government and public sector put together. State governments, Capex from their own resources is on top of it. This is 17% growth over the RE. So therefore there's a fair amount of growth on that. More importantly, if you really see the total borrowing is in the nature of 15.68 lakh crores. Out of that, 15.48 lakh crore is capital. So almost like 4.3% of the GDP is on the central money going in there, and we have 4.4% GDP as a fiscal deficit. So almost the entire fiscal deficit, that means borrowing, is going into Capex, which is actually normally a dream situation because we are not using that money for the revenue expenditure but for building up capital assets which have a long-term impact on growth. Third, we have also shed some money. Basically, we said 1 lakh crore, let us give it to the taxpayers. So it's like decision making on that money has been transferred from the government to the taxpayers. And we believe that this would be a far more, in terms of growth, it will be a far more accommodative to the growth. It will spur the widespread growth because if it were the Government of India money, you will probably invest in certain investable goods, certain sectors. But when it goes to the taxpayers, the impact will be widespread. For example, textiles. Many people will choose to furnish their wardrobe. And government doesn't spend on textiles. Dining, travel, hardware industry. There will be myriad of things where the individuals will choose to spend. They may choose to save. that's fine too, because the banks are looking for deposits, they have to issue credit for which underlying deposits have to grow. They may also choose to directly invest in household investments, and we need household savings in household investments. So I think this particular thing, the multiplier will be a mix of consumption and investment multiplier, but it will be more widespread, and I think impact will be felt down the line. Another thing is it boosts the spirits. If middle class gets the money, the middle class also gets spirited. We are also trying to make the entrepreneurial spirit kept alive. In fact, we want them to accelerate. We want the private sector to invest more. We want their animal spirit to be rejuvenated. So there will be that extra demand for them, for their industry, in order for them to start investing. There are a number of measures in the budget relating to industry. Manufacturing, for example, electronics manufacturing, how will we do that? So we have adopted the supply chain concept, the plugging into global value chains. We are talking of global capability centers. We are talking of a lot of supply side measures on agriculture side. Some of the pain points for us, for our food inflation, pulses, for example. Cotton, which is very important for our textile industry, a mission for cotton. We are also talking of 100 agri districts, Dhan Dhanya Yojana, and trying to address that issue in terms of plugging the productivity gaps. We have a manufacturing mission there. We have things for shipbuilding. We have things for leather, toys, labor-intensive sectors. And our provisions on the Part B, which is the taxation side, are fully consistent and are in sync with our Part A, which is the policy. For the first time, we have moved taxation reforms into Part A. We always used to talk in terms of Part B. This is an essential part of that. And in taxation, we have moved ahead for direct taxes. We have done a lot for the indirect taxes too. And we will also continue this spirit in the GST Council for further work which is being undertaken there under the group of ministers for GST rate rationalization.
Mr. Pandey, considering all these numbers and the amount of cumulative capex that you are talking about, is the economic survey being far too conservative in proposing just 6.8% as the growth target at the upper end?
I would not say that, because I think there are downsides too. As I said, that we have got a difficult situation. And I think our exports and imports, which are impacted from some of the policies which are extraneous to us, the geo-economic fragmentation, those will also have an impact. There's a possible impact there. So we do not have a very salubrious economic environment, global environment. Global trade, global growth, they also impact us. Even to maintain 6.5% growth is not easy in this daunting environment. So therefore, even to maintain it, we must take a lot of structural measures, a lot of regulatory measures, a lot of measures to speed up logistics, a lot of measures to remove pain points, also, reduce transaction costs. So all of that needs to be done irrespective of Of course, they also are strong foundations for accelerating growth.
Mr. Pandey, what can we expect of the GST reforms or changes that are likely? You mentioned the group of ministers.
Well, I can't really say what will be there, but there is a realization that there is need for rationalization going forward. We have now a lot of experience on the GST, and let me say, it is a very enormously important institutions which has been built. The states and the center have come together, pooled their sovereignty, brought up a thing, absolutely paperless environment, database running, and constant improvements. A lot of problems in GST, pain points have been slowly been removed, are being removed. And then, of course, there is an issue of revenues, state revenues as well as central revenues. So a balanced view will have to be taken by the group of ministers. And I think they are seized of the matter and we will carry that work forward.
We also have Ashwini Vaishnaw ji here with us. So one final question to you, Mr. Pandey. A lot of concern being expressed about the rupee. Post what happened in the United States, a sharp 57 paisa depreciation. Should we be concerned about the depreciation of the Indian currency?
I think fundamentally what is of concern is the threat to global growth and trade. Because there every nation gets affected. So we also get reminded of the 1929 depression, when a lot of protectionism led to, pauperization of everyone. So therefore we do have certain experience which is not very favorable for, a growth which is the trade barriers. Be that as it may, India will be in a position to protect its national interests in the way we have. We have a lot of domestic things to do and we have a lot of domestic reliance. But we are not getting into any protectionist mold. If you would see the budget proposals, our tariff on industrial goods, out of 8,000 tariff lines, about 6,000 tariff lines, we are less than 10%. Our average tariff rate is 10.6% close to ASEAN. So we are not really looking at, because we understand that we have consumers and we have economic competitiveness of an industry to watch for. So I would say that, we are concerned about the fact that the protectionism will lead to deceleration in global growth and trade, but then we have to be prepared for the situation that's emerging.
Under your charge, I'm sure all the bureaucrats in the finance ministry will remain prepared and very vigilant and watchful. Mr. Pandey, thank you very much for your time with us. Today, a warm round of applause for the finance secretary, who also has the revenue portfolio with him. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tuhin Kandapande. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is titled India's AI Future. With India's rapid digital transformation, AI is poised to play a crucial role across industries. To discuss the government initiatives, policy frameworks, and India's roadmap for AI adoption, balancing innovation and ethical considerations, we have with us a very special guest, Mr. Ashwini Vaishnaw, Minister of Railways, Information, Broadcasting, Electronics, and IT. Warm welcome to you, sir, and to moderate this session, Rahul Kamal is with us, News Director, India Today, and Aaj Tak, Executive Director, Business Today.
Ever since a small Chinese company came up with the DeepSeek AI model, there's been a massive debate in India about why is India lagging in the AI race? What is the government's thinking on the growing competitiveness between the United States and China when it comes to artificial intelligence and technologies that will shape the future? And what are we doing to try and now play catch up? To talk about this, we're joined at the India Today and Business Today Post-Budget Roundtable by the Minister for Railways, Information Broadcasting, Electronics and Information Technology. That's as long a list of portfolios as anybody can possibly deal with. Ashwini Vaishnaw ji, for taking out time from Parliament and joining us. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Our preparedness for the AI world is very strong. So I would like you to first look at the entire India AI mission in a more comprehensive manner. Last March, our Prime Minister approved the AI mission with about 10,000 crore rupees allocation. And as you have seen in the Digital India program and most of the things that our Prime Minister has done for digitalization, this program also looks at democratizing access to technology, democratizing access to compute power, making sure that more and more people get opportunities to create their foundational and other models and applications. So, as we speak, we already empaneled 18,000 GPUs, very high-end GPUs, and out of that 10,000 are already available. See, to make a model, the first thing that you need is compute power. So how do we get the compute power? Either people who have deep pockets, they can buy compute power. Or we create a structure where the government puts in a mechanism where people put in the compute power and that is made accessible to everybody. So that is what I mean that our Prime Minister wants democratization of technology. So this 18,000 compute power will be rolled out in a couple of days. The tender process got completed last week, and in another couple of days, 3 days, 4 days, this will be rolled out. Then the researchers, the startups, academicians, colleges, IITs, all of them can have access to this compute power and they can start foundational models. We already
when,
got.
according to you, will India have its first foundational model on artificial intelligence ready to hit the market?
Outer limit 10 months. Outer limit.
10 months.
Outer limit.
So you already have a lot of companies working on trying to, or claiming that they're building it. How are you viewing the progress of the efforts being made, and which one do you think is likely to win the race?
See, some of them have really made very efficient models, significantly smaller compared to, let's say, OpenAI's ChatGPT, but significantly powerful in terms of the features it gives. Now that the compute power is available, they are ready to roll out much bigger versions, many more tokens, so that the models can compete with the best in the world. Second thing which is happening is there are many research papers, basically mathematical algorithms, which, for example, DeepSeek has used for making the entire process very efficient. Same process, many of our researchers and startups are also studying. There are some papers of 2003 and 2005, which basically tells you how to do a lot of good engineering on the process. For example, one of the things that DeepSeek has done very well is they have basically broken the entire problem into multiple parts, then fed each of these chunks to multiple GPUs, multiple processors, and then take the output and synthesize it. So that kind of engineering process and the algorithmic efficiencies which DeepSeek has brought, and many other people are trying. Even Perplexity has done some very good work. I think even Mistral from France has done very good algorithmic innovations. So all these things are today available. See, in the world of science and technology, there is always a base which is taken by everybody. Build upon that next level. Build upon that next level. For example, ChatGPT was built using the transformer algorithms of Google, right? That is how the transformer algorithm was available. Based on that, built upon that, the generative and pre-trained models. So that step is something which gives us very good confidence that our startups will come up with really good world benchmark models in the coming months.
So you're a minister, a politician, but also a technocrat and an engineer, right? Now, 10 months is a long time in this artificial intelligence race. How concerned are you that we are 10 months late and not 10 months ahead? Because DeepSeek is not Microsoft or Google. It's a small Chinese company outside state control. What DeepSeek has done could frankly have been done by any Indian startup or one of the big IT companies that we have. It didn't happen. We were busy building use cases.
Listen, Rahul, the technology world of AI has just begun. The amount of innovations we are going to see in the coming years is going to be phenomenal. If you look at the Stanford study, India ranks among the top 4 countries in terms of our ability to innovate and the innovative talent that we have, the concentration of talent that we have working on AI. So we are very confident that our country will be among the leaders in this technology. There is no question of not being able to harness the power of technology. And I'll tell you one more thing. The way the future, see, the models are going to get commoditized, for sure. They will get commoditized. The way the future world of AI would look like is, who are the people who are able to make the best use of a model? How do you solve a population scale problem using a particular model? How do you make sure that the data sets that you feed are able to give you the accurate answers? I'll give you one example. About 10, 12 months ago, we started working in railways on how do we increase the confirmed ticket level using AI models. Because every station has a quota Suppose the model is able to tell us that, okay, in this station, even the quota is 20, it will, most likely it will be only 16 seats which will get filled up. So the 4 seats can be given before, right? 27% improvement in confirmed tickets. 27%. That is something which we have done quite many months ago. So the use of AI will be as important as having the foundation. And the second important thing that we are working on is, and that is a change in the mindset, which our Prime Minister has always guided us. We have always conventionally been a service providing country. Now we must become a product nation. Whether it is semiconductor products, whether it is chipsets, whether it is Vande Bharat as a train product, whether it is AI foundational model as a AI product, now we have to become the product nation. We just can't remain a services provider. And that big change is happening. We are seeing sector after sector. Even in the case of AI, we'll see the same thing.
There's a lot of debate, and you were at Davos, around sovereign AI. You know, the idea that can you rely on models where the core technology rests in Silicon Valley or rests in China. How do you view the debate over sovereign AI and the need for, and you saw that in some ways in Parliament as well, Rahul Gandhi attacking Sara data to Chinese ke paas hai. How important do you think it is for India to have sovereign AI models where the data, the technology and the foundational models reside in India?
There are 3 parts of this entire puzzle, right? Part 1 is foundational model. That is basically coding and a lot of pre-training work. That's one of the core pieces of technology. The second part is data sets. Data sets determine how efficiently your model will get trained, whether it will have biases, whether it will be able to understand the cultural nuances, whether it will be able to give you the relevant answers when the questions are being asked. Third piece is having your own GPU, right? So we have worked on all the 3 components of this entire piece of technology, and we have added to it a new concept where the entire GPU compute power is available to a large number of people. Our coding efficiency is known all over the world. You'll agree with that. Our people, our startups, they'll be able to have full control on the code. Datasets, apart from the datasets which are available in the public, we are also creating a large number of datasets which are non-personal data. For example, weather data. For example, traffic data. For example, agriculture related data. For example, healthcare related non-personalized anonymized data. So that data is our own sovereign data. That is available. We are a 1.4 billion people country, and we have had probably very few countries in the world have digitalized the way we have digitalized in the last 10 years, right? Right from payment to healthcare to COVID to practically everything we have digitalized. Our Prime Minister put so much emphasis on Digital India that we have been able to digitalize so much. So the entire data, the sovereign data that we have is humongous. That will be used to train our models. Second. Third, the GPU, basically the way the world of semiconductor processors and chips works is, there are at every level, let's say one particular set of libraries and one particular architecture gets finalized at a level. Then people build over it. Then next level of sophistication. Then one more level of sophistication. That's the way it happens. Newer versions come up. So we are working on multiple, or actually 3 options, where we take a chipset which is at some reasonable level, which is available in open source or available as a licensed thing, and then build upon that to build our own GPU. And that thing is, that's the approach entire world has followed. Everybody follows. And that approach will be able to give us India's own GPU in a time frame of 3 to 5 years. And our semiconductor program today is being respected everywhere in the world, because within January 22 is when we started the program. This is January 25, February 25. And we already have 5 units where construction is going on, and the first Made in India chip will roll out this year. So the design capability, the fab capability, and the ATMP capability, and build upon that the concept of product nation, where we build some chipsets which will be very useful for a multiple number of things. We are targeting about 25 chipsets, where we'll take the lead and we'll develop those chipsets. And many of them have some serious security implications also. So with that as a very comprehensive approach, I think we are in good shape.
So I want to ask you about Rahul Gandhi's critique of the PLI scheme. He's basically saying we've handed over our data to the Chinese. What the government says is make in India is essentially just assemble in India. You heard the leader of the opposition in parliament attack the government for its approach on assembly versus genuinely making in India.
No, I think I would like to put the facts in place. See, all nations start with final assembly. That is how things begin. And as we do final assembly, we start getting the supply chain deeper. I'll tell you today, the components and sub-assemblies that we are manufacturing in India today are chargers, battery packs, mechanics of all types, USB cables, keypads, display assembly, camera module, lithium-ion cells, speaker and microphone, vibrator motor. See, some of the things which go in this phone are really precision manufacturing. I'll give an example which I picked up from one of the factories which I visited. When you look at this, do you see any cuts on this? Right? Just try to play with it and try to break it.
It's quite incredible. Thoda bataiye, hai kya ye?
I'm just telling you, demonstrating you how precision manufacturing is done in a phone like this. Right? There was no cut. You didn't see any cut earlier? Look at this. There's actually a cut here. Oh. Not just one, but multiple. Right?
Wow. I didn't realize that.
Right? Look at this. This is the precision manufacturing, micron level manufacturing processes. It's not easy. It took a large company in India full 3 years to be able to reach precision of this level. 3 full years to reach the precision level of this. It's not simple. The finish on the camera module, it's in microns. It takes minimum 2-3 years to be able to reach a level where your camera module will get qualified for a manufacturer like Apple or Samsung. It's a phenomenal victory for our country, which has been able to achieve close to 4 lakh crore worth manufacturing, and 1.2 lakh people just in the, I'll give you the exact number, just in the manufacturing, 12 lakh direct and indirect jobs, 1.2 million people working directly and indirectly in the mobile phone itself. Now we are manufacturing servers, we are manufacturing laptops, earpods, mobile phones, and take every sector, defense equipment, technical textiles, you go to train sets, everything, these are big successes. See, we lost 4 decades from 1950 to 1990, where the entire manufacturing and production ecosystem was killed by the license permit Raj. First opening happened in 90. Then when Vajpayee ji came, he also did major opening. And after that, our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has opened up so many sectors through his Make in India program. I wish we had started when China started in 1979. But never too late. We are doing good in Make in India. I think Make in India is a big success.
Well, I think the opposition has its own point of view on this, and Mr. Chidambaram is here, so we'll hear from him next. But the fact is you have to start somewhere. You can't say, why are we not doing 3 nanometer chips? Why are we doing these much bigger, outdated chips? So that's a never-ending argument. But it's good to see the minister as a walking, talking brand ambassador for the precision of the Make in India program. So he's literally carrying that with him.
I wanted to show it to you today.
Thank you so much, Ashwini ji, for joining us.
Thank you.
For taking out time and participating in this roundtable. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Rahul.
Thank you so much, Minister, and thank you so much, Rahul. Ladies and gentlemen, our next session is titled Dissecting the Fine Print. In an ever-evolving economic landscape, policy decisions and financial regulations shape the foundation of a nation's growth. However, many critical details often go unnoticed, embedded within complex legal frameworks and fine print. In a session, now we have former Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, who will now be offering in-depth analysis of these hidden clauses and legal nuances. To take this session forward, we have Rajdeep Sardesai, Consulting Editor, India Today, now with us.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome once again to the Business Today, India Today Budget Roundtable. To get an opposition perspective, we are joined by the perspective of the largest opposition party. We are joined by the former finance minister, 9-time finance minister on 9 budgets that he's delivered. Please give a big hand to Mr. P. Chidambaram, the former finance minister. Appreciate your joining us, Mr. Chidambaram. You're perhaps eminently qualified to dissect a budget because your budgets over the years were also dissected. So I want you to be fair and objective to the extent that you can be, and tell me what was the best thing you saw in Nirmala Sitharaman's budget this year, and the worst thing or the most difficult, the decision that you disagreed with most.
The best and the only thing that can be welcomed is the income tax break she gave to 3 crore 20 lakh tax-paying income tax filers. On a selfish note, I'm one of them. So I welcome it. But that's only 3 crore 20 lakh. I think she forgot that India's population is about 143 crore. That's the worst thing. You remember 3 crore 20 lakhs is good, and the only thing that you can welcome, but you forget that India's population is 143 crore.
But the truth of the matter, Mr. Chidambaram, in a country of 1.4 billion people, you can't please everyone. So every budget will prioritize at that particular moment the group or the class they think will actually drive the economic engine forward. And Nirmala Sitharaman and the Modi government have taken a conscious bet on the fact that middle class savings could rise, savings could result in consumption, and thereby spur demand and growth. That's something that you and others have been arguing for a long time.
We have never argued that. It's completely wrong economics. She says she'll put 1 lakh crore in the hands of the taxpayers.
Yes.
Good. But, as was pointed out by several writers yesterday and today, the 1 lakh crore will not go into consumption. In fact, one of the senior officials of the government has said, I think the Secretary Banking, he hopes that half of it goes into bank deposits. It can go into paying old debts. Every household is indebted, even among the tax-paying class. They'll pay back old debts. They will travel abroad. They will consume imported goods. So what proportion of this 1 lakh crore will go into consumption of domestic goods and domestic services? Assuming all the 1 lakh crore goes to consume domestic goods and domestic services, it's still 0.3% of India's GDP, which is 324 lakh crore. 1 lakh crore will stimulate 324 lakh crore. Completely wrong economics. Show me any economist who will agree with you.
KV Subramaniam, former just a minute, KV Subramaniam, former economic advisor to this, chief economic advisor to this government, now executive director, IMF, writes, middle class savings are roughly 18%, and if we round it to 20%, it suggests that 80% of the amount will be spent. The consumption multiplier, which is the inverse of saving rate, is therefore about 5. Therefore, he says, we can anticipate a total increase in consumption of around 5 lakh crores, which represents around 2.7% of GDP. This is what he claims. And the truth of the matter is, Mr. Chidambaram, even in the past, you have advocated the need to spur demand.
Nobody says you should not spur demand. In fact, we are saying you must stimulate demand. But demand among the masses of the people. Do you know that the monthly per capita expenditure, average monthly per capita expenditure, released in December 24, we are only in February, is 4,122 rupees in rural areas and 6,996 rupees in urban areas. This is the average for the whole country. If you take the bottom half, it'll be much less. It'll be about 3,000 rupees in current prices and maybe 4,500 rupees for urban India. You have to stimulate demand among them. If the masses consume, it'll stimulate demand. I'm not saying this will not stimulate demand, but don't exaggerate it. Mr. Krishnamurthy may have said that. He is wrong, and that is why I believe he's the former chief economic advisor.
No, but let's be very clear, Mr. Chidambaram. The truth of the matter is, as I said, during a budget, and you know this better than anyone else, you make choices. The government of the day has foregone about 1 lakh crore in revenue as a result of these tax cuts.
Yes.
On the other hand, you and others expect fiscal responsibility, expect the fiscal deficit to meet its targets. If, for example, as you're advocating the masses, those who are out of the tax net needed benefits so that they would also join this consumption demand cycle, you would have set a minimum income scheme, right? That's another.
No, just a moment.
So how do you?
Let me ask you a question. Do they deserve money left in their hands or not? You said, tell me, we'll know your position. I think the masses deserve money in their hands, which means GST should have been cut. The taxes on petrol and diesel, or the prices of petrol and diesel, have to be cut.
GST cuts, sir, sorry to intervene, would happen in a GST council meeting, in which your state finance ministers could easily argue and say, we want a cut in GST.
Never win. They will never win. You don't know the voting pattern. The voting pattern is structured, and I told Arun Jaitley, this is completely wrong. This is anti-federal. He says, no, let's pass this bill and we'll amend it later. The structure of voting is that without the central government support, no proposal can be passed. And Palanivel Tyagarajan, who represents Tamil Nadu, the former finance minister, said, if I want to get a small thing passed, I must have the support of the central government. Then we go along with whatever the central government says, because we cannot get anything passed. The structure is such that they cannot get anything passed without the central government's vote.
So you would rationalize the GST regime?
I'll tell you 4 things I would have done. Not all 4 things. 1 or 2 of the 4 things. 1, GST cut. Now today, the revenue secretary says, yes, GST rationalization is due. We have been saying that for the last 2 years. He said it today. GST cut. Or petrol and diesel taxes or prices reduced. 3, statutory minimum wage raised, or Maganrega wages raised. You can't do all 4 things in the same budget, but you could have done 1 or 2 of them. I'm not grudging the middle class getting 1 lakh benefit. But what about the remaining 142 crore people?
You know, it's easier said than done.
It's easier done than said.
No,
if you have the will, you can do it.
Sir, a minimum income that you're talking about, which you are almost like a minimum income guarantee scheme.
No, I'm not saying
No,
that.
effectively that's what you're saying.
No,
I mean,
it's not that.
how are you going to put money in the hands of those who you say are out of the tax net?
I just said that. GST cut will benefit everybody. Because everybody, poorest and richest, pay GST for every service, every goods, there is a GST. A GST cut would have put money in every pocket.
We'll wait to see whether GST rationalization happens when the
If
next GST...
petrol and diesel prices are cut, it would have benefited everybody, including the farmer who buys diesel for his tractor, for his two-wheeler.
So some of the highest taxes on petrol and diesel are also in states which are ruled by the opposition. Everyone wants to take benefits from the taxation system on petrol and diesel.
But you...
And it is not even part of the GST structure at the
You
moment.
provide a lead, you cut and challenge the states to match that cut. You decide, all right, we will cut it by 5 rupees a litre. You cut 2 rupees 50 paise and challenge the states to match it.
So one important group, which you've also been talking about, which the finance minister claims she has addressed, is the MSME sector. In the past, the Congress party has claimed that this government has simply not done enough for the MSME sector. Now, in her budget speech, the finance minister referred to investment and turnover limits for classification of MSMEs increasing by 2.5 and 2 times more. She spoke about the new increased credit guarantee for MSMEs, doubling the credit guarantee. Are these not all positive steps that you hope will once again revive the MSMEs, many of whom have perhaps been the worst sufferers post-COVID?
I have 2 entries in the budget at a glance which specifically refer to the MSME. One is raising and accelerating MSME performance, RAMP. I don't know where that scheme stands today. It may have fallen by the wayside like many other schemes. The allocation last year was 1,170 crore, less than the previous year. Allocation 24-25. 1,170 crore. They actually spent 750 crore. The other one is guarantee emergency credit line facility to eligible MSME borrowers. The allocation was, for the current year, much less than the previous year, be that as it may, 9,813 crore. They actually spent only 7,500 crore. This shows their concern and attention for the MSMEs. Why are you not spending your money? There are 150 items in the budget at a glance. The major items for the expenditure budget have been picked up. 78 items out of 150 items, they did not utilize their allocation.
The reasoning given is 2023-24 or 2024-25 was the big election year. You had 2 quarters as a result where the government lost out because the focus was on the election cycle.
I've heard the story. This is a completely hollow story. It's the same government, same ministers in the same portfolio, the same officials in the same position. Elections results were announced in May, and the government took office in May. At best, April and May was lost. But it's not a new government. It's not a new minister. It's not a new official. In fact, the media published before the elections that Mr. Modi had directed all the ministries to prepare a 100-day plan. And every ministry, I assume, would have prepared a 100-day plan before the election. So what happened to the 100-day plan? I mean, why are we not hearing about the 100-day plan? Publish the 100-day plan and say what you did in the first 100 days after you assumed office. It is a bogus argument, a hollow argument.
Sir, are you willing to at least concede, though, that reduction in the fiscal deficit or maintaining a fiscal deficit is an achievement of this government, that will you give it credit for improving the fiscal deficit?
Yeah.
Or are you again going to say that it comes at a high cost, that they haven't met their expenditure targets?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. Why are you putting words in my mouth? They have overachieved the fiscal deficit target from 4.9 to 4.8. But how is it done? Capital expenditure is cut by 92,000 crore. Grants and aid to states for creating capital assets was cut by another 92,000 crore. So center and state have cut capital expenditure by 1,84,000 crore. That's how they achieved the fiscal deficit. In the Rural Development Ministry alone, Rural Development Ministry is concerning the masses of the poor people, I assume. In the Rural Development Ministry alone, the budgeted allocation and the revised estimate, the cut is 72,000 crore. Go into the fine print. You will see how they achieved their fiscal deficit. Of course, the IMF and the World Bank and the World Economic Forum, we look at only fiscal deficit overachieved. 4.9 becomes 4.8. And they will all stand up and applaud. But how was it achieved? By cutting capital expenditure by 1,84,000 crore, to the extent I can make out. Maybe there are some more numbers. Please remember, tax cut has a multiplier effect of 1.1. Capital expenditure has a multiplier effect of 1.3. Every rupee spent on capital expenditure has a multiplier effect of 1.3, rather than consumption expenditure has only 1.1.
So the fact though is, and I read your statement when the chief economic advisor, the current chief economic advisor, gave his economic survey, saying that he had done some plain speaking. You were quite willing to give him an element of credit for the economic survey, particularly when he said that the government should get out of the way. The truth of the matter is, we've heard this for the last 30, 40 years, including when you were, with due regard, the finance minister of the country, that we actually need less government. The truth of the matter is, every government that comes to power in its budget brings in more and more schemes.
Wrong again. The day I became Commerce Minister under Mr. Narasimha Rao, I think I became Commerce Minister on June 21. On July 4, we abolished the DGFT.
1991.
I mean, 1991.
Yes, no, that's exactly what I'm saying. That's 1991. Successively, you've also been finance minister.
You said you have never done it.
No, I never said you've never done it. I said over the last 30 years, a number of the promises of the government getting out of the way, as you praise the chief economic advisor, are never met, because every finance minister wants to come up with his or her new schemes in every budget.
I confess that when I abolished the DGFT, I was not finance minister, I was only commerce minister, but I had the support of the finance minister.
Let me
just... The DGFT was abolished.
Sure, that nobody denies you your achievements there. I mean, that entire period of 91...
We have never done it. Why do you say we have never done it?
No, I never said never. All I said is that the promise is never met by the actuality.
FERA was changed to FEMA, decriminalized. Now, in the last government, Mr. Modi's government, they have criminalized one section of FEMA. Now the finance minister assures us that FEMA will be decriminalized. Why do you take a decriminalized law, criminalize it, and then say 3 years later, I'll decriminalize it? Why do you do that?
In my final segment, I just want to ask you and pivot a bit to what is likely over the next 12 months to be the bigger challenge, the global headwinds that we face with a US president who can be notoriously disruptive. Given the fact that we've already seen US President Trump's tariff policies leading to a potential tariff war with with China, with some of his neighbors. How do you see India should play? Do you agree that at least in this budget, the government has recognized at some level that you cannot go to protectionism in this present world? You're going to have to find a way to engage with America.
See, you can put up any defense of a belated correction. How many years, how many columns have I written? Don't go to protectionism. Don't raise tariffs. Don't impose anti-dumping duties indiscriminately. Don't impose safeguard duties indiscriminately. Don't impose cesses indiscriminately. But this government was pleading for protectionism. The government championed protectionism on the ground of
Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Atmanirbhar Bharat, which is what is self-reliance. Self-reliance's old name was protectionism. Protectionism's old name was inward-looking economy. You change the name. They have now realized that protectionism is anti-trade, is bad. They did not join any bilateral treaty. The one multilateral treaty that was inviting them to join, 1 year later, they rejected it. You know all that. So this government is the symbol of protectionism. If they have now realized that protectionism is bad, I compliment the government.
Do you believe that, how would you deal with what is likely to emanate out of Washington in the next 12 months? How do you believe, therefore, India should respond?
Headwinds will be there, but unfortunately, the wrinkle is this headwind comes with an unpredictable president of the US. Earlier headwinds were predictable. When we had an international financial crisis, we could predict how the Fed will behave, how the Treasury Secretary will behave. When we had the Asian financial crisis, when we had the taper tantrum, we could predict how this gentleman will behave. But today, the headwind is coming from the US, and US is headed by an unpredictable President Trump. It's very difficult to deal with that situation. The only man who's met any minister of Mr. Trump is Mr. Jaishankar. So only he can give you a ground situation or a feel of what it's like to be in Washington after January 20. I don't have that feel. When Mr. Modi goes there on February 12, he will get a better feeling. But you have to handle him very carefully. After all, Mexico, there were tariffs, but they have shelved the tariffs for 1 month. He has said India is not included in the first round. European Union has threatened counter tariffs. Canada's threatened counter tariffs. So it's a complete mess. Complete mess. You can't make sense of it sitting here in Oberoi.
You know, but the worry I have is, given the nature of Indian politics at the moment, which is hyper-polarized, hyper-partisan, and in general, politics is defined by the one line that where you stand depends on where you sit. You know, given that you're in the opposition versus government, let me give you an example. I remember when the rupee was falling and you were the finance minister and you were attacked by Prime Minister Modi and others. The Prime Minister then compared, in fact, the falling rupee to the age of Dr. Manmohan Singh.
Was it right?
Now, no, just a minute. Now
was he right?
No, it's not. Just a minute, sir. Now, of course, the rupee is falling even further. The question I ask you, is it at all possible to build any kind of consensus in economic policies given the kind of polarized environment? We saw what happened with farm laws. We've seen it, what's happened in the past with FDI and insurance. Governments say one thing when they are in the opposition and say completely the next thing when they are in the power.
I'll have to live. I have to catch a flight, I told you. It is possible, provided the government invites the opposition parties for a closed room discussion. For example, if the Prime Minister is going to the US on February 12, he should invite half a dozen leaders, not all the parties, half a dozen leaders of 3 or 4 major parties and say, this is the situation, this is what I wish to approach it, would you have your inputs? I think that habit has been deliberately discarded by this government since day one. If they invite people to a closed-door discussion for half an hour and an hour, I think many of the issues can have a bipartisan solution.
Did you do that when you were finance
course.
minister? Can I be honest and ask you that?
Of course.
You called leaders of the opposition in a closed-door meeting?
Yes, I'm saying so. When I became finance minister, the first gentleman I met was Jaswant Singh, and then Yashwant Sinha. And then Yashwant Singh, when he became finance minister, he invited Dr. Manmohan Singh and me to a close private dinner at his residence. We attended the dinner. But all that has vanished after Mr. Modi took over.
So you're making a call at the India Today, Business Today, Budget Roundtable to Nirmala, Sitharaman and Prime Minister Modi that before the Prime Minister goes to the United States, call leaders of the opposition, let's have a closed-door meeting and evolve a consensus on the way forward.
Yes.
Am I correct?
Yes, I'm saying he did not announce it. He need not announce what the consensus is, but he can listen to them and take their views, share his initial impressions, and then go to the US. At least the US will know that there is a bipartisan consensus behind the messages which Mr. Modi is carrying to President Trump.
Okay, Mr. Chidambaram, I know that you've got to catch a flight. You've come despite that to this event, and I think you've at least given the impression that we could even have a constructive opposition and hopefully a less unilateral government as well. Maybe that's the way to take the economy forward. Thank you very much, Mr. P. Chidambaram, for joining us.
Thank you so much, Mr. P. Chidambaram, and thank you so much, Rajdeep, for that exciting conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we move to our next session now. The next session is titled State of the Economy. As India navigates a complex global landscape, understanding the country's economic direction is more crucial than ever. From the impact of inflation and fiscal policies to evolving investment trends, our next panel will evaluate India's economic trajectory and identify the key growth drivers amid emerging macroeconomic challenges. They will also delve into the factors shaping India's financial future and explore strategies for a sustained economic resilience. Let me invite on stage the panelists for our next session. Dheeraj Nair, Chief Economist, Vedanta Resources. Let's also invite on stage Rumki Majumdar, Economist, Deloitte. Also joining her will be Abhik Barua, former Chief Economist at HDFC Bank. And to moderate this session, we have Siddharth Zarabi, Editor, Business Today.
A very warm welcome to this panel of very distinguished economists here to make sense of some of the economics and what is not so economic about the budget. Can I start with you, Abhik, to sort of give us a quick sense of what you really make of this budget? Finance Secretary Tuhin Kanta Pandey, who was here just a little while ago, said in his opening comment, he said it's non-inflationary. Now, I wonder how that squares up with the 1 lakh tax rebate, 1 lakh crore tax rebate, and this debate that is open on whether it will boost consumption or will some of it also go into savings. So I want you to begin and put your thoughts on this question.
I think it might be moderately inflationary for some consumer products, but I think the way economists tend to look at fiscal expansion is to look at the whole shebang. And if you actually see a reduction in the fiscal deficit, it's not fiscal expansion, but fiscal contraction. If you want a sort of a common sense interpretation of that, you see a bunch of people saying, this is not enough, you haven't done enough for, you haven't taken adequate measures for the lower tiers of the population, you've kind of frozen your capital expenditures, so you're infusing a concentrated amount of demand into the system through these tax cuts. But on the other hand, you've kind of been very, very careful, actually pulled back. And if you look at revenue expenditures, which is it's just grown by about 6.6% on a nominal GDP growth of 10.1%. So I think, yes, I think, the poor FMCG companies are tired of waiting for some demand uptick. Perhaps you will see an increase in margins there and consequent inflation, but I don't think it's sort of broadly inflationary in any sense of the word.
Rumki, on that very same point, and to add to that, your own estimate of any possible growth uptick, there's a number that we've spoken about from a Deloitte context, add to those thoughts.
Sure, thanks, Siddharth. One, inflation so far has been a supply side problem. Demand has actually remained muted, and right now we need the demand to spur growth, because given the uncertainties that we are seeing right now, domestic demand is our best bet. So for that, we need to ensure that consumer demand and investment demand picks up, and that's exactly what the budget has tried to address. Push the consumer demand, that will give signal to the private investors, and that will result in more sustainable investment from the private side. Now, talking about growth, yes, the total boost that they have given will probably add to a very small fraction of GDP. But what we are missing is the multiplier effect. Because consumers will spend, it will result in more investments, and again, it will again result in more employment creation, and this is what we need right now. That virtuous cycle will kick in. And that's exactly what the budget has tried to do.
Dheeraj, will that virtuous cycle kick in? And I'm asking you this as the chief economist of a very large industrial conglomerate, but in 2019, out of budget, September 2019, massive sort of tax cut when it came to corporation tax. That didn't really pan out the way the policymakers had hoped for. Is there anything different this time, that this massive tax rebate on the personal income tax side, and mind you, this is only for salaried individuals, will that pan out better?
I think so, because, at the end of the day, even if you cut corporate tax rate, investors will respond if there is demand, right, either internal or external. If those are muted, then, even if there is a tax cut, investment may not come. But I think if you cut taxes on individuals, they are more likely to spend that money, and therefore you are much more likely to get an immediate positive effect than you would. And as Rumki said, that may in turn spur private investment and create a virtuous cycle. So if you're creating a virtuous cycle or trying to create a virtuous cycle, I think this is a much more direct way and much more, I would say the right way to do it. Whether it works, we'll see. I think, at the end of the day, we should also keep in mind that, fiscal policy doesn't drive growth over the long term. It can help, and this is global, right? It can help smoothen out cycles. So if there's a downturn, it can, help turn it around. So we are having a downturn, help turn it around. But fiscal policy by itself, and government is not large enough part of the economy to drive the entire growth story by itself. So I think we should keep that in mind. The growth, ultimately, this will spur it, but there are other things which we can talk about later, which are needed to put us on a trajectory of, say, 7 to 8%. Just a fiscal stimulus, whether in terms of reduced taxes or extra spending, is not going to do it.
Abhi, despite this generous tax rebate, the economic survey projects growth at the top end only at 6.8%. Who is being more conservative or pessimistic, the observers and analysts, or is this economic survey and the authors being more realistic, knowing all the numbers?
No, I think they're just being, I think the projections are realistic in the sense that, look, last year, some people made projections, including the RBI, of 7% plus at the beginning of the year. The economic survey put it at 6.5 to 7%. So I think this government, and to its credit, is conservative. It doesn't want us to talk up the economy too much. So you might want to look at the counterfactual. What would have happened if they haven't given the stimulus. Because, I mean, let's just sort of go back to a popular narrative that was emerging, that rural demand had been weak for a while, just about picking up, but the problem had spread to the urban areas. And I think for the salaried middle, so it was a structural, long-term consumption softness issue, which was now, there's a little bit of improvement on the rural side, but the poor urban consumer, the lower and the middle tiers of the middle class, were getting hit with various things. There was a serious paucity of demand. So if you didn't do this, you might have slipped below that 6.5% range. So I think a lot of these forecasts need to be understood in terms of what would have happened if the finance minister hadn't done this. So I would look at it from that perspective. Maybe we would have dropped below 6% for all you know.
I have two other points to pick up. One is on per capita and reforms. But before I do that, Rumki, before I come to you, Dheeraj, to you, one of the observations after this, and this is a question that was put to the finance minister herself today, is the timing of this. And I wonder, from a political economy perspective, wouldn't this cut have played out better had it happened last year before the general election? Did the government miss a trick then?
Probably not. I don't think that this is a large enough segment in terms of voters. I mean, it might have helped in certain places, sure, but I don't think so. I don't think this would have necessarily made a difference in terms of election outcome. And I think when we are looking at sort of getting back to 7-8%, I mean, this is fine. I agree with Abhik that we could have gone below 6. So this is about keeping it at above 6. But I think if you want to really go to 7 to 8, the only driver is productivity growth. And for that, you need structural reforms, which I think, again, the government has taken note of in the budget. I mean, there's a lot of, and survey also takes note of, and the government has promised a committee on, the non-financial sector regulations, etc. So I think, if that follows over the next 6 or 12 months in terms of actually cutting some of the red tape radically and making it much easier to do business, then you will see perhaps an acceleration over the next 2 or 3 years towards 7% plus. Otherwise, we could see over the last few quarters that consumption was muted, so it was going down. So if this intervention hadn't taken place, we would have probably slipped further. But to accelerate to another trajectory, I think we need more.
Rumki,
not in terms of fiscal policy, but in terms of structural reform.
Rumki, on this point about structural reforms, this report of the high-powered committee, once it is set up, will take a year. Implementation may take more time. There are many reports in the past which even Abhik will recall, which had made a lot of suggestions with regard to deregulation, further reform, reducing Mai Baap Sarkar. Do you think as and when it happens, it will be a fillip to our economy?
Absolutely. And I think the government acknowledges that we need to reduce the government, and so I think even the finance minister did mention about that we are trying our best to make sure that the processes are streamlined, that the compliances are reduced. Quite a few measures have been taken earlier, being doubled down on that as well. So the deregulation is something which the government has to be very careful with. They are opening up sectors. They are, if you look at the way they are attracting FDIs, some of the measures that the government has announced this time, to make sure that there is more capital inflows. They're extending the tax exemption limit for the sovereign funds and pension funds. These are ways to say that we have potential, bring in investments, and these are some of the measures they're taking. And of course, they are following up with many tax changes. Our income tax committee is going to sit here on Friday, right? And so they are taking those measures. It takes time, but it is kind of taking those measures.
Okay. Just very quickly, in 1991, we talk about the budget, Manmohan Singh's budget and what it did. But on the same day, there was an industrial policy resolution which was introduced by Narasimha Rao as industries minister. And that played an equal role in terms of, unleashing the animal spirits and entrepreneurship of the economy. So I think the budget part has been done by the FM. Now we need the second part, which is freeing up entrepreneurship and letting the animal spirits free. So budget can't do everything, I agree, and other things take time. But if next year the budget can announce that whatever this committee has suggested is going to be implemented, then we're talking about serious growth.
Abhik,
Actually, so that's the point that I wanted to make. Rumki, I'm sorry, go ahead, please go ahead.
No, just one point is that the government doesn't actually limit itself in bringing reforms just during the budget. It does it throughout the year. If you look at the PLI scheme, the National Logistics Plan, everything has been announced out of budget. So it is continuously doing those reforms. Sorry,
No,
thanks.
not at all. No, I just wanted to mention that a lot of the red tape is really in the state's backyard. And if you want to kind of spook yourself as a potential investor or a businessman, just read the horror stories in the economic survey of the kind of regulations that states impose. So I think the central government, to the extent that it has decriminalized a lot of economic offenses, the list of decriminalization has increased. I think a lot can be done at the state level. And I think apart from some of the leading states, they believe that just having, and this is something I've told a number of state bureaucrats, that please just don't have one big summit, right? And let that be the end of your effort to garner investments. You have to put in a concerted and sustained effort to figure out where the problems are. I think one of the horror stories that the economic survey talks about at the state level, that it is actually far less costly to have 2 plants of 150 workers each instead of 1 plant of 300 workers each. Right? So you're missing out on very critical economies of scale, but that's because of regulation. I mean, these things are very, very detrimental to investments, and these unfortunately lie. The Mai Baap Sarkar really exists at the state level. And those the states who have been proactive on this have gained. And consequently, there's been a lot of concentration. If you see the leading states, Tamil Nadu, etc., I mean, they've got their act right, and that's kind of set off a virtuous cycle of getting feedback and getting their acts right. Some states are so badly left behind because they're stuck in this mire of hyper-regulation.
The political constituency for deep reforms at the state level, do you think it exists? And I refer you to the Niti Aayog report, which speaks about individual states and their performance and provides us a listing as well. And contrary to popular belief, you will see some surprising names there. Is the political constituency for reforms actually expanded or shrunk in the past few years, Dheeraj, in India?
So my view is that we are a slice of cake economy, not a size of cake political economy. I think when it comes to the crunch, when it comes to an election, what we look for or what parties campaign on, which is presumably a response to what popular expectation is on redistribution. How to share that slice, either reservations or freebies or whatever. There's very little size of cake economy in the sense of growing the pie so that you can all get a greater share of a bigger pie, but that's not the priority. That's not the way elections take place in any part of the country, right? So I think that is a difficult one, even for someone like the Prime Minister who's spoken about speed or scale or certainty, the kind of things investors want. It's very difficult for those to be pushed through. I know state governments are different from the center, but the center has influence on a number of states. So it could be done, but I think the dominant political economy of this country still remains redistributionist, not growth-oriented. And I think that's why we don't get the kind of speedy structural reforms that are required. Because, who's interested? There may be some vested interests in terms of, people who want more regulations or, more inspections and so on. But if you look at what fundamentally a politician is expected to deliver over the longer term is jobs, right? Beyond redistribution. But somehow that still comes after redistribution. But if somehow we can get jobs, look at it the reverse way. Instead of talking about growth, if the political economy can agitate much more about jobs, because jobs will only come through growth. Jobs don't come through freebies. Freebies can make you less poor, but freebies never make anyone rich. So you can only become rich with growth, you can only become rich with jobs. So if we can somehow, instead of freebies or redistribution, get jobs out in front, that will force, I think, the political economy and all politicians to look at investment, growth, entrepreneurship. That's the change we need. I don't see it happening currently, and I don't think you can blame a politician or a government or a party for this. That's just the way our political economy is.
Before I go to Abhik, Rumki, you were talking about the new employment generation scheme and how there's been a very generous allocation. Budget to budget, B to B, it's doubled. RE to B, in fact, there are almost 14,000 crore additional or 13,500 crore additional that are likely to be spent. Is that going to yield results in your estimation?
Yes, in fact, the government, when they announced this in the last budget, in July budget, they said the employment link incentives, which is the component which is actually tripling, that is the component where they are kind of incentivizing the private sector to create employment. Because at the end of the day, government is a very small segment of the entire investment and corporates, right? So it's the private sector who has to create. And this incentive is kind of giving right benefits to the private sector to employ the freshers, because they are kind of talking about internships. So this is definitely going to help. But it's very important to utilize the funds, because right now they have allocated, but they have to make sure that it is implemented quickly. It is because the scheme was announced in July, but then it started taking effect only in December. So they have to implement it quickly and make sure that the private sector does take that advantage of it. And I think what the corporates are also doing it, and especially in my organization I see, they are investing in our workforce, in the skilling, the kind of AI technologies that we are getting skilled for. So the motivation is there, the incentives are there. It's just that now it has to be implemented and followed upon.
But I mean, it's a good scheme. I have nothing against it at all, and linking incentives with employment. But again, if you look at, it's by the way of PF contribution, again, how an organization will comply, how the money will be dispersed. You get into a lot of bureaucracy there as well. So instead of trying to again, for me, this is trying to distribute the same pie, and the government adding a little bit so that you create a few more jobs. Instead of that, just unleash entrepreneurship, unleash growth, unleash 1,000 people factories instead of making entrepreneurs do 2 or 3 small enterprises. So I think we need to change our imagination to scale and at speed, some at a different level, rather than trying to tinker around at the margins of the same system.
One of the words that Anand, the chief economic advisor, Anand Nageshwaran, loves to use in his economic surveys, the idea of the Mittelstand, which is the German model of stable, medium-scale industry. That incidentally has collapsed now. I mean, in Germany, one of the reasons why Germany is going through. So I think one of the problems with Mittelstand and just coddling the small and medium industry is that you create, and this is part of our, again, as Dheeraj was saying, redistribution is very much in the DNA of our political economy or our political narrative. I think the small or medium is beautiful is kind of very hardwired in our brain. I think we need to sort of get out of it. We need to scale, we need to ramp up. And I think some of this coddling really creates a bias against you just sort of become a little insensitive to the needs of larger industry. You become kind of suspicious or whatever, but that said, they flourish nevertheless. But I see a problem. I see a positive side because they are employment intensive. But I think the thing that I am very happy in the budget about is that we finally got down to talking about sectors that really employ people without necessarily sounding very cool, for the lack of a better word. Things like leather, non-leather footwear, toys, etc. And didn't sort of keep banging on about mobile telephony and electronics. So I think that's a major step. We're recognizing that, look, I mean, we can't do a lot of things. We have technology barriers, etc. We have skill constraints. Let's just focus tourism.
But while you speak about some of the plumbing, really, which is very, very important, do you think the big picture on reforms, the expectation that Prime Minister Modi's government and his tenure would yield big bang reforms? We saw some of that. Disinvestment, for example, is now middling on the way. Look at some of the other attempts or words spoken about reducing the ambit of the government. We don't see that. In fact, more PSUs have been set up recently in certain new areas rather than in the past. So Is there only lip service being paid to reforms at this stage, Abhik?
Well, in certain instances, yes. But I think the thing about the next generation of reforms is that it's really the stuff about plumbing, the deregulation, getting down to the nitty-gritty of what's holding back a businessman from putting up a plant. And these are very, very complex, and very micro issues. And these are just as important as reducing tariffs or, getting rid of the of public presence in industry. I think, people like Dhirendra would be able to comment further on this, but I think that's just as important. And I think a lot is I think we're recognizing it as just as big a barrier as the presence of, the public sector in certain sectors.
Dhiraj, is there any other economy that you can sort of quickly think of which has the same amount of compliances that businesses in India have of different sizes, large conglomerates to even small companies?
Not any economy which is, successful, let's put it that way, or it has transitioned into, we've come a long way, obviously, from where we were, in the past. And let me give the government its credit. Its macros have been fairly good. They've been responsible about the fiscal deficit. They didn't, oversplurge during COVID. They've got a lot of things right, but I think beyond the macro, as Avik said, there is the micro. It's boring stuff. Agree. It's much more interesting to talk about AI and DeepSeek coming out of India. But, China's coming out of the DeepSeek now because it was able to sell leather shoes and clothes and T-shirts and footballs and, toys to the world. That's how they, got to where they've got and are now in a position to do DeepSeek and lead in EVs and so on. So I don't think there's any shortcut. Unfortunately, that plumbing, sometimes we say that, we are service-driven, doesn't depend so much on, the micro plumbing. But as we've seen, service-driven economy gives us decent growth, but it doesn't give us
services-driven economy where services inclusion in GST has raised the service tax rate very substantially. I find that very, quite a contradiction.
And even in services, if you look at our global share, it's not high. China's is higher than us even in services. But I think it's boring, it's tedious, there are a lot of vested interests. But I think there's no other way if you want rapid growth and you want quality employment. And I think the good thing about the slowdown is that at least, gives us all that space to think about these things, because when things are growing at 7 or 8%, you don't really think about the negatives, right? So at least the advantage we have now is that we are thinking about these things, the government is talking about these things, and if we can actually progress with some of these things over the next 6 or 12 months, and I think we need to, because the global environment is getting worse, not better.
Okay, I want to ask this panel a straightforward question. With all that has been done and is likely to pan out, because whatever is done now, it takes 12 to 18 months minimum. Is there any chance you feel, Abhik, and you spent 18 years alone in India's largest bank as the chief economist, of India's per capita income doubling? Because at the end of the day, whatever you do, ultimately you have to look at it in per capita terms. Do you feel the Viksit Bharat agenda of per capita is likely to be achieved at the current growth rate?
It's a question of simple arithmetic. It will not be achieved at the current growth rate. As Dhiraj was pointing out, that you will be able to sustain the current growth rate with the stuff that you have going on and giving these counter-cyclical short-term supports like the tax cuts. But in the long term, and I think we've talked a lot about, productivity, the deregulation piece, you just have to have that in place. And ironically enough, today I think the poster boy for reforms is Argentina. Everyone's talking about the Argentinian model, because at one point I think the economist Rudy Dornbusch said that Argentina was such a mess that he said that there are good economies and there are bad economies, and there's Argentina. So Argentina was the basket case, and today it's sort of come back. So it's possible to get a lot of things done even if you've had a legacy of a lot of these hardwiring, as Dhiraj was mentioning, about redistribution, about
Rumki.
So when you say per capita income, you're basically talking about the GDP by the population. Now, that means the entire population has to benefit from the growth that we are seeing.
This point was in fact responded to by the finance minister
Exactly.
herself.
And that's what the government is trying to do. it's giving support to the now states which are actually backward. Bihar has the highest population and second highest population maybe. And they do not have the growth benefits reaching out to them. So they need the helping hand, and that's the government trying to do. The budget proposed that the GCC should reach out to tier 2 cities. That's exactly, they are broad-basening the growth. And when you give opportunities in tier 2 cities, tier 3 cities, in small states, that's when you increase the income in the hands of the population, and that's when PCI really effectively becomes high. And I think that's the government is trying to do and it's trying to address.
Dhirendra, I want to ask you about risk factors, because you can't just talk about rosy stuff and not take into account risk factors. A significant tax rebate in the hands of people, pay commission award coming soon. We have seen even at past experience there is a significant impact, and more importantly states are then compelled to follow. Given all of that, is there a risk to some of these fiscal projections? And if you add the element of a slowdown and that feeding into tax collections, is there a risk in your view?
Yeah, I mean, there's always risks, but the only way you can reduce the risk is by ensuring higher growth. I mean, one way to balance your expenditure is to raise revenue, which is by taxing more or at higher rates, which is what we tend to do now in GST and so on. But the other way is to grow the economy faster. So with the same rates, you'll collect a larger revenue. And I think, let's not underestimate how difficult the task is to become a rich country. Very few countries have achieved it in the last 50 or 60 years. I mean, you can literally count them on one hand.
But Dhirendra, is this a case of underestimation or estimation from a purely political lens? This was done at the time of the Delhi election. Delhi has the most significant number of middle-class voters in any state in India. Rather than do it last year when perhaps the benefits would have trickled down to now.
No, I mean, there's always, ultimately economic policy making is political, right? It's not, otherwise a lot of things might have happened by now because we know how other countries in the world have grown, right? So it's not like it's some secret or a rocket science. We know what has to be done, but the tough thing is how to get it done. And if politics helps at times, so if there's a conducive, if you're saying Delhi elections enabled this tax cut now, I'm happy about it, right? Because at least it'll give a boost to growth all over the country, not just Delhi. So I think, if certain elections or certain political junctures give you the opportunity to reform or to push a certain reform forward, then I think that's the best way to go, because ultimately you can't push things down people's throat. I mean, we found with the farm laws and other things, you can't always, do a top-down approach. But when a window of opportunity is there, which it was perhaps there, as you're saying, in the Delhi election, it's good that they've used it.
Okay, closing comments from the panel. We have just a minute and a half. Rumki, Abhik, whoever wants to go first.
Okay. Thank you. So I think economists are those good teachers, favorite teachers that every student has. They give away the question paper before, and if you have heard the questions properly and answer, you get full or full. We gave our expectations. We said middle class is being stressed. We have inflation. FDI is foreign investments flowing out. We have the employment situation, and I think the government has ticked all the boxes. So as an economist, I think we have done, the budget was good, and we are quite happy with the way they have approached it.
Avik, the final word to you.
No, I just want to say that I'm very happy with the budget, because as the middle class, we are curiously insensitive to our own woes and our interests. The middle class doesn't have any, reasonable degree of political legitimacy in our political narrative or our political economy. And I'm glad that the middle class, and which is certainly not affluent. You're talking about families with household incomes of 15 lakhs or so living in Gurgaon, which I think is, or Delhi or whatever, which is, it's really difficult. And I think the fact that the middle class gets legitimacy, and we do a lot for the country as taxpayers, as providers of skills, I think I'm very happy about being recognized at last.
Well, I'm glad that you ended the session with that. Avik, thank you very much. Rumki, Dhiraj, a round of applause for our economists here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Siddharth, and thank you so much, our panelists, Dhiraj, Rumki, Abhik. Thank you so much for that very engaging conversation. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move forward to our next session, and which is titled Taxonomics of Budget 2025-2026. In this session, leading tax professionals will actually break down the key tax proposals of the union budget for all of you, analyzing the impact on individuals, on businesses, and of course the broader economy. So this discussion will cover critical challenges and changes in both direct and indirect changes and taxation, evolving compliance requirements and regulatory shifts as well. With a focus on the best global practices when it comes to taxation, the experts will provide valuable insights into how these reforms shape India's tax landscape and what they mean for various stakeholders at large. Let me invite on stage our next panelists. Mr. Jain, tax expert, is with us on the panel discussion. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Rakesh Nangia, founder and managing partner at Nangia and Company, to also join him on the stage, please. With him will also be Mr. Pratik Jain, partner, PwC India. Warm welcome to all three of you. To moderate this panel, I'd like to invite Shailendra Bhatnagar, editor for Markets at Business Today Television, and I will be co-moderating the panel with him. Yet again, good evening to everybody. And I think taxation, that's the big talk point of Union Budget 2025-2026. Every time we would always say the middle class, the salaried class, the armed army is still looking for something more. But this time I think the finance minister has given that tax bonanza and perhaps the historic way in which 5 lakh additional rupees has been reduced. So 12 lakh rupees and you don't have to pay any taxes. I'll start off with you, Mr. Jain. 46 years of practice in the taxation industry. Have you ever seen such kind of a tax bonanza being doled out for the middle class? And how happy are you on a scale of 1 to 10?
You see, I have been in this industry for almost 5 decades now. And I believe such big tax concession has not been announced in the past at any time. Just imagine 7 to 12 lakh, how much it means. Just more than 60%, 70% almost your income is jumping. I have seen when I started my career, 4,000 rupees is the basic exemption, then going to 4,500, 5,000, 6,000, etc. And even 10 years back, it was just 1 lakh, 1,50,000, 2 lakh, and now we see 12 lakh rupees, no tax. And that too, just look, Indian GDP is roughly $2,500, which gets converted into 2 lakh rupees. 6 times of per capita GDP is the income which an individual is not required to pay any tax. You can expect more for a finance minister. And all this could be possible because of the impressive collection on personal front.
Yes.
You would see 2024-25, the income tax collection on personal front was very impressive. And that gave, I think, some width and the leverage to the finance minister to make an announcement, big bang announcement. I said 2 sixers in one go.
2 sixers in one go. Okay, Mr. Nangia, I'll take your word also on it. You tell us what was your first reaction when you heard the finance minister announce this, and who stands to benefit the most? Of course, 12 lakhs and our income up to that is a no-brainer. But beyond that also, who stands to benefit the most?
See, there's something more to that also. Let's see the demographic of the taxpayer in India. 23-24, there were 5.25 crores people who filed a tax return and they didn't pay 1 rupee of taxes, which constitutes 67% of your tax pay. And then you go to the next level from 5 lakhs to 10 lakhs, 10 lakhs to 1 crore. For the first time ever, you found there were more than 2.5 crores population who paid the taxes. So what happened? There's a massive ballooning of the taxpayers in the middle sector from 5 lakhs to 1 crore. Initial level is which was like that. Government has been increasing rebates, so you're not feeling the burden of it. But middle taxpayer never ever paid this level of taxes. So I did a little bit of research actually, what could be the reason behind it. So I found 3 reasons. 1, growth of income which has taken place. Second, there's a growth of other income, property income, rental income, shares income, other income. That is the reason for that. Third could be the most likely, I believe the third could be their whole income is getting reported automatically. There's an AI system. Government is making a balance sheet today. In balance sheet, every asset, every liability, every profit, every loss is reported there. So government is capturing the figure. You have no choice but to report to that. So what happened in the way, the middle segment grew a lot, but immediately after 1 crore, there's a massive fall. You find after 1 crore to 5 crore, there were only 3,50,000, and above 5 crores, there were 58,000. So there was an immediate fall. So the segment is now ripe for the government for any policy making is from 5 lakhs to 1 crore.
Wonderful. That, ladies and gentlemen, apart from 46 years, is 45 years of experience and another 25. So all put together, we have 120 years of tax experience on this panel, so we might as well take it very, very seriously. Personal taxation, ladies and gentlemen, has been taken care of. What about the direct tax code? In less than a week from now, we'll have, Mr. Jain, a new direct tax code. 1, will it be simpler? 2, will it make lives for tax experts such as yours easier? And 3, over time, will we pay less taxes?
I see this tax bill, I will say not now, I think tax code, has been in the offing for the last more than 20 years. But now I see this is going to see the light of the day, maybe day after tomorrow, as I can see the agenda of the parliament, so I think it is likely to be introduced. And as the finance minister has said, this is going to be simple, concise, and in a language which is easily understandable both by the taxpayer and the tax administration. So now, presently the Income Tax Act is of roughly 800 pages. And I was listening to the finance minister in this program today itself. She said it will be less than almost 50% of that. I believe it's going to be in 400 pages. Language is going to be simple and of course easily understandable. And this act being now 60 years old, so whatever the experience, all tax administration, taxpayer, that will be, I think, taken into consideration. And I hope this will be much, much easier for taxpayer also to understand, and of course, tax professional like us also to understand.
Mr. Nangia, what are you expecting?
See, before I say, let me, again, small analogy. When this thought was started to revamp the income tax law, we used to call DTC, Direct Tax Code. That was 2009 Act around. Then it became a comprehensive review of income tax 2024, and now it is a new income tax bill 2025. It's exactly the same thing, but the nomenclature was changing. And I must tell you a very interesting fact. In India, the first time the income tax was levied was in 1860. That was 185 years back, where 200 rupees was a basic exemption, and the tax rate was 2%. Worldwide, the tax came in England in 1188, and where the tax rate was 10%. So tax is nothing new. England, you see the developed country, I can tell you, people, the tax rate at the PIT level, the highest is 67%, and people comply close to 100%. So the people in England always had paying big taxes very regularly, and that was the reason 1188, the tax was first time levied in UK. Existing Income Tax Act have 298 sections. Then you have clauses, sub-clauses, 25 chapters, rules. Then you have schedules, then you have subsections. Notwithstanding, it became actually very clumsy. And then what happened, 1/3 of the tax law have become redundant. Either they're sunset clauses or they're meaningless or they have no relevance left in the law. In the right wisdom, the government decided to change it. And a very good statement given by the FM today morning with me. She says, we are going to trust the taxpayer now. That's the change, basically. And I'm going to make the law easy, actually, so that you are comply to the law. And she said it, we'll only scrutinize close to 1% of the people. This is a very big faith they're doing it. And I'll tell you why she's saying it. The reason is every data of yours, your whole balance sheet is captured by them. You travel beyond them, they'll catch you. So you can't run away today, except one thing, you have to pay the taxes. And government, if collection continues to go up higher, government will make it easy for you, basically, to comply with it. And I'm seeing cases where there has been no scrutiny being done again and again, just because they're seeing your balance sheet matches to the internal system.
Fair point. Let's also get Mr. Pratik Jain onto the conversation. You largely look at indirect taxes. That's largely also taken away from the union budget. But I want to understand, there's this entire notion that most taxpayers have, that we are a very overtaxed population. Despite making the new tax regime more palatable, adding more sweeteners, is the GST regime also, if we add on to it, are we really overtaxed when we compare globally?
No, I don't think so. I mean, now the income tax rates, as Mr. Vijay and Mr. Nangia would bear with me, is as competitive as anybody else. I mean, the corporate side, as well as on the individual side. On GST also, the revenue neutral rate, which when we started, it was supposed to be around 15%, and now it is around 11.6%. That means that's much lower than what the revenue neutral rate was if you take the earlier taxes before GST. So that way, I mean, the government has been trying to moderate the GST rates as well. There is a group of ministers which is working on the GST rationalization, and one hopes that over the next few months they will come up with their recommendation, which should further rationalize it. So I don't think that we are overtaxed either in terms of indirect taxes nor in terms of direct taxes. You need a lot of money for infrastructure, for the development, for education, and so on. So I don't think that's really the case. Now, coming to the collection part of it, if you look at the next year estimate,
yes,
income tax is supposed to grow at around 14%. Of course, you would imagine that 1 lakh crore we have given back to the people, and that 1 lakh crore should hopefully be invested, and it will garner more GST revenues to the government. The GST revenue, the indirect tax revenue, is slated to increase only by 10.9%. Whereas the nominal GDP would be growing
Is there a
above.
concern of slowing down in terms of collection?
I mean, if you look at the last month's collection of GST, that has been quite robust. It is more than 1,90,000 crores. But yes, so if you look at last 4 or 5 months, the GST collection has been slowing down a bit, than what government expected. But there has been a normal slowdown in the growth, right? Particularly on the urban side. So one would expect that to happen. But the next year target of 10.9% increase, I think, is very, very achievable. I don't think that should be a problem.
Pratik, I think the biggest elephant in the room is the Trump tantrum that we are seeing in terms of tariffs. You've seen Mexico and Canada capitulate. Both of them are now discussing how to roll back that 25% threat. Where does India stand in this picture? And do you see this problem getting solved globally?
So I think India has taken a middle path, right? So there is one extreme approach to say, local is becoming global, right? So and that's what you see some of the countries that you talked about. But as far as India is concerned, there is a statement that Finance Minister made in the budget saying that India wants to be integral part of the global supply chain. We are not using tariff as a protectionist measure, nor against a particular country to say, I want to discourage import of particular goods from a particular country. That's not the stand that we've taken. In fact, there has been a rationalization, a massive rationalization of custom duty structure. This time from 14, 15 rates, they've come down to 7. The maximum rate has gone down from 150% to 70%. Of course, the effective duty rate in most cases remains the same because you've imposed some corresponding cesses as well. But clearly, the intention is not to use tariff as part of the global war or trade war or things like that. Yes, they have looked at some of the items where they have reduced duties, and you could possibly say that it does benefit imports from a particular country, let's say import of two-wheelers, because most of the import of two-wheelers are happening from countries where India has a free trade agreement, but with US we did not have a free trade agreement, so it does in that sense benefit US imports, but it's not a large-scale thing. Now what we'll have to see over the next few months is that does India then identify few of the items coming from a particular country and try and give it a most favored nation kind of a treatment and say, okay, I'm willing to reduce duties on some of these products in return of X, Y, Z. And that I think is possible. I think the economic survey also indicated that we're perhaps moving away from a larger free trade agreement structure to more bilateral trade agreement structure. And that we'll have to see. But India has chosen clearly a middle path at this point in time, not very aggressive, not a protectionist measure, but more forward-looking sort of measure.
Okay. Mr. Vijay, I'll come to you now. We were talking about slowing growth concerns as far as GST collections are concerned. I want to understand about direct tax collections as well. And after this measure of extending that tax bonanza, is there a fear of narrowing of the tax base, or will it become wider? Because that has been the original thought process and the intention of the government, to widen the tax base. We are still a country with only 8.6 crore people who pay taxes. And the perception is that we are doing the heavy lifting for a large section of the population. So will that tax base be widened, or is there a risk of narrowing because of this tax cut?
See, Sakshi, there are different ways to look at the same issue. If we look at the tax base and number of people filing tax returns, I will say definitely it is going to go up. We have started 5 crore 3 years back, and now we are 8.5 crore plus. And I see that this soon going to cross 10 crore. But if you look at the number of actual taxpayers, with this increase from 7 to 12 lakh, definitely, I think in the next 2-3 years, these numbers slowly are going to go down. Because, see, 7 to 12 lakhs is a large number of people. But at the same time, as the economy grows up, and the
1 crore
way we
more
are going
people
up, people's income will also go up, and so more and more people will come in the tax net. But one thing which intrigues me on this issue always is that we want to simplify the tax law. If we want to simplify, then why we expect a person who is not required to pay tax to file the tax return? Now, this is a very, I think, sensitive issue, a larger issue.
Yeah.
Now, we say a person who has an income up to 12 lakh rupees need not file a return. And we want to simplify the tax law. Now, take a case of a factory worker who has an income or salary income of 50,000 rupees per month. And the total income in the year is 6 lakh rupees or some here or some other income. He is not required to pay tax, but the law mandates that he will be required to file the tax return. Because any person having income above rupees 4 lakh is required to file the tax return because he gets a rebate, not a tax payable. So that creates a situation where a person, despite not being required to pay tax, there being no tax liability, still he is required to pay tax. So that's an issue. But why this issue is on the table? Because we don't want to erode the tax base. We say the number of taxpayers on the issue. As regard your first question was that about the collections, I'm saying collections are definitely going to improve substantially.
Okay.
Just look at the budget of 2000, 2001. It will be, I think, music to some of the people who are may not be aware. Our total income tax collection in the year 2002-2001 was projected was 64,000 crore rupees. 64,000 crore rupees. And now in this budget, the total collection is more than 24 lakh crore rupees from income tax. And in one go, the finance minister has given a concession of 1 lakh crore rupees vis-a-vis total collection of 64,000 crore rupees way back in 2000-2001. So Indian economy is going up. It is either the numbers which we, of course, 6.8, which we are projecting, but the way economy is going to grow up. But still, I am quite confident direct tax collections is going to substantially up. One thing which I normally say, as we raise the bar, as we raise the slab bar, people are going to swim over rather than going down. So that way, I believe more and more people will be coming in the tax net, and more people will. And he rightly, Nagesh rightly said, with the increased technology, with the increased computerization, artificial intelligence, it will be next to impossible to hide any income or anything which is from the tax department. That's I believe that will also help in increasing the tax collection.
I'm sure that's music to the ears of the finance minister, and she would be listening to it with great interest. Mr. Nangia, apart from the fact that you've had this 1 lakh crore rupee gift given to the public, what are the 3 or 4 more interesting parts that you see in the budget that have been included in the good part of taxation?
So I will not limit only to taxation, but in this budget, very important thing I want to share up before is on the startup actually. And I want to tell you some very internal data. Government started with a corpus of 10,000 crores this year for the startup. This is the second time the government has started. The first time it was a few years back, that 10,000 crores invested by the investor have become 90,000 crores now. See the multiple reaction, they all invested because these are the all venture VC investment, they were doing it or doing the investment in-house. The value of that investment has become 90,000 crores. The government, what they did, they announced another 10,000 crores. They announced another 20,000 crores to drive private sector-led research, development and innovation which will be a game changer for the deep tech ecosystem. This is another first time the government has announced it. And third, let me tell you some very interesting thing. There was a startup, India, we had a government started a scheme of 2016. Then there was an Atal Innovation Mission. There was an angel tax abolished. One of the biggest painful thing for the startup industry, the government decided, take it out. Let's make it non-taxable. Another was, we call it reverse flipping. people who were going out, government changed the law, you come back, we'll welcome you with an easier law. We call reverse flipping. Come back to, either people move to Singapore, they say angel people, startup people come back to India on the low, easy tax regime is concerned. Though every startup has to be registered with DPITT. There are 160,000 DPITT registered as compared to 500 in 2016. Just in 8 years, 155,000 startups have been registered with DPIT. 2016, a very interesting figure, fund raised by startup, 8 billion. 2024, 155 billion. See the money raised by startups, see the ecosystem, see the fuel they are adding to the economy. 110 unicorns added in India. And fundraise, I just mentioned, this is something on startup which I just want to share you. The complete ecosystem of startup was there. And you had one more question?
I'll take that to Mr. Jain.
Okay.
Mr. Jain, what are the 2 or 3 things that you're looking forward to in the new tax bill which might be of benefit to all of us here?
See, I always say the taxpayers is more interested in substantial tax relief rather than administrative relief. But as a tax consultant, my expectation will be more in this bill, this new bill, as a administrative reforms which are important for the aspects. One thing, as I said, sometimes I wonder how do we can make the life easier of the taxpayers. And one thing interesting, which I also find sometimes difficult, I am required to pay tax at a particular rate, then there is a surcharge, then there is a cess. A taxpayer is not bothered about it if, as on today, I say 30% tax, 15% surcharge, 4% education cess, it comes to roughly 36%. So if I am told that you need to pay 36%, and how does the government does it? It's arithmetic internally with the help of the computer. It will make my life easier. Now every taxpayer wonders whether what is my tax rate, what is the surcharge, what is the education. So you can just simplify it that way. That's the expectation which I see. Another is that sometimes we find that some tax collection, TCS provision, etc., are introduced just to get an audit trail so the transaction is not missed out or the tax is not missed out on that part. I believe with the GST coming into offering and every information about all goods and services being captured in the GST and network. Now, income tax department and the GST department, I say direct taxes and indirect taxes because customs, all those will be there. They should use the data internally and make the life of the taxpayer who is required to fill in so many forms, so many information and multiple information that we can easily erase out on that part. Third, which I can believe is sometime, which of course the finance minister and the revenue secretary has given an indication, we will change assessment year, previous year, all those because common man is not able to understand all that issues on that part. The demand collection part also, in case when computerization is happening, why don't we have a ledger account of a taxpayer where we can have a complete account, what is your tax payable get debited, what is your credit get credited, and you are liable to pay the net balances also only on this issue. Why we keep a track for each assessment year, each penalty, everything separately, that makes life very difficult. Administrative reform, this can happen. Of course, we have introduced online computerization that has made easier, but the new tax administration, I think the new tax bill can take care of this. I believe some of the reforms will be there, but we must keep in mind, sometimes we believe once this bill is introduced in the parliament and get passed, it will be a static bill, it will not be. Tax law or particularly financial legislation can never be static, it will be dynamic, and we must expect years after years, same type of amendment coming, what we are getting this time also. Even in this bill, finance bill, which was introduced on 1st February, I was wondering, a new income tax bill is going to be introduced in 1 week.
Yeah.
Still we have 86 clauses to amend the present income tax act.
Oh, wow.
Just imagine it.
So, Mr. Nange, would you add to it? Any 2 or 3 changes that you expect in the upcoming bill?
Yes. I have 3, 4. There should be 1 or 2 tedious rates. Let's make it hygiene.
Okay.
If you have a rate 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 20, it becomes extremely clumsy.
Okay.
It becomes extremely difficult for the individual taxpayer to fill his tax return. I want a very important thing, which I said it today also. MSME contributes almost like 35-40%, maybe more, to the GDP of the government actually. And make it easier for them. They are not have a big turnover. Why can't we introduce a presumptive tax for MSMEs? It will be the biggest boon which will do to the taxpayer, where all MSMEs, you will be subject to tax at one flat rate. Presumptive, your profit is presumed to be so much, we are not bothered about your books, accounts, or audit, anything, and that should be your tax. That's the biggest boon which will happen. Rationalize time-bound rulings, basically. That's one thing. Second, litigation matter. Reduce the tenure of litigation. That's extremely painful. Well, have a robust dispute resolution mechanism. These are something extremely important with the government.
Can I just add to this very quickly? I think this is one of the expectations that I also have from new income tax bill, is that government will take some tangible measures to reduce litigation. And one of the things that was being debated earlier is a process of mediation. So globally in many countries what happens is there is a large tax demand, I can go and settle it with the department. One of the things which Mr. Nange talked about is presumptive taxation. That wherever you have doubt or interpretation issues to say, okay, you pay tax at a certain percentage. Like this time in the budget they have done it for non-residents providing services to electronic sectors to say 25% of your income will be taxed at whatever rate. And no question asked, no interpretation issue. So I think some of those things, if you do more and more in complicated situations, then you will reduce litigation.
Okay. Pratik, this one's for you only. There is this acronym that's going around in boardrooms, which is return on time involved as far as the market is concerned. So you have ROCE, you have ROA, and now you have ROTE. Return on time as far as markets are concerned, when it comes to how boards are being occupied by taking care of all the government-related compliances that they have to fulfill. And instead of spending time on maybe Capex, maybe marketing plans, they are just utilizing that time to fill up government forms. In this new tax code, what are the 2 or 3 things that you don't want seen?
I mean, no new taxes and no new cesses and surcharges. Clearly, no new forms. I mean, much more simplified forms. But I think it's a journey, right? I mean, economic survey also talks about deregulation to a large extent. You saw budget, there are a lot of decriminalization of provisions, etc. Over a period of time, you'll see even income tax form. It has got simplified to a large extent. So I'm not expecting anything new coming in. I think the point that Mr. Jain made, that if you want to track a transaction and you already have data on GST, why do you need to again capture it for income tax? So a much more collaborative approach in different departments. In fact, globally, I mean, there are countries where there is no separate department for income tax and indirect tax. There's only one tax department. So are we moving away from 2 different tax departments to a single tax department over a period of time, which was also a recommendation of one of the committees which were set up a few years ago. Some of those things will have to be seen. I think life will be much simpler after new tax code.
I'll just add one interesting thing. One of the income tax form is 60 pages. 60 pages. Then I did, sorry, I don't file it, I was checking. It was 80 pages earlier. The government has made it 60 pages. I'm not happy they've reduced it. I'm feeling so bad. It consists of, imagine the information you give to the government. And this form is live today. It is applicable.
So you want that cut down to 6 pages or 2?
I'm visiting, sorry.
I'm saying you want those 60 pages cut down to 6 or 2?
Let's be fair. Let's not be unreasonable. It should capture all the information, but it should not be so much clustered. So much information become a very big, painful process.
Mr. Nangia, with this phone in everybody's hand here, the government knows everything.
I know that.
A single paisa that you spend,
I know that.
They know it. So why do they need 60 pages? That's my point.
That's a very good point. Very valid point.
Absolutely.
That's a very valid point.
Yeah. Mr. Vijay, I'm coming to you again, and I'll come back to the same question, old tax regime versus the new tax regime. I did ask the finance minister earlier this afternoon, and she said that she's not going to be shutting down the old tax regime. And therefore, it makes the task for all the taxpayers even more complicated, whether I choose the old tax regime or the new tax regime again. How many people do you think, after the amendments that have been made now in the new budget, will now choose the new tax regime, and who should choose it? Will it be 100%?
Sakshi, I did an arithmetic on 1st February in the night. I tried my best to find out who is the person will like to continue with the old regime instead of the new regime. So I could find out only, technically many people may not, I think maybe are unable to understand it. Under the new regime, you are not entitled to carry forward your losses incurred in the house property, etc. So in case you have purchased a property where you're paying huge interest and you are incurring a loss, I believe old regime still may be beneficial. But I agree now more than 99% people will switch over to the new regime. And why the finance minister said that she is not going to withdraw the old regime is, the reason is obvious. We normally use a word, rule of estoppel. So once I have opted for a old regime which is continuing and I have committed something out of it, the government say, okay, all right, over a period, let it die down naturally rather than government withdrawing it. We started with 15% in the new regime. We ended now in 75. And next year it will be more than 80, 85. And next year, because this new regime which today she has introduced of 12 lakh rupees will be applicable for financial year 25, 26. So those tax returns will be filed in the July 26. So there I believe almost 100% people will go in the new regime or old regime, because the way that she has given the concession and it's going on, and no new concession are going to come in the old regime. That's I believe that's an issue.
Okay, so I think that's the biggest takeaway. 100% people probably looking forward to the new tax regime, and therefore there will not be any need for the government.
And I may just add one thing. Now, you would have heard it, how much benefit the person gets under the new regime in the new structure. The finance minister gave some idea about the numbers of the figure, and she said that a person having an income of 24 lakh rupees is going to get 1,10,000 rupees. And then I did a homework, including surcharge and education. A person having an income of more than 2 crore rupees, he is liable of a 15% surcharge. So his tax saving under the new regime in this new structure, tax structure, will be more than 1,26,000 rupees.
Okay, so what we
just
were hoping,
imagine it, the issue is
that this tax bonanza is for the lower strata. Probably it has again helped those which are earning 2 crore plus in saving more taxes, I believe.
Mr. Jain, the other thing that you have to arrange is you've done this homework. All of us in the room are happy to pay that 15% surcharge. You need to arrange 2 crores.
I wish.
Thank you so much, Pratik, Mr. Nange, and Mr. Jain, for being with us on this special edition. And thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience for this exciting conversation, engaging one, and of course, a very, very important one at that. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time now for our next session. And this session is titled The Deep Seek Alpha. With the Union Budget 2025-2026 setting the stage for economic and financial policy shifts, investors must adapt their strategies to navigate new opportunities and also challenges. In this session, leading investment strategists and market veterans will analyze the post-budget investment landscape, exploring emerging trends, sectoral opportunities, and strategies for maximizing the returns. This discussion will provide expert insights on risk management, asset allocation, and alpha generation, helping investors make informed decisions in a rapidly evolving market scenario. To welcome on stage our next panelist, I'll first invite Mr. Dhirendra Kumar, CEO Value Research, to please be on the stage. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Let us also invite Mr. Vijay, Kedia, MD Kedia Securities, to please be on the stage for this session. And I will also like to invite Mr. Manish Dangi, the CEO and founder of Mosaic Asset Management. And Shel Bhatnagar will be carrying forward the moderation of this session, editor Markets, Business Today, Television.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Every single face on this panel is very well known. They manage tons and tons of public money as also an equal amount of their own money. All of us have analyzed the budget in great detail. Now, let us look at how it will impact our finances. I'll start with you, Manish. Manish is a cyclical investor, looks at all the things globally, and then decides where to put in money. With this Trump tantrum now sort of being over, Manish, do you think the globe is now less volatile? Does it offer better opportunities in the coming 6 months? And if yes, does India fall on your map?
Two things, I'm not sure the Trump tantrum is over. I mean, until he's around for next 4 years, these tantrums will be sort of pretty frequent. I kind of think that one way to look at sort of Trump reflects is that he is out there to negotiate a small deal with Canada, Mexico, or Europe, and eventually India and China. And of course, make a small victory and then, of course, go back to his audience, the MAGA crowd, and have them cheer it. So that's one benign way of looking at it. There is a high chance that, this is how Trump would, trade would play out. But there is a decent probability that this time Trump is thinking a lot more geostrategically and having figured that US would lose its hegemony if something dramatic is not done. And I don't think market, both Wall Street and Dalal Street is prepared for it. So the first order thinking of mine is that, it shouldn't be dismissed as Trump, wanting to do a small deal. It's possible that, we will have a recurrence of what he tried to do with Mexico and Canada to many other countries. That's first order. And a small point, with respect to its impact on India, it's not a direct impact on India that, it's very, very unlikely that, we'll have major tariffs coming our way. I think, the chemistry between Modi and Trump is sort of well known. But it is likely that via China, if Trump were to sort of impose significant tariffs as he did on China, 10%, via that, there's going to be a deflationary pressure on all sorts of manufacturing goods, that China produces. So therefore, if you are in the business of anything that China, that competes with China, I think, next 1.5 year could be sort of problematic for you because a lot of stuff that you sell likely would be sort of available cheaper. It has implications that we should discuss in detail. But I think from an Indian standpoint, it's via the medium of China that, we'll face deflationary pressures, particularly in manufacturing, and that too particularly in the areas that China is sort of good at, So that's how I think, Trump's reflex will play out for us.
केडिया साहब बहुत जाने माने चेहरे हैं स्टॉक मार्केट्स के और बहुत ज़बरदस्त तरीके से निवेश भी करते हैं. पिछले 3-4 महीने से बिल्कुल शांत बैठे हैं, कोई ख़रीदारी नहीं करी और इंतज़ार कर रहे हैं कि अच्छा मौका आए. केडिया साहब, अच्छा मौका आ गया या अभी टाइम लगेगा?
नहीं, मेरे को लगता है पिक्चर अभी बाकी है. तो अच्छा मौका आने वाली पिक्चर अभी लग रहा है मेरे को थोड़ा बाकी है. और कई महीनों से नहीं कि मेरा तो ऐसा ही है, जैसे अभी मैंने डांजी सर को भी बता रहा था कि मैं तो साल में मुश्किल से कोई एक इन्वेस्टमेंट करता हूँ या 2 साल में 3 साल में 1-2 इन्वेस्टमेंट करता हूँ और मैं क्वार्टर देखता भी नहीं हूँ और मेरे पास में पैसे भी नहीं रहते हैं क्योंकि जब तक कोई शेयर्स बेचूंगा नहीं तब तक कोई दूसरा खरीदने का मेरे को मौका भी नहीं मिलेगा. तो मेरे लिए पूरा लॉन्ग टर्म गेम है ये. मेरा क्वार्टर या मेरा दिन शुरुआत होता है 5 साल के बाद में, फर्स्ट डे मेरा इन्वेस्ट करने के बाद में, उसके बाद में फिर वो गिनती शुरू होती है. तो मेरे लिए इस बजट का या ये गड़बड़ का या ये सब चीज़ों का कोई ज़्यादा फर्क नहीं पड़ता है.
Dhirendra, you've read the fine print of the budget in a manner that not many people go through, and you have basically all details with yourself as far as the benefits of this budget are concerned. At this point of time, we are also focused with a lot of volatility in the market. People who've entered stocks in the last 3.5 years are in pain. What would be your 3 points of advice to what they should do with their existing investing and what should they do over the next 6 months?
All existing investors who are sitting on losses and they just have to take the lesson. And the simplest thing for any new investor, anybody who has been investing for many years and last 6 months also he has invested, I don't think they need any guidance. They know that market is like this only and it will remain like this forever. Just because you started investing does not change the behavior of the market. What will happen is that, the only thing that can be done about a person who got started is that, he should take a lesson. And the lessons are pretty straightforward. Stagger your investment when getting started. If you don't have much time, keep that money in your bank or whatever. unless you have 5 years' time, don't invest in equity. Never invest at one go. If somebody follows this rule, I don't think he will ever be disappointed.
Okay. And for all those people who had bought, 3 different kinds of small cap funds, 4 mid cap funds, and a lot of other aggressive thematic funds, what is your advice?
No, just hold it and set it. And if you have a bunch of, I have this great belief. I've been looking at mutual funds for the last 30 years. And if you invest regularly in a mutual fund, and even the lousy ones, even a bad fund manager can't really do any damage to you. Because in 5-7 years, things really work out very nicely. And the market is always cyclical. So my suggestion is that, if you are invested, and small cap fund, if you are able to withstand the default, there is nothing more rewarding. The longest 20-year return of a dozen small cap fund is close to 20%. So 20% you can really understand what, at this kind of return made over last 20 years in a public mutual fund, which is just investing in small companies, it is twice as much as what Mr. Buffett has made.
Wonderful. So if you are stuck in any small cap fund where the net asset value is far lower than what your entry level was, just stay there. It will be better if you put in a SIP into that amount, whatever it be, and then maybe wait for 5-6 years. In fact, earlier, the tide will turn. Manish, in terms of the investment opportunities available in India, vis-a-vis China, as you say, China will be in pain. What are the 4 or 5 sectors that you will avoid completely, where the competition from China is so good that it's impossible for Indian companies, listed Indian companies, to make money?
So I think, thing which sort of Indians like the most, of course, a lot of managers like is, let's say, auto and auto component. Traditionally, India has been sort of pretty good at that. But once you see Chinese cars and the price point they offer, and what they've done to the East Asians, some of the countries, if you go to Thailand, Malaysia, how Chinese manufacturers have formed that space. So my sense is that at some point in time, it'll begin to hurt Indian manufacturers. So I think auto comp is what I'll be super cautious on. I think it's also likely that metals, especially the high-end metals, would face tremendous stress unless, of course, we impose substantial amount of anti-dumping duty. So, and it's sort of, China is about 1/4 of global manufacturing. So China is sort of good at anything which is tradable. And is of a size which is unimaginable, from an Indian manufacturer standpoint. So my sense is that almost all manufacturing goods which are not in core sectors, would potentially will get hurt. The other side of it, even though you didn't ask me, the other side of it, the service business is where the Indian moat is. Anything to do with the, India sort of has a high amount of cognitive labor, and adjacent to that is, of course, Indian IT or Indian tech ecosystem, not just the listed players, but also the SaaS and the, potentially AS, the air, all sorts of those businesses, would perhaps do very, very well. So in a sense, it's a glass half full. There are opportunities in India that, in the new regime that we live in, very likely, as a manager or as investor or as someone, who wants to sort of invest in newer opportunities, including the unlisted ones, I think there are a lot of opportunity in India today, which we have in the new regime that we are in.
So we avoid autos, we avoid, therefore, auto ancillaries. Metals is something that you don't like.
Yeah.
And therefore, what you like is maybe the
Services
IT
business.
Space, the banking space. These are all services.
Yes.
These are all domestic oriented. I mean, apart from IT, which is...
I agree. So, so small players like, NBFCs have had a peak pain, and likely regulatory loosening up will happen. At margin, liquidity will ease. So therefore, the peak pain for the NBFCs, including microfinance, is likely behind us.
Okay.
I think BFSI in aggregate, outside of asset management firms, I like, because, valuations have gotten down corrected. And sort of improved liquidity and better valuation should mean that, they should keep you in good stead. So that part. What I'm most bullish, of course, is, I've discussed on your show many times in the last 6 months is the IT and IT services. I think that part will do very well for India.
Dhirendra, you wanted to add something?
No. I can only think of, the pain points. The biggest, lesson to take from what has happened in the last 6 months is don't get excited about exotic part of the market. The PSU fund, that fund, this fund, the defense fund. Investing is boring. Investing should be done with great simplicity, should be done in a manner where diversified equity fund, the flexi-cap fund, the multi-cap fund, they take you home. And everything else which look like a novelty is where investors have the maximum pain.
केडिया साहब, आप चाइना गए और आपने वहाँ पर बहुत समय बिताया. मनीष जी ने कहा कि वहाँ की जो इकोनॉमी है वो इतनी बड़ी है कि वो शायद हमें ओवरवेल्म कर दे. एज एन इन्वेस्टर आपकी व्यक्तिगत राय क्या है चाइना वर्सेस इंडिया?
मेरी व्यक्तिगत राय है कि हमें चाइना से कंपैरिजन नहीं करना चाहिए. और ये अपने आप को आई डोंट नो हम क्यों चाइना से कंपैरिजन करते हैं. हम $4 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी है, वो $20 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी है. और कई डेटा ये अगर आप ठीक से अगर इसको सर्च अगर आप करेंगे तो आपको खुद को आपको एहसास होगा. एक एग्जांपल देता हूँ. जैसे हमारा एजुकेशन का जो स्पेंडिंग है वो $12 बिलियन का है और चाइना $800 बिलियन साल का खर्चा करता है एजुकेशन के अंदर में. तो चाइना का और हमारा किसी भी तरीके से अगर समझे तो कोई मुकाबला नहीं. जैसे उन्होंने गाड़ी की बात बताई, लोग पूरी दुनिया में BYD का नाम खाली जानते हैं. BYD चाइना की 5th लार्जेस्ट ऑटोमोबाइल कंपनी, 5th लार्जेस्ट, नंबर 1 नहीं है. और जहाँ तक कार का सवाल है, मनीष जी जैसे बता रहे थे, 60 लाख गाड़ी इस बार इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल चाइना एक्सपोर्ट करेगा, 60 लाख. और उसकी एवरेज कॉस्ट उसकी आती है $18,000. और यूरोप में वही गाड़ी बनती है $40,000 के अंदर में. तो ये जो अभी ट्रम्प का भी जो ये बातचीत जो आई है अभी है कि मेरे को सोलार में नहीं जाने का, दूसरी एनर्जी में नहीं जाने का, इलेक्ट्रिक में नहीं जाने का, वो खाली इसके लिए. आज दुनिया के आप देखिए जितने भी भंडार है, जो भी रॉ मटेरियल है, जो भी फ्यूचरिस्टिक टेक्नोलॉजी है, वो चाहे सोलार की हो या आपकी इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल की हो, लिथियम आयरन बैटरी जिसके बाद वो करते हो, इवन ग्रीन हाइड्रोजन हो, इन सबके जो रॉ मटेरियल है, इंडिया भी चाइना पर डिपेंडेंट है इन सब चीज़ों को बढ़ावा देने के लिए. तो उनके साथ हमारा वैसे अगर वस्तुतः देखा जाए तो कोई कंपैरिजन नहीं है. तो
लेकिन केडिया साहब, दिक्कत तो ये है ना कि जब हम बाजार में निवेश करते हैं तो हमारे पास कोई विकल्प नहीं रहता. अब हमको भारतीय बाजार में इन्वेस्ट करना है, आप जैसे बड़े दिग्गज चाइना में भी इन्वेस्ट करते हैं. यहाँ पर जैसा कि मैंने मनीष से पूछा, आप कौन से ऐसे सेक्टर्स हैं जहाँ पर बिल्कुल ही ध्यान नहीं देते, जहाँ पे आपको पता है कि चाइना की कॉम्पिटिटिव एज इतनी ज़्यादा है कि इनमें मल्टी बैगर्स ढूंढना या इनमें 15-20% सालाना रिटर्न कमाना मुश्किल है?
कौन से अच्छे सेक्टर है ऐसा बोलो?
कौन से आप बिल्कुल देखते ही नहीं है जहाँ पर ये दिक्कत है?
नहीं, जहाँ पर चाइना से कंपटीशन अगर समझिए कोई एक्सपोर्ट कर रहा है, फॉर एग्जांपल जैसे कई जगह है, जैसे 3 व्हीलर का एक्सपोर्ट होता है. तो आज ही संयोग से किसी से बात हो रही थी, अफ्रीका के अंदर उसको 3 व्हीलर चाहिए, उसको इलेक्ट्रिक 3 व्हीलर. तो मेरे को पूछ रहा था क्या रेट में जनरली आएगा, तो मैंने बताया करीब $6,000 के अंदर में. वो बोला मेरे को चाइना से $3,000 में मिल रहा है. तो मैं बोला मेरे को बात करने का भी कुछ रह नहीं गया, बोले तुम्हें चाइना से ले लो, मैं इसके अंदर में क्या कर सकता हूँ. तो जहाँ पर चाइना है ना, वहाँ पर आप उसको सक नहीं पाएंगे कोई भी कारण से, चाहे वो उसको स्टेट उसको सब्सिडी देता हो, कि वहाँ पर लेबर कॉस्ट वहाँ पर कमती हो, कि रॉ मटेरियल उनके खुद के हो. जहाँ पर चाइना के साथ कंपटीशन हमको करने की ज़रूरत नहीं है ना, हमको मेरे को नहीं. तो हम दूसरी चीज़ तो बेटर है कि जो डोमेस्टिक जो थ्योरी है, जो थीम है डोमेस्टिक थीम, जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल अभी बजट के अंदर में और फोकस उधर करना चाहिए जहाँ पर गवर्नमेंट का फोकस हो, वहाँ पर इन्वेस्टर को फोकस करना चाहिए. जैसे पिछले जो 4-5 साल गए उसमें गवर्नमेंट का इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे फोकस था, रेलवेज और डिफेंस के ऊपर में फोकस आया, तो सारे शेयर्स मल्टीप्लाई हुए. वैसे अभी जैसे गवर्नमेंट बात करिए फॉर एग्जांपल टूरिज्म की, तो ऐसे लगता है टूरिज्म के जो शेयर्स हैं उसके अंदर में कुछ आना चाहिए. इंडिया के अंदर में पूरी दुनिया का सारा टूरिज्म इंडिया के अंदर में समाया हुआ है. चाहे आपको इबिजा की बीच चाहिए तो चाहिए, रेगिस्तान चाहिए तो स्नो चाहिए, तो और पुराने अगर समझिए वो पैलेस चाहिए, सब चीज़ इंडिया में. खाली इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की कमी है यहाँ पे. तो मेरे को टूरिज्म है जो हो सकता है कि राइजिंग सेक्टर.
आपने कोई लिया टूरिज्म का शेयर?
नहीं, मैंने एक एयरलाइंस का शेयर्स लिया था 2 साल पहले. एयरलाइंस कंपनी, एक एयरलाइंस कंपनी का शेयर्स लिया, वो होल्ड कर रखा हूँ मैं. कभी मौका पड़ेगा तो उसको और बढ़ा सकता हूँ.
तो वैसे तो हमारे देश में एक ही एयरलाइन है जिसमें हम सब लोग ट्रैवल करते हैं और वो ही लिस्टेड है, तो उसका नाम लेना क्या है वो तो सब आपको पता ही होगा. Dhirendra, the question comes to you on China. After all that we've spoken, the net dollar return that foreign investors have earned on China is much, much less than India.
It's zero over the last 5 years for the option that is available.
Wonderful. So with that background in mind, do you also construct portfolios which are minus China?
No, there are not too many ways of building portfolio where you can actually add China. You don't have too many investment vehicles. All that you have is, Hong Kong index getting factored in. But that apart, I would be very wary. In fact, there was one index. There is an index called FANG Plus. It has 10 big technology stocks of the world in it. They are very large position, 10% each. It gets rebalanced every 6 months. And two Chinese companies were part of it about 2 years back. And that was a nightmare because that was the beginning of the fall of that Alibaba and Baidu, which were the biggest component of this.
They had to remove them.
That led to the drag of that index by 50%. And these two companies lost their value. So one is to actually look at Chinese companies as great businesses, great margin, great market share. But as an alternative or as an investment avenue, they are horrible. They are nightmare for investors. Because the basic belief that, businesses can work, or for the investor centricity, the way we are able to put people in jail for their corporate misgovernance in India, that I think, is far away in China.
Okay. Manish, given the fact that the rupee is on a constantly declining trend over the last 3-4 months or so, where do you expect it to settle? And obviously, two benefits from rupee depreciation, any sectors that you find interesting?
So the first order thinking on rupee, of course, is that purely from a way we all, and including RBI measures, is real. I think we have sort of close to a decent valuation now. Last time also we discussed, close to 87, 88 is what I thought it'll get to. We're already there. Now, of course, it is a dynamic situation. If tomorrow there were to be more sanctions on China or more tariffs in China, it's, as I said, the route to, if there were to be more tariffs, eventually it would mean sort of more depreciation for INR. INR will have to depreciate significantly more than CNY because China would be otherwise dumping their goods here. So to that extent, it's possible that versus what I would have thought 3 months ago when I talked to you that 87 is where I see it, it's a little bit more open-ended now. That's one. Okay. Number two, of course, rupee typically depreciated rupee typically helps things that we sell abroad and which are sort of billed in dollar. Something that billed in dollar is actually IT. So again, it benefits. It's a good. Gold, IT, all of these are sort of effectively billed in dollar. So therefore, actually, they do benefit. Metals also are effectively billed in dollar because, there is a import parity. And to that extent, it should benefit. But because it also has an angle of Chinese economy not doing well, therefore, it's avoidable, so to say. So to that extent, I would say, precious metals and IT services is one way to kind of bet on sort of weaker currency. So Indian sort of index is actually a beautifully constructed index, in all kinds of situations, financial distress, rupee depreciation.
You're talking about the Nifty.
Indian Nifty is a very nicely constructed place with a lot of, global sort of play built in through USD INR and some of it actually through exports. So to that extent, it's a safe place to be. Even in distress, it actually, in 2013 or 18, the Nifty does all right. So sometimes, you see pain in small cap because they are in intermediate sector. So if, let's say, economy were to slow rapidly, then small caps and mid caps actually don't do well because they are a very high beta. And, their margins actually erode very quickly when the economy slows down. But the Nifty does all right. So to that extent, it's given that you asked this question from all of us, if you also kind of think that, there's a lot of uncertainty, at margin you may want to hide in Nifty, that's a sort of a safe place to be in.
Okay. Dhirendra would term it as a large cap fund.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Okay. तो अगर यहाँ पर फ्रेश पैसा डालना हो धीरेन्द्र जी, तो बताइए किस तरीके से डालना है, कौन-कौन से सेक्टर्स आपको लगता है कि अगले 2-3 साल बढ़िया काम करेंगे और किस तरीके से निवेश करें, एक मुश्त या धीरे धीरे, और कौन कौन से फंड्स, अगर आप ओवरऑल थीम्स ही बता दें तो।
नहीं, मुझे थीम के बारे में जानकारी नहीं है और मैं बहुत विश्वास करता हूँ डाइवर्सिफिकेशन में, और कुछ थीम है जो कि काम करेगा, लेकिन उसमें पार्टिसिपेट कैसे करें और उसमें इन्वेस्ट कैसे करें और स्पेसिफिक टाइमिंग क्या होगा, ये थोड़ा मुश्किल है। लेकिन मुझे लगता है कि ये जो स्मॉल कैप का हवा बना हुआ है, हमारे यहाँ एक गड़बड़ी हुई है। हमारे यहाँ ना एक सेबी ने क्लासिफिकेशन बनाया कि 100 बड़ी कंपनी लार्ज कैप है, अगली 200 कंपनी मिड कैप है और बाकी सारी कंपनियाँ स्मॉल कैप है। तो अगर छोटी कंपनी अगर बहुत बड़ी भी हो जाती है, लिक्विड भी हो जाती है, अगर उसमें ट्रेडिंग का वॉल्यूम बढ़ जाता है, हमारे बाजार काफ़ी एक्सपैंड हो चुका है, तो बहुत सारे बड़े मिड कैप लार्ज कैप जैसे हो गए हैं, लेकिन वो मिड कैप ही माने जाएंगे। स्मॉल कैप अलग तरीके का, जो स्मॉल कैप की लिस्ट में पहले 150-200 कंपनियां हैं, वो करीब करीब बड़ी मिड कैप जैसी लगती हैं। तो उससे डरने के बजाय पिछले 20 साल का वो स्मॉल कैप का डेटा देखिए कि जो नियरेस्ट डाइवर्सिफाइड व्हीकल है उससे वो ज़्यादा रिटर्न दे पाया है। और ये जो सारे उतार चढ़ाव की जो हम बात करते हैं, ये बिल्कुल गिरता है। 2008 में जब बाजार गिरा था तो यहाँ 55% की गिरावट थी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद ये जो 20% का सालाना रिटर्न है, ये देखिए कि आपको 10% रखना है, 20% रखना है, 25% रखना है। बाकी सब चीज़ों के लिए एक मल्टी कैप फंड जिसमें कि स्मॉल, मिड, लार्ज सब कुछ होगा। फ्लेक्सी कैप ना खरीदें क्योंकि वो अधिकतर फंड लार्ज कैप हो गए हैं। 1 या 2 फंड में इन्वेस्ट कीजिए, ये एक अच्छा मौका है। अगर आपके पास एक मुश्त पैसा इकट्ठा हो भी गया है तो अगले 3 महीने में उसको इन्वेस्ट कर दीजिए।
तो कितना प्रतिशत मल्टी कैप फंड में डालें, कितना स्मॉल कैप में, कितना मिड कैप में?
अगर आपने पहले कभी कुछ नहीं किया है तो 100% पैसा अपना मल्टी कैप फंड में डालिए। अगर आप 2-3 साल से इन्वेस्ट करते हैं तो 10-20%, 30% स्मॉल कैप में भी डालिए।
जी, केडिया साहब, आप बाजार को बहुत ही बारीकी से देखते हैं और अक्सर बिल्कुल शांत बैठे रहते हैं क्योंकि आपके हिसाब का निवेश का मौका नहीं मिलता है। एक तो आप क्वांटिटी बहुत खरीदते हैं और उसको लंबे अरसे तक देखते हैं। फिलहाल कोई ऐसे स्टॉक्स, ऐसे सेक्टर्स या ऐसे सेगमेंट्स बाजार के जो आपके वैल्यूएशन मैप में आते हुए दिख रहे हों गिरावट की वजह से?
तो जैसे मैंने बताया, मेरे को टूरिज्म पे लग रहा है कि इंडिया के अंदर में टूरिज्म का एक जो सेक्टर है वो सनराइज सेक्टर शायद वो हो सकता है अगले 10-15 सालों के लिए। और उसी तरह मेरे को वो एयरलाइंस भी उसकी प्रॉक्सी है, या समझिए, या टूरिज्म एयरलाइंस की प्रॉक्सी, आप कुछ भी समझिए। तो मेरे को जैसे एयरलाइन के अंदर में जैसे मेरे को लग रहा है कि ये सनराइज सेक्टर है और इनमें अभी ये शुरुआत हो रही है, अभी कुछ भी नहीं है। अभी अगर आप देखें, एक डेटा आपको बताता हूँ। जैसे मैं एक जगह मैंने पढ़ा था कि इंडिया में 150 एयरपोर्ट है, तो उसने पूछा कि यूएस के अंदर में 14,000 एयरपोर्ट है, 14,000 एयरपोर्ट है, ठीक है, वो छोटे बड़े प्राइवेट सब मिला के। और इंडिया के अंदर में आज भी क्या हो रहा है कि एक साल में एयरलाइंस पे जितने यात्री ट्रैवल करते हैं उतने रेलवे में एक दिन के अंदर में ट्रैवल करते हैं। तो मैंने स्कोप यहाँ पर खूब बहुत ज़्यादा है, तो मेरा फोकस अभी इन पर है।
और हमेशा की तरह केडिया साहब, जो शो की समाप्ति होगी वो आपके गान से होगी। बताइए कौन सा ऐसा गाना है जो सूट करता है बाजार के टेम्परामेंट को और आपकी सोच को?
मेरे को अभी जो मार्केट का जो ढंग, हम हमेशा चिंता में रहते हैं ना, बुल मार्केट है, बेयर मार्केट है, ये हो गया, वो हो गया, फॉरेक्स हो गया, कभी बारिश, कभी हो गई। इस पर मैंने एक पहला गाना लिखा था कि कभी DI, कभी FI, इन्फ्लेशन, कभी तेल, कभी डॉलर, कभी बारिश, इन सबका है ये खेल। प्रॉब्लम्स के है कई नाम यहाँ, ज़रा हटके ज़रा बच के, शॉर्ट टर्म में मेरी जान। और इसका दूसरा अंतरा ये है, कभी मैक्रो, कभी माइक्रो, कभी स्लो डाउन, कभी स्केल, कभी US, कभी चाइना, कभी झगड़ा, कभी मेल। टेंशन के है कई नाम यहाँ, ज़रा हटके ज़रा बच के, शॉर्ट टर्म में मेरी जान। ए दिल है सिंपल कमाना यहाँ, ज़रा इफ लॉन्ग टर्म, बस लॉन्ग टर्म, ओनली लॉन्ग टर्म मेरी जान।
क्या बात। With that, ladies and gentlemen, we'll call it a day. So the theme is multi-caps, the theme is tourism and airlines, and of course, the IT trade. Thank you so much for watching.
Thank you so much, Dhirendra, Vijay, and also Manish for that exciting conversation, and Vijay especially for talking about and in that musical words, what exactly is the current temperament of the markets. Always a pleasure to hear you out on that. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move to the next session now. The politics of budget 2025-2026. The union budget is more than just numbers. It reflects the government's economic vision, priorities and political strategies. In this session, representatives from key political parties will also analyze the Budget 2025 through a political lens, debating the fiscal priorities, welfare policies, and the economic impact. This discussion will offer diverse perspectives on key voter segments and the broader political narrative shaping India's economic future. Let's welcome on stage our next set of panelists, Amit Malviya, National in Charge of BJP's Information and Technology Department. Warm round of applause. We also have with us Praveen Chakravarti, Chairman, Professional Wing and Data Analytics of the Indian National Congress Party. Welcome to you, sir. And we also have Mr. Jasmine Shah, Senior Member of Aam Aadmi Party, former Vice Chairperson, Dialogue and Development Commission of Delhi. And to moderate this, we have Siddharth Zarabi, Editor, Business Today.
Thank you very much, Sakshi. Warm welcome to all of you here. This is to dissect the politics of the budget. And if we are dissecting the politics of the budget, I think the first question which should go to Amit Malviya. Amit, Mr. Kejriwal has claimed that the BJP borrowed from his book and his appeal to enhance the tax rebate to 10 lakh. You went beyond that by 2 lakhs. And that the credit should go to the Aam Aadmi Party. What do you have to say to that?
Thank you, Siddharth. The problem with Arvind Kejriwal is that he speaks too much and he does very little. So it's not surprising that he has solutions for all the problems that he has created, and he has suggestions for everybody else except his own government. But having said that, this budget is quite a transformative budget on multiple levels. Not just the tax reform, which is sweeping. It means if a husband and wife together earn up to 25 lakhs, it will be tax-free. Now that's a massive amount of money in the people's hand that will boost up consumption. It not only limits itself to those who earn up till 12 lakhs, but the new tax brackets that have been put in place will effectively bring down the tax rate for every individual, every salaried class of this country. So your effective tax rate, which has seen the highs of 97% under the Congress regime when Indira Gandhi was the Prime Minister, to now when it is effectively around 21%. This is on direct taxes. Even in the indirect taxes, in the last 10 years that Prime Minister Modi has been at the helm of affairs, we've ensured that GST has brought down the effective tax rate from 15% to 12.2%. Now, no other government in the history of India has brought in these significant reforms, both in direct and indirect taxes. Let me come to the fiscal prudence of the budget, or the fiscal deficit number. Everybody was expecting that the government might be at 4.5%, but the budget has outlined it at 4.4%, which is better than what most analysts, market watchers, and political analysts had been expecting. So on that count, every welfare program is being done in the framework of financial prudence. The third important aspect is on the Capex. How much is the government putting out to build infrastructure? And there has been a steep increase in the outlay. For 25-26, the number is about 17% higher than what it was for 24-25. So on these three parameters, which are essentially very, very critical for any country to grow, to increase consumption, to increase expenditure, this budget has achieved this. And obviously the big icing on the cake is the push for tax reforms and the big amount of money that is now going to go in the hands of middle class, which will obviously boost up consumption. And not just middle class, every single individual who's starting out his career, the young people of this country will effectively now be able to take back the entire home, the sum of money. And to put it in perspective, earlier, when the UPA was in power, if you were earning 16,666 rupees, which was tax-free, today you'll be earning up to 1 lakh rupees, which will be tax-free.
Okay.
So, I mean, clearly, I don't think any political party, any political leader could even envision this kind of budget which has been presented in this budget session.
Before I go to Praveen, the numbers man on the panel, Jasmine, to you, the BJP seems to have found the true middle class just strategically right before the Delhi elections. What do you have to say?
I think the middle class of India cannot be fooled so easily by the BJP. And, you know, the numbers say it all. Only 2% of India's population pays income tax. everybody else pays indirect taxes, which is your GST, your excise and all of that. तो आपने 2% लोगों के लिए अगर एक छोटी सी लॉलीपॉप दे दी, how are you solving the problem of the bulk of the middle class? You talked about Mr. Kejriwal's articulation of the problem of the middle class. He didn't just ask for increasing the tax limit. He asked for that, and thankfully after the pressure of Mr. Kejriwal, they did do something about that. But he raised total seven demands, which actually affect everyone in the middle class. Now this is where, the kind of jugglery comes in by the BJP. Indirect taxes in India have increased astronomically. For the first time, GST has been imposed on essential food items, never happened in the history of India. The excise tax on petrol and diesel has been increased 3 times in the last 10 years. So, अगर दिल्ली के middle class की बोले या देश के middle class की बोले, people know that you have looted them for the last 10 years with both hands. And Delhi election ke pehle, if you're giving them a small lollipop, sorry, you cannot convince them so easily. The bigger problem, I'll tell you what is this with budget, is that it doesn't even admit that the economy is in deep crisis. We have a huge crisis of growth. We seem to be stuck at around 6% GDP growth number. Even the projection, this is the vision of the budget, कि अगले साल भी 6% से खुश रही है. And the problem is, there is no investment that is happening in India. The private investment is down. FDI is at a 16-year low. And this investor confidence, one important reason why the investor confidence is down is there is no rule of law in this country. There is only the rule of BJP. BJP को खुश करो तो contracts मिलेंगे. BJP को खुश करो तो आपके loan माफ होंगे. And I'll give you the biggest example. Bodies like Election Commission of India, I'm telling about incidents that have happened today because we are just hours before the Delhi election. The Delhi Police and Election Commission of India are operating as branches of BJP. Today, unheard of thing has happened. The Chief Minister of Delhi has been filed with an FIR. And why? Because she went and tried to stop goons of BJP from influencing votes in slums in the silent period. What does Delhi police do? It goes and slaps FIR against the chief minister. तो खुलेआम गुंडागर्दी करोगे, आपको लगेगा इन्वेस्टर आके इंडिया में इन्वेस्ट करेंगे. Investors are fleeing India. Lakhs of people, HNIs are fleeing India. That is the problem that you need to address.
Okay, from the budget we have dived straight into the election. Amit, I know you'll want to respond, but Praveen Chakravarti, you are the man in the middle and hopefully not in a muddled debate. We will keep the focus on the budget. In your reckoning, how far can this tax rebate go? Because the Congress, to its credit, has 2 budgets in the last 30 years which made significant improvements as far as tax architecture is concerned, and 1 goes to the BJP. With Nirmala Sitharaman's 8th budget, I think it's basically out of 4, 50-50. In your reckoning, Praveen, how far will this budget go to boost economic growth?
I'll very quickly answer that specific question with data and numbers, and then I'll go to a larger point about the budget. This is income tax statistics data as of assessment year 2023-24. The beneficiaries of this change in income tax would be 15 lakh families. That's it. 15 lakh families. When you increase the exemption limit from 7 to 12 lakhs. This is not my data. Income tax statistics assessment year 2023-24. Now, what was missing in the budget? I think we would all agree that about 60 to 65% of our country is below the age of 30. They're not exactly jumping up in joy with some increase in 7 to 12 lakhs, which is welcome, by the way, which is good, welcome. But there are 2 problems that have gone unattended, and that this particular move will not solve. One, if you all remember, the last budget, there was this big bang announcement by the finance minister of something called the internship scheme, which was an idea borrowed from our manifesto, which was the right to apprenticeship. And that said, and I'm quoting, 1 crore youth will be given skills and jobs and internships over the next 5 years. Did you hear a word about that scheme in this budget? A word. And that impacts 65% of this country. Absolutely nothing. We don't know what happened. And I'll tell you why there was no word. It was, the budgeted amount was 2,000 crores for this scheme. They ended up spending less than 300 crores. That's an admission of failure. And that is what was actually the crying need. Second, which is jobs, youth, 65% of our population. Second, I think I heard the words consumption, boost consumption, but really, what is the elephant in the room as far as economy is concerned? It's private investment. Private investment is at 19% of GVA. It was at 31% during UPA 1. Businesses, in simple terms, businesses are not investing. Why? I am not saying, this is the chief economic advisor of the government of India, a day before the budget, had the perfect phrase for it. He said, government, get out of the way. His phrase, get out of the way. You're standing in the way of private investment. Get out was his words. So I decided to do an exercise. I said, get out of the way could be, in budget speech, could mean we will remove this. We will remove that. And get in the way means we will set up this. We will set up this. In the budget speech, we will remove was uttered twice. We will set up was uttered 20 times, which means Nirmala Sitharaman, finance minister, has said, we will get more in the way, we will get into the hairs of the industrialists and prevent further investment.
Okay.
This is clearly tells me that the chief economic advisor's own words did not travel across a few rooms down to the finance minister's office.
Okay. Amit, you have a lot to respond to. Go ahead.
Look, there are about 7.9 crore taxpayers in this country. And I think our friend from the Congress seems to miss the fact that this tax rationalization will benefit every single salaried taxpayer of this country, which means it's a very large sum of people that we're talking about, their families and those dependent on them. In Delhi alone, that number which will benefit from this tax rationalization is about 1 crore and more. Coming to the larger macroeconomic issues and investor confidence and so on and so forth. You know, I find it quite rich coming from the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson whose remit is quite limited to Delhi, and they've actually failed Delhi as well. If we were having this program 4 days later, perhaps he would even skip this program because he would not be able to defend the results that are expected on the 8th. But having said that, do you know that India in the last 10 years has seen its FDI double up? From $300 billion, the number is actually about $667 billion. The Capex as percentage of your GDP has doubled. The indirect taxes, like I said, has gone down from 15 to 12.2%. I heard the AAP spokesperson say that nothing has ever been so expensive in this country. I think his memory goes back to the time that AAP came into existence, and that's not a very long period, but this country has been around much longer. He's probably not seen what the Congress years were like, and he obviously does not know data behind what lied, before 2014. So I can't hold it against him, but he has a job to do. The metro rail infrastructure has doubled, the airports have more than doubled, the highway construction has doubled, the number of kilometers of highways that we built up till 2014.
But
the last 10 years
Amit,
we built more.
allow me to interrupt you. Then why is headline growth declining?
Look, headline growth is still between 6.5% and more economy in the world. And we have been there for subsequent years now.
But fair point, Amit. But the argument is also that the BJP missed a trick by continuing to follow supply side interventions after COVID, rather than looking at consumption. The middle class is hurting. The rural economy is hurting. We see rural sales numbers. It's only now that you seem to have woken up just before the Delhi election.
Siddharth, you understand economics as well as we do. The fact is that a lot of countries focused on consumption to tide over the COVID crisis, and they've all landed up with inflation, drop in investments. Look at what's happening in America, what's happening in Europe, and so on and so forth. India ensured that we put food on the plate of the people. We pulled out 25 crore people from poverty. Extreme poverty has gone down in India as a consequence of that. That was a period that we had to tide over. Once we are done with that, we are now looking at boosting consumption, and that is why this step is proactive, is well ahead of its time, and your assertion that consumption has gone down or rural markets or rural population is hurting is actually not borne in facts. If you look at the consumption report published by the NSSO just about 6 months ago, they have very clearly said that the rural consumption has gone up. And in fact, because of the ration program that we ran during COVID, people are now spending their money on vegetables and milk and eggs and other products instead of cereals. So there has been a spike in consumption. The consumption has moved towards more healthier option, and that is what is really manifesting itself in the productivity that we see. The step taken now to push consumption or to give more money in the hands of the middle class, those starting out their careers, the young, is essentially to address the other part of the spectrum, because you can't have a situation where you have inflationary pressure because you're putting a lot of money in the hands of the people and ensuring that you stifle your growth. You've got to manage growth imperatives, you've got to manage consumption, and you have to make sure that your interventions are timely.
I wonder what the RBI will think of your argument, because over the past 2 years, the RBI still believes that inflation is a concern. That's why interest rates have not been reduced. We have Friday to wait for that. Jasmine, I'm coming to you, and just to add one more point, I'm sure you want to respond to what has been said earlier. You know, one of the comments that I have noticed on social media is that the Sheila Dikshit government built a lot of infrastructure in Delhi. The Aam Aadmi Party created a welfare state, and the only recent example of infrastructure being created is the so-called Sheesh Mahal, the Chief Minister's residence. You agree with that categorization?
See, obviously, if you believe BJP and all the narratives they put out, तो दिल्ली में तो कुछ नहीं हुआ है, and दिल्ली के लोग बेवकूफ हैं कि अरविंद केजरीवाल और आम आदमी पार्टी को they keep voting back to power. Since you asked a question on infrastructure, the amount of infrastructure that has been built in Delhi in the last decade, no party in Delhi's history has ever built that. And I'll just tell you 2-3 things. Number one, the Delhi Metro. The length of Delhi Metro was around 200 kilometers in 2015. Around 2 decades of construction led to 200 kilometers. In the last 10 years, it has been doubled to 400 kilometers. Delhi today has the highest bus fleet in the entire of country, around 8,000 buses, 2,000 of which are, by the way, electric buses. We talk a lot about pollution. Ask BJP how many electric buses they have purchased in any of the cities surrounding Delhi. Zero. Delhi has the highest electric buses in the country. We have built 38 flyovers in the last 10 years. Earlier to that, in the 6 decades put together, only 62 flyovers existed. Now come to health and education, and I want to tie it up with the budget theme. The reason why I say that the BJP has no vision for developing the country or growth is because they have this fanciful idea that giving huge corporate tax cuts, the kind of corporate tax cut they gave in 2019 erased 3 lakh crores of revenues annually. But look at their investment in health and education. Union budget 2015 has allocated only 2.5% of the budget to education and only 1.9% percentage of the budget to healthcare, which, by the way, India spends the least amount of on health and education amongst all the G20 countries. Compare that with Aam Aadmi Party in Delhi. We had in government schools around 24,000 classrooms back in 2015. In the last 10 years, we have added 22,700 classrooms. We've literally doubled the stock of that. We have built 550 mohalla clinics from scratch. We've increased the hospital bed capacity by 50%. So narratives aside, there has been a huge shift. And see, these are the matters that touch the lives of daily people. This idea that India will develop, but we can continue deprioritizing health and education, we can invest all the money into tax cuts and not worry about the stagnant wages. I'm going to refer to the Chief Election Economic
But on the wages
advisors.
bit, the BJP has also announced a pay commission.
That is for the government. Let's worry about the overall economy, right? Overall economy, one of the big numbers that the Chief Economic Advisor spoke about is that the real wages in India have stagnated for the last, not stagnated, declined in the last 6 years. 2018 mein, what an average salaried worker was earning, you are earning less today. But look at the contrast with corporate profits. Corporate profits are at a 16-year high. So, आप अपने अमीर दोस्तों के लिए तो बहुत अच्छी योजनाएं बना रहे हो. Why cannot you do that for the average आम आदमी? You don't spend on health.
Let me take that quickly to you. Amit, 2019 September historic rate cut. If we added that, then the pendulum would swing in the BJP's favor in terms of tax reform. 3 against 2 broadly. I know Praveen might have observations on that, but we can come to that. But you failed. corporate India is not investing as much as you want, and clearly wage growth is an issue.
Again, let me do a fact check. In second quarter of 2024-25, 42.5% is the jump in investments that has been done by corporate India. This is the data that is widely available in the public domain. The FDI has increased post that. Private investment is also on an upswing. So I'm not quite sure where you get that pessimism from. But let me come to what the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson just said. And just for his benefit and for the benefit of your viewers, any performance should be measured in the right context. So I did a study about Puducherry, another union territory with a legislative party structure like Delhi. So you should have like-to-like comparison, where Puducherry stands and where Delhi stands, similar structures, similar governance model. On every single parameter, I looked at infrastructure, per capita availability of power, Puducherry is better than Delhi. Water resource management, Puducherry is better than Delhi. Percentage of households with tap water, Puducherry is better than Delhi. Public transport, he spoke about buses, Puducherry is better than Delhi. By the way, Delhi hasn't purchased a single bus in the last 10 years that Arvind Kejriwal has been in power. All buses have been...
Let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm not done. Let me finish. All buses were given by the center. Arvind Kejriwal has not invested even a single bus. Coming to health, because the Aam Aadmi Party has been talking about health and education. Infant mortality rate, better in Puducherry. Sex ratio, better in Puducherry. Institutional birth, higher in Puducherry as compared to Delhi. Postnatal care, better in Puducherry. Diet, better in Puducherry. Ayushman Bharat, not implemented in Delhi. Education, literacy rate, better in Puducherry. Literacy growth over the years, better in Puducherry. School dropouts, less in Puducherry. Pupil-teacher ratio is much less in Puducherry as compared to Delhi. Secondary school teachers availability much higher than Aam Aadmi Party
Is this a budget discussion? And if it's a budget, is it a budget for India or budget for Delhi and Pondicherry?
So Puducherry has now become America, Puducherry, everything is right in Puducherry.
The other criticism is that the B for budget actually is B for Bihar. No, go ahead. No, okay, let Praveen come in because he's been listening to both of you patiently.
So because I thought I came for a budget conclave, and with the emphasis being on the word budget, and last time I checked, it was a budget for all of India, not two tiny territories. But I think really we have to be serious now in terms of what the budget actually meant. And remember, when I said private investment and all of that, I was quoting the current chief economic advisor. It wasn't made up. So I didn't say that the private investment was declining and was not my view. It was actually in a survey. Realistically, let's think about this. And I think Jasmine alluded to this. What is the fundamental problem? The fundamental problem that we have today is in GST. It is 100% of Indians pay GST. Worse, you, me, and that poor lady in Bastar, Chhattisgarh pays the exact same rate. That's how regressive an indirect tax like GST is. And what is the problem with GST? GST is completely muddled. We know the popcorn story, but forget the popcorn story. Since we are sitting in Oberoi, let me ask a simple question. Why is GST on a car 48%? Why are we paying 48%? Remember, if you actually cut that down, it will automatically boost consumption.
And 18% on health insurance.
Can I come in? The GST is not just the center's responsibility.
I'm coming to that. I know you say that.
Aam Aadmi Party, Congress, wherever you are in power, you also contribute to it.
I've heard that false kind of equivalence. Let me come to this, okay? It's a fact that the GST rates are decided in the GST Council. But two things that the finance minister could have done in the budget. Yes, along with the increase in income tax exemption threshold, we commit to a low GST era. Is a signal, is a commitment that the finance minister could have said. Second,
the finance minister today, right here on this stage,
on the floor of the house, what she says in India today, events doesn't matter. On the floor of the house. Second, the BJP and the center, we all know, have 2/3 of all the powers in a GST council. Let us not fool ourselves saying that this is some independent body that makes its own mind. The GST rates may be decided, What we are asking for really is, and I'm saying this as a political economist, not as a politician, simplistically put, our indirect taxes today is 65% of total taxes, direct taxes is 35%. In every other large country in the world, it's the exact opposite. Governments get more of their tax revenues from direct taxes and less from indirect taxes.
That's a good point. Amit, respond to that. Under the BJP for 10 years, the leadership of the GST Council, after you brought in GST, that credit goes to the BJP. You have reversed what is fundamental tax logic globally, which is taxes have to be proportionate to income. Here, a poor watchman is paying the same tax for a packet of biscuits that somebody stepping out of a car is purchasing. And yet, the central government doesn't seem to be addressing that. There was no mention of a GST reform.
Do you realize how self-defeating that argument is? Assuming that I started off by saying that we have reduced the overall indirect taxes from 15%, average indirect taxes from 15% to 12.2%. Now, are you saying that we never had taxes in this country? Are you saying that the tax regime today is higher than what it was earlier? Just like I gave you example of Puducherry. Let me give you some examples. No, let me finish.
No, Amit, my question was on the direction. I'm not counting that. I'm saying, in fact, instead of 12, you could even argue with some exclusion, it's 11.5. But fundamentally, under the BJP, for 10, 11 years now, indirect taxes are now biting more into our average Aam Aadmi's daily budget. That's the point.
It's 65% of overall tax revenues. That's a statistic that nobody can dispute.
Siddharth, if you will have consumption, you will have indirect taxes. If you are going to give more money in the hands of people so that they can spend,
then the government will also collect more. If 1 lakh crore gets spent, it will come back to the government also.
Siddharth, every government collects taxes. It's not the first time that this government is collecting taxes. And you need taxes if you have to build infrastructure, if you have to run social welfare programs. If we build 11 crore toilets, if we build 4 crore houses, if we have built 40,000 kilometers of highway, if we've built 157 airports, if we have built more AIIMS, more IITs, we've started more medical colleges, it requires money. And the government has to get that money from taxes. So we are enabling people to spend more. We are also bringing down the indirect taxes. If there's higher consumption, there'll always be higher collection of taxes. But has the government not done anything to rationalize the indirect taxes? The answer is no. The criticism is unfair, and particularly coming from the Congress, which saw people up to 97% in the socialist era. We are far, far better off today.
Where does the Aam Aadmi Party stand? There's a GOM which is looking at fixing some of the issues that were mentioned here. For example, GST on health insurance premiums. Where does the Aam Aadmi Party stand? Because we have heard from our colleagues who cover the council meetings that sometimes the states are aligned with the center, sometimes they are not. What is really going on?
No, we are always going to do what is right for the people. If there are some right decisions made, we'll support it. Our purpose is not to oppose everything that happens in GST Council. But let me now correct my friend here. Where we stand is GST on essential day-to-day use items, which the poorest man in India also uses, should be abolished. For the first time in Indian history, I don't think even British charged GST on things like milk, on atta, on paneer, on buttermilk, all of these things.
You know, this is quite a political interpretation because it was also hidden. In our earlier tax structure, some taxes were hidden. They have just come out in public.
Not at all. So let them, if they agree with this, let us agree on this, that if they should not be there, then remove it. Why are you insisting ki garib se garib logo ko?
Let the grand old party representative here come in on that.
No, I have not finished, responding to this. Okay. The bigger thing, and see, their point saying ki we need to spend on things and we need the money. No, you are not spending on things that the Aam Aadmi wants. Have you been spending on healthcare? India has the lowest per capita expenditure on healthcare, amongst 190 countries.
Let Praveen also come in.
But no, the money that they want is actually going into making, corporate, the loans. They have waived off 10 lakh crores of loans in the last 5 years. They've given the biggest corporate tax cuts.
Let Praveen come in. Amit, I'll come to you. Let Praveen come in because he's been listening very patient. Praveen, come.
No, see, I think, again, trying to stick to the budget and the economics of it, GST cut is the surest and the fastest way to trigger a consumption boost. And that is so if indeed that was the economic rationale behind the income tax cut, then the wrong tool was used. The tool is GST. And GST has been for far too long muddled, very high, and very complicated. So the simplest thing to do to boost consumption would have been to reduce GST. The next thing to do to boost private investment, like I said, was simply, we would have liked the finance minister to have said, okay, we want to encourage exports. So we are going to go back to a complete reduction of import duties and tariffs like we had back in 1991 when the trend started. Instead, what did we hear? We will cut tariff duties for blue wet leather and some marine fish products. No. That's exactly why the chief economic advisor advised, get out of the way, please. And that did not happen.
Amit.
Look, first of all, the surest way to increase consumption is not to reduce GST, but to give more money in the hands of the people so they can spend on whatever they like, rather than you reduce taxes on certain things and tell people buy this because this is cheaper, don't buy this because this is not cheaper. The second thing is, if the Aam Aadmi Party is so worried about the health budget and about the premium on health insurance, the first thing that she should do is implement Ayushman Bharat. Before Arvind Kejriwal and Atishi Marlena go out of office, they should sign their decision to implement Ayushman Bharat, and that will make sense. Lastly, GST on household items like flour, atta, honey, sanitary pads is 0%. So the claims made by the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson here are lies. They are factually incorrect. They are fabricated because it wants to feed into certain narrative they have. The truth is, again, I'm saying that there is great deal of rationalization, and no government in the history of India has ever rationalized both direct and indirect taxes like Prime Minister Modi's government has done. The new direct tax bill is going to be tabled next week. It will be there for everybody to see. But the truth is that there's a lot of canard being spread on the GST. I just pointed out 3 items where the tax GST is 0%, and it was staggeringly high in the Congress regime.
Okay.
So when we talk about issues, we have to be factually correct. And lastly, if the government was not listening as the opposition claims, Prime Minister Modi would not have been a third-term Prime Minister, and Arvind Kejriwal would not be getting voted out on the 5th of February. 8th February will bear me out what I'm saying.
Okay, Jasmine, on Ayushman and then to Praveen.
See, and this is why,
will you sign Ayushman Bharat?
No, I'll tell you why.
No, will you implement it? Will you please tell Atishi after you go out saying we have to sign it?
Let's not be a bully on this panel. Allow me to speak.
No,
okay?
but you have to answer this question.
Total allocation for
Will you tell Atishi to sign Ayushman Bharat? Even though you call a temporary CM, will you ask her to sign Ayushman Bharat?
Amit, you have asked your question, let him answer.
This is the kind of bullying with investors. That is why investors are fleeing India. है ना? क्योंकि आपके पास ताकत है, आप चिल्लाओगे, आप उनके पीछे ईडी सीबीआई छोड़ोगे.
आपके पास भी एक माइक है, मेरे पास भी एक माइक है.
Ayushman Bharat allocation for 140 crore Indians is 8,000 crores. You know what is Delhi government's health budget for 2 crore people of Delhi? 9,500 crores.
एक MRI machine लगवा
Ayushman
दो.
is a jumla. The kind of exclusions Ayushman Bharat has. If you own a two-wheeler, if you have a pakka ghar, if your income is about 20,000, Ayushman doesn't apply. Delhi mein not even 5% of the public will be applicable. Our health scheme, be it Mohalla clinic, be it free surgeries, free MRI, CT test, everything is covered for every person in Delhi. That is the difference between committing and believing in spending in healthcare versus only doing jumlas like Ayushman.
Okay. The fact is, you can commit anything, but if there are no MRI machines and there are inadequate beds, how does anybody get any healthcare?
There
That is
are
the problem of
150
Delhi.
MRI labs empaneled in Delhi government.
Praveen, just 10 seconds answer. Would you not admit that despite gaining control over the municipalities, the condition of roads in Delhi, which are under your control, not DDF, so please don't take me there, have worsened actually? I use them every day. Everyone in this room uses them. Is that not a right question to ask? Why is that the case?
For 15 years, BJP misruled and misgoverned in the MCD. It left it as a bankrupt organization. I'm not saying that everything has changed.
PWD is
but in the last two, no. the last 2 years, the internal colony roads, you asked about internal colony, in the last 2 years, lot of things have started changing. I'll tell you one small thing. Sanitation workers were never paid in time in the 15 years of BJP rule. Today, everybody gets paid salaries in time.
Okay.
The 3 garbage mountains of Delhi have been reduced by half in just 2 years.
It's absolute lie.
We are committing,
It's
we have a
absolute
5-year
lie.
term in
Everybody knows
MCD.
that there's no
What they
garbage dump
couldn't
that's been
do in
removed.
15 years in MCD, we will do in 5 years.
Okay, just 1 minute left. We'll stick to the time. We got an extension. Praveen, last word on this, and I want you to focus on GST. What is an ideal GST given the nature of India's consumption and the wide economic disparity and inequality that the Indian economy suffers from?
The ideal GST, which is the revenue neutral rate, which basically the ideal structure of a GST is one rate, then there is a -1 and a +1, 3 rate slabs with a 0 rate and something very high if you needed for some extreme sin goods. That's the structure that we have proposed and we've been sticking to. But since it's a budget thing, I think I'll end by saying, when we went into the budget, you will realize
Praveen,
this.
continue because we just got another extension of time.
Okay, so you will, that's good. So you will realize, I mean, and all of us here saw that, including the government's own economists were writing in papers saying, we need a 1991 type reform budget, including former members of the Prime Minister's Economic Advisory Council. 1991 reform type budget, the time is now. And why did they say that? And I agreed with them. We all agreed with them. Why did they say that? Because it was very, very clear that we are at that stage where the economic, there are global economic headwinds, our domestic economic seas were choppy, we needed a new boat to ride this wave. What we got instead was Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman tinkering with the old boat. And despite everybody saying, this boat is over, its lifetime is finished, please get us onto a new boat. And we did not get that. And that is the primary disappointment about this year's budget, regardless of what is going to happen in Delhi or what is happening in Pondicherry or Puducherry.
You know, I'm glad Praveen has no pressure of Delhi because he knows the outcome for the Congress. But having said that, let me broaden this discussion around budget. For the longest time, those seeking reforms wanted Air India privatized. This government has done it without a murmur. Do we realize this or not? FDI in insurance. For the longest time, there was a demand to have 100% FDI in insurance. This budget has allowed 100% FDI in insurance. There seems to be no discussion around it. 20,000 crore investment in nuclear reactor plants. Now, what is it going to do? It is going to produce sustainable power in this country, and that is a major fillip for clean energy, reducing our dependence on fossil fuel, ensuring that the EV market comes alive in the manner that we want it, ensuring that the pollution goes down. The infrastructure capex has been significantly enhanced, despite the fact that we are investing 11.21 lakh crores. Increment of 17% has been earmarked for the next financial year. If you look at all of these aspects in the finer detail of the budget, you will find it's a vision for a developed India by 2047. The Congress had several decades to outline their vision. They failed this country. The Nehruvian growth is for everybody to see. Prime Minister Modi is scripting a new dawn for India, and we are truly on that path. As far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned, they had 10 years in Delhi. They have ruined Delhi, if not anything else. And I am glad the people of the city have now decided that they have had enough of their... Arvind Kejriwal goes out, we will build a capital that India truly deserves, the capital of Viksit Bharat as we call it. That is the vision that this budget has put out.
Okay, 30 seconds to you, Jasmine.
Their vision of Viksit Bharat, they've already told the people of Delhi that if we come to power, free education is going to be stopped, free healthcare, mohalla clinics are going to be shut down, electricity. In all their states, you get the kind of power cuts that you see in Gurgaon, Noida. All those electricity power cuts will be, you'll see them in Delhi. Free electricity and water, which gives a life of dignity to the poorest man in Delhi, that will also be rolled back. And You know, the kind of things that they've been saying, see, Viksit Bharat, bolne se Viksit Bharat nahi hoga. Still now, they do not agree that health and education mein invest karna chahiye. Till now, the kind of abysmal numbers that the union government invests in health and education, and by the way, this is the Gujarat model. Gujarat has, aap Puducherry ki baat kar rahe the, I wish you had spoken about Gujarat, that it invests the least amount of its budget in health and education. 40% of children in Gujarat are malnourished.
Comparing you to Gujarat is putting you
50%
above your
children
weight.
in Gujarat
You
do
deserve
not
to be
even
compared
cross
to
10
Puducherry,
standards.
and that is why I have pegged you.
That is the reality of what BJP will
Comparing
take.
you to Gujarat is like putting a 50 kg wrestler in 90 kg category. You don't deserve to be there.
Okay, there is a political dangle that is underway in Delhi, and that clearly had some shadow over this panel discussion. But I want to thank Amit, Praveen and Jasmine for their participation here. Clearly, after what has happened in the budget, the action should ideally shift to GST reforms, which is fundamental to ensuring continuing growth. And we leave that to the GST Council, which, by the way, has all states, opposition and BJP ruled as part who take a call on our future. Thank you very much for your time with us today. With that, Sakshi, over to you for the next panel.
Thank you so much, all the panelists, for that wonderful discussion, and thank you so much, Siddharth. What we'll do, viewers and all the audiences, is we'll take just a 5-7 minute break, and once we return, it's going to be a star panel that you'll all want to really hear from. The budget makers will be up next, so we'll be joining in back just after 7 minutes or so. So refresh yourselves, take some tea, coffee, and take some refreshments, and we'll be seeing you back very soon. Stay tuned.
Very warm welcome to this panel of very distinguished economists here to make sense of some of the economics and what is not so economic about the budget. Can I start with you, Abhik, to sort of give us a quick sense of what you really make of this budget? Finance Secretary Tuhin Kanta Pandey, who was here just a little while ago, said in his opening comment, he said it's non-inflationary. Now, I wonder how that squares up with the 1 lakh tax rebate, 1 lakh crore tax rebate, and this debate that is open on whether it will boost consumption or will some of it also go into savings. So I want you to begin and put your thoughts on this question.
I think it might be moderately inflationary for some consumer products. But I think the way economists tend to look at fiscal expansion is to look at the whole shebang. And if you actually see a reduction in the fiscal deficit, it's not fiscal expansion, but fiscal contraction. If you want a sort of a common sense interpretation of that, you see a bunch of people saying, this is not enough. You haven't done, enough for, you haven't taken adequate measures for the lower tiers of the population. You've kind of frozen your capital expenditures. So you're infusing a concentrated amount of demand into the system through these tax cuts. But on the other hand, you've kind of been very, very careful, actually pulled back. And if you look at revenue expenditures, which is it's just grown by about 6.6% on a nominal GDP growth of 10.1%. So I think, yes, I think, the poor FMCG companies are tired of waiting for some demand uptick. Perhaps you will see an increase in margins there and consequent inflation, but I don't think it's sort of broadly inflationary in any sense of the word.
Rumki, on that very same point, and to add to that, your own estimate of any possible growth uptick, there's a number that we've spoken about from a Deloitte context, add to those thoughts.
Sure, thanks, Siddharth. One, inflation so far has been a supply side problem. demand has actually remained muted. And right now, we need the demand to spur growth. Because given the uncertainties that we are seeing right now, domestic demand is our best bet. So for that, we need to ensure that consumer demand and investment demand picks up. And that's exactly what the budget has tried to address. Push the consumer demand. That will give signal to the private investors, and that will result in more sustainable investment from the private side. Now, talking about growth, yes, the total boost that they have given will probably add to a very small fraction of GDP. But what we are missing is the multiplier effect. Because consumers will spend, it will result in more investments, and again, it will again result in more employment creation, and this is what we need right now. That virtuous cycle will kick in, and that's exactly what the budget has tried to do.
Dheeraj, will that virtuous cycle kick in? And I'm asking you this as the chief economist of a very large industrial conglomerate, but in 2019, out of budget, September 2019, massive sort of tax cut when it came to corporation tax. That didn't really pan out the way the policymakers had hoped for. Is there anything different this time that this massive tax rebate on the personal income tax side, and mind you, this is only for salaried individuals, will that pan out better?
I think so, because, you know, at the end of the day, even if you cut corporate tax rate, investors will respond if there is demand, right? Either internal or external. If those are muted, then, you know, even if there is a tax cut, investment may not come. But I think if you cut taxes on individuals, they are more likely to spend that money, and therefore you are much more likely to get an immediate positive effect than you would. And as Rumki said, that may in turn spur private investment and create a virtuous cycle. So if you're creating a virtuous cycle or trying to create a virtuous cycle, I think this is a much more direct way and much more, I would say the right way to do it. Whether it works, we'll see. I think, you know, at the end of the day, we should also keep in mind that, you know, fiscal policy doesn't drive growth over the long term. You know, it can help, and this is global, right? It can help smoothen out cycles. So if there's a downturn, it can, you know, help turn it around. So we are having a downturn, help turn it around. But fiscal policy by itself, and government is not large enough part of the economy to drive the entire growth story by itself. So I think we should keep that in mind. The growth, ultimately, this will spur it, but there are other things which we can talk about later which are needed to put us on a trajectory of, say, 7 to 8%. Just a fiscal stimulus, whether in terms of reduced taxes or extra spending, is not going to do it.
Abhi, despite this generous tax rebate, the economic survey projects growth at the top end only at 6.8%. Who is being more conservative or pessimistic, the observers and analysts, or is this economic survey and the authors being more realistic, knowing all the numbers?
No, I think they're just being, I think the projections are realistic in the sense that, look, last year some people made projections including the RBI of 7% plus at the beginning of the year. The economic survey put it at 6.5 to 7%. So I think this government, and to its credit, is conservative. It doesn't want us to talk up the economy too much. So you might want to look at the counterfactual. What would have happened if they haven't given the stimulus? Because, I mean, let's just sort of go back to a popular narrative that was emerging, that rural demand had been weak for a while, just about picking up, but the problem had spread to the urban areas. And I think for the salaried middle, so it was a structural, you know, long-term consumption softness issue, which was now, there's a little bit of improvement on the rural side, but you know, the poor urban consumer, the lower and the middle tiers of the middle class, were getting hit on with various things. There was a serious paucity of demand. So if you didn't do this, you might have slipped below that, you know, 6.5% range. So I think a lot of these forecasts need to be understood in terms of what would have happened if the finance minister hadn't done this. So I would look at it from that perspective. Maybe we would have dropped below 6% for all you know.
I have two other points.
Be seated yet again. Those who are outside will request everybody to please come in and occupy your seats. We are getting ready for the post-break sessions now. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is the budget makers, the architects behind the union budget, who are key to shaping the nation's economic direction. In this session, we will hear from individuals responsible for crafting the country's fiscal blueprint. And these experts will delve into the intricacies of budget formulation, sharing insights on the economic objectives, revenue targets, and policy decisions that guide the entire process. And this discussion, ladies and gentlemen, will also highlight the strategic thinking behind India's financial future and how the budget reflects the government's vision for growth, for sustainability, and also for inclusive development. Requesting everybody to please come in and occupy your seats as we are getting ready for the next session. Let us now invite, ladies and gentlemen, our next set of panelists, the budget makers. Mr. Nagaraju Madirla, he's the Secretary of DFS. We also have Arunish Chawla, Secretary DPAM and DPE. We also have Mr. Ajay Seth, Secretary DEA, and Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, Chairman of CBIC. Welcoming all of them to be on the stage, please. And to moderate this session, we have Siddharth Zarabi and Karishma Sudani to moderate this session. The architects behind the Union Budget of 2025-2026, ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for all the secretaries right here, the architects of Budget 2025. Over to you, Siddharth.
Thank you very much. I'll request everyone here to settle down and the doors to be closed. Thank you very much, sirs, for making it at a time when you have lots of work to do. Since we have all four here, what we want to do is to perhaps get some thoughts from you on broader directions, because you've been speaking and giving a lot of interviews after the budget. Mr. Seth, I come to you and take forward a point that we had discussed on the day of the budget, right after the budget presentation, where you had commented on the point of how international rating agencies are seeing the Modi government's commitment to fiscal discipline, even as you have attempted to give a boost to consumption and perhaps address some of the short-term challenges that our economy is seeing. A couple of days have passed since then, Mr. Seth. Do you think the message by now should have been heard by all the rating agencies and they should have been able to digest all the fine print?
Certainly, but sovereign credit rating agencies take their own time to assimilate the information, do a very extensive work, and then come out. In our conversation with them, and it is a year-long conversation, what we hear from them, they would like to see enough buffers with the government so as to be ready for the next crisis. Something which Government of India had done between 2014 to 19 had brought down debt to GDP ratio very significantly. As a result, there was enough buffer when the crisis, once in a century crisis, COVID came. They would like to see that happen, and that happen pretty fast. At the same time, government will have to balance the growth objective, that the consolidation is spaced out over a period of time. So I'm pretty satisfied that the message has been heard, and we have seen in the past year and a half or two, there have been an upgrade of the outlook. Now, when it gets reflected in the actual rating itself, it is the conversation going on.
Before I go to my colleague Karishma, who has a question for the DPAM Secretary, I just want a quick follow-up. You would use the word crisis. Would it be fair to say that what we are seeing is perhaps the beginning of a global trade crisis and consequent disruptions in supply chains, something that India also suffered from post-COVID, both not of our doing at all, One was a virus from China, the other is emanating from Washington, D.C. What's your own view, Mr. Seth?
I don't see as a trade crisis, but yes, global trade growth will continue to be subdued. That is what I see. Because COVID was different. That was a virus on which it came as a shock. Nobody could control it. Even the 2008 crisis, which was the risks were building up, nobody could see that risks are building up, it came into that. But going by that, while each country take decisions in its own assessment, what is best for that country and for citizens of that country, everybody is a rational entity. So no country will take it to an extent where it creates problem, it creates a crisis situation. So while positioning may happen, some action may happen, counter action may happen, but it will not be a crisis. That is my assessment.
Mr. Chawla, in the past few days, especially when we've been talking to Finance Minister and also you during the press conference of budget, a big question has been if the disinvestment policy has been put on a back burner. Now, while you've clarified that it is not, it is certain that there has been a change, a vision change in how you're pursuing the policy. So now, if I understand right, you're going to revive the companies before selling them.
I would first say that the first part of your sentence is pure speculation, which you have seen in the media. What we have adopted and would pursue going forward is a composite strategy. A composite strategy means we optimize value of public assets and share them with the minority shareholders, which is the people of India. This strategy has 5 elements. 1, the performance monitoring and the performance of public enterprises. The whole idea behind bringing the Department of Public Enterprises and the Department of Asset Management together is to ensure that corporate strategy and asset management are seen together with one lens. 2, public enterprises are responsible for a large amount of capex in the public sector, almost 4 lakh crores. So if 11 lakh, 10 lakh crores is coming from the central budget directly, an equivalent amount is being done through the grants in aid, another 4 lakh crores comes from the public enterprises. And that's a huge part of our capex program. We keep that on track. 3, we ensure a constant, sustained flow of dividend incomes to common citizens, minority stakeholders who have reposed their faith in us, and to ensure that we are fair to them. 4th, we communicate timely, clearly, but neither before time nor after time. And last, calibrated asset monetization. Now, that means that you maximize the value for both the promoter, which is the government, and the minority stakeholders, which is the ordinary investors. We, going forward, will pursue this strategy in the right earnest. Thank you.
Let me come to you. As the DFS secretary, the banking secretary, I am reminded of many previous budgets after that huge bad debt crisis that the Indian economy went through, our public sector banks also went through, where in every budget we used to go through the fine print of what is it that is being given for bank recapitalization, what are the thoughts of the government in that regard. If not much has come to light, it perhaps means that things are under control. But from that point of view, how would you tell our audience and our viewers is the health of India's banking system, and more importantly, to support the kind of growth, credit growth, that this 1 lakh crore tax rebate may likely entail?
we are likely to pay about 22,000 crores as dividends to the government this year. And our NPAs are lowest ever, 0.57%. Our gross NPAs are again lowest, it's around 3%. We can't get better than this kind of help to the banking sector. Now, since we are doing so well, we also taken very active interest in promoting credit to, in fact, segments where earlier we would have not actually done the credit. For example, we are actually now increased credit to SMEs up to 100 crores. Mutual credit guarantee scheme we have launched recently. Up to 100 crores we are giving. Now, credit enhancement we have done. And we also giving with the credit guarantee the scholarships to the students, including the foreign studies. We give to anybody who's admitted abroad, we give the scholarship without collateral thing. That is guaranteed by the government credit guarantee scheme. And this year we have announced PCE, partial credit enhancement facility for corporate sector from the NAFID. And for the KCC, Kisan credit cards, again we have enhanced from 3 to 5 lakh without collateral, any collateral. And all these measures are intended to provide more credit to the segments which are needed most, and also promote investment and also employment in the country.
One quick follow-up. If there are concerns around credit growth, there are also concerns around deposit growth in the banks. The banking system has been saying that there needs to be something that is done in terms of tax treatment to reduce the differential between fixed deposits, which are a source of capital for our banking system, versus mutual funds. Not much was done with that. Is that an issue that has come to your attention? You have spent time on it?
I have not spent much time on that, because ultimately, as the society becomes more financially literate, everybody, including you and me, would like to keep our money in the fixed deposit. Okay, we don't keep it in the current account or savings account, where the interest is lower compared to mutual funds or long-term investment plans. So I think banks need to look at mobilizing more resources from non-traditional ways of doing it. This is how the banking industry developed, and it will develop. As citizens become much more literate financially, we don't want to keep in accounts where we don't get anything. Now, as I said, the tax relief the government has provided, we would, I think, likely, because of, our assumptions indicate that we may get a bump anywhere between 42 to 45,000 crores into the deposits, which will enable the banks to lend more during this year.
I wonder whether Mr. Seth likes the sound of that number, 50,000 crore going into banking deposits. So who is going to spend? Because the larger message of the budget has been go out and spend, drive up consumption and the economy.
Even if people save that money, just look at this one. Somebody earning 1 lakh a month gets a extra 80,000 in a year. It's about 7,000-8,000 rupees a month. Perhaps will go and spend that money, whatever feels like. But somebody having an income of 3 lakh, 4 lakh per month, getting 1 lakh rupees in a year, doesn't have that need for spending. Perhaps will save somewhere. So I'm not jumping into that number, but that money remains with the bank will lend it and do it. So here, yes, the idea is that let this 1 lakh crore would be available with the taxpayer, especially the middle class. Let them decide whatever is their priority. Now, if you can just take a quick time on your earlier question, should government be, through fiscal policy, be deciding or rather prompting any particular savings mode? That is very clear. Government policy is neutral to where the saving should be deployed. Somebody going to the stock market takes a risk and obviously at times get the higher return, at times not so higher return. In a bank, principal is always safe. but the returns obviously will be moderate. So that question that government should be a tax break for savings in a bank, banks have to rather compete, and they have been doing so by increasing their interest rate and through a better service.
If I can, if I can just complement that, see whether if they, since the large tax relief is there are two tax reliefs. I think everybody is focusing on 12 lakhs, but there is also senior citizens, those who keep the account. They get about 50,000 separately. Both the thing together, if they keep it in the banks, deposits, it's fine. Banks will lend more. Okay, if they consume, that is also good for the industry. In either case, it's good for the country.
I'm going to address the elephant in the room, Siddharth, and this has to be on the indirect tax front, which is GST rate rationalization to CBIC Chairman Mr. Agarwal. So in the past few interactions that we have had, and I was also where you were speaking to the industry Inc. people from CII and FICCI, all of them asking you for some relief on GST rate rationalization. Now, while I understand that the power is vested in the hands of the council and the committee, I want to understand what is CBIC's point of view on this. You've been vocal about it, that we need merger of slabs, we need simpler taxation.
Yeah, the terms of reference which have been given to GOM have multiple objectives. One is rate rationalization. Second, to see that the litigation which is arising out of multiple taxes on maybe similar types of items need to be addressed. Then revenue is to be raised, duty inversion is to be corrected. So there are multiple objectives which have been given to GOM. GOM is going into the entire gamut of GST taxation, because when the rates were initially fixed in 2017, that was on revenue neutrality basis. And that time NRR was 15%. Over a period of time, items have been moved to lower rates, and now the average GST weighted average rate is only 11%. So, but revenues have to be raised because earlier the compensation cess was there to compensate the states for or provide them 14% growth. But now the compensation cess which is being collected is to repay the loan which was taken due to pandemic. So now the thing is that once the revenues have to be raised, an exercise is to be conducted to maybe to bring down the number of slabs or to put the goods in such a manner that certain goods will have to be moved to the lower rates. But if something is to be moved to the higher rate, there will be a lot of opposition. So the thing is that it's a complex exercise. My view is that the goods which are of similar nature should be placed at one rate so that we can avoid the litigation.
Sir, where will popcorn get placed?
So you have raised the same very correct point. The rate structure on food items is a bit complex. The food items are either exempted or 5% rate, 12% rate and 18% rate. There are 4 rates. So there is a need to rationalize the rate on food items. The issue related to popcorn will also get addressed if this rate rationalization exercise is conducted in a manner to avoid the litigation.
Sir, I want to tell our audience, you have spent your entire life in indirect taxes, and I don't think there's any bigger expert than the head of the CBIC on this matter. I ask you your personal opinion. Is India ready, our economy ready for one revenue neutral rate, one rate which is concessional and one rate which is above that, apart from sin taxes? Is that 3+1 architecture, can it work for India?
I think so, yes, because if we have a standard rate on which the main portion of revenue comes, and then we have a lower rate because of socio-economic considerations, certain items have to be kept at lower rate, maybe the food items, textiles, and then a higher rate where we can, the goods which are of luxury items can be kept on a higher rate. So definitely it is possible to have this 3-rate structure with exemption also, and maybe on certain sin goods we can have even higher rate. We can reach to the top.
Do you want it to come? Go ahead.
No, I also have experience in the taxes because I was Principal Secretary of Finance. Yes, in fact, when we were doing this in 2014, I was part of the officers committee. How many rates is the one issue which we grappled with. People have come with different kinds of rates. But ultimately, one, as I said, basic commodities where large consumption will be there, which need basic consumption items. That has to be, of course, zero or the lowest rate. That's the fundamental principle all over the world, wherever the indirect taxation is implemented. And then there are commodities which needs to be taxed because they are coveted by the wealthiest.
Right.
Or they are not good for the society in the long term. That will be the highest bracket. And
indirect wealth tax on consumption.
And then the rest of you have to fix in between the rest of the time, depending on the value to the society and also need of the population.
Mr. Seth, I want to ask you this point, that from a macroeconomic perspective, medium to long-term growth perspective, this budget has done significant on personal income tax. It follows what was done on corporation tax in 2019. According to you, is the biggest challenge now for India to reform, tweak, refine its indirect taxation GST alongside deregulation? Are these the two big objectives for any budget maker, you and those who will come after you?
Of the two which you have mentioned, I'll put it deregulation, simplification, reducing the burden of compliances, inspections across governments is the biggest challenge which we have, and making sure that all resources with the country are far more productive than what has been so far. And moving forward, I see the next 10 years has to be just productivity, productivity, productivity. That is what we have to do. Yes, there are indirect taxes require certain changes, but I will not put it at the same place. It's one of the priority, but not the highest priority at this point of time.
I'm going to come back to Mr. Chawla. With the centre letting go of 1 lakh crore revenue now on the direct tax front on personal income tax, is there a lot of pressure on you to try and pull the disinvestment receipts? I know you're very confident about your dividends and you're very happy about it. But if I have to talk about IDBI, is that something you will have to expedite to make it happen in FY25, or at least call the financial bids by March?
It is, everything is on track, including the IDBI. All the preparatory work is done. The due diligence process is on. I would not prejudge or pre-commit an exact strike point, but you will know it in due course. And as far as other targets are concerned, we don't have a fixed disinvestment target. That's not the strategy we follow. We follow a composite strategy where we look at dividends, incomes, initial public offerings, and minority stake sales and strategic disinvestment together with one lens.
Can I ask you a follow-up, sir? The media, all of us have gotten used to big bang disinvestment. I remember going to Mr. G.V. Ramakrishnan's room, which used to be next to the finance minister's, and there was the first list of companies. We've seen several things happen since then. Is there any possibility of a big bang disinvestment like Air India happening in the near future?
Nothing should be done as an obsession. And no one throws off his assets overnight. If we had not listed LIC, would you ever know its value is 6 lakh crores? And therefore, the composite strategy that we have adopted and that we will pursue in the right earnest going forward has been evolved carefully with experience, and that maximizes value for both the government and the citizens who are the minority stakeholders. And you will see that going forward, including some flashes here and there, which I would not like to mention right now.
But will we see that in LIC, a follow-on offer anytime soon?
no comments.
Okay, tried my luck with that. I want to come to Mr. Agarwal. Mr. Agarwal, one of the other important elements of this budget is in public perception, responding to the threat of the United States of America imposing tariffs, higher tariffs on Indian goods on account of our higher levels of import tariffs. But you have maintained from the day of the budget through all interactions that this was not a one-off. You've been on that path since 2022. What is the import tax philosophy and underpinning that you have put in place in this budget, and what does it mean for attracting global trade and making sure that India is not seen as a protectionist nation?
I would like to mention that we started an exercise and looking into the rates just after last year budget in July, because the Honorable FM announced that we'll be conducting an exercise on customs duty rate rationalization. So we did a very thorough exercise. I can tell you the magnitude of this exercise. We have 12,500 tariff lines, and we conducted this exercise in respect of industrial goods, which are 8,500 tariff lines. So that shows the magnitude of this exercise. We identified the rates on which most of the tariff items are located. These are between a narrow band of 0 to 10%. So it is not very high rate. So almost 80% items are located on these tariff rates. Only few items are there where the rates are very high, which were creating an impression that in India tariff rates are very high. Say, people may say that India has a tariff rate of 150%. But if you look into that tariff rate, there is only one item. So we did one exercise in which we brought down the rates which were above 70% to the rate of 70%, which were above between 70 to 20%. Those were brought down to 20%. But we did not want that industry should feel any major shock. So we kept AIDC so that the rates which have been brought down are compensated by levy of AIDC. In certain cases, the AIDC which has been levied is lower compared to what is required to compensate. So that is to correct the optics about the rate structure in India. But coming to the items which are being imported from USA, we have done an analysis of that also. The top commodities which are imported from USA, the topmost commodity is crude, petroleum oil, then LNG, coal, then diamonds. Then there are other commodities like petrochemicals. All these items are either nil rate or 2.5% or 5%, or maximum at 7.5%. So items which are majorly imported from USA are subject to very low rate of duty. Even the airplanes which are imported from USA are subject to 3% duty if it is imported by a non-schedule operator. If it is by schedule operator, the rate is nil. So rates are not very high in India. Maybe certain items like maybe if car is imported, the rate is high. Motorcycle is imported, rate is 50%. Though we kept the tariff rate at 100%. There also we did the correction. We brought the tariff rate also to a lower level. So this exercise has been conducted, keeping in view that we have to correct the narrative also about the rate structure in India. Optics have to be changed, and we should not be drawing flag where we have only very few items on high tariff rates. So this exercise has resulted in that rationalization. In addition to that, we have done simplification also.
Right.
So certain items were leviable to cess as well as surcharge, and of course BCD also. So what has been done in this exercise, that wherever surcharge was also charged, where there is cess, so we exempted surcharge on such items. So there are 82 such tariff lines. So that exercise has also been undertaken, completed in a very time-bound manner.
Thank you very much for that very detailed explanation. What I'll also do, as Karishma asked another question, is to request my colleagues here, Surabhi, Shailendra Bhatnagar, Chetan, any other colleagues for questions? Karishma has one question, and then we'll go across to our colleagues for their questions to the budget makers. Karishma.
My question is to Secretary DEA, Mr. Ajay Seth. Sir, on the cryptocurrency front, the regulations, you are smiling. Well, the regulations are, of course, seeing a lot of change globally, especially what is happening in the US and other such countries that are now looking up to it on the legal front. I know that DA is working on a cryptocurrency paper. What are the contours of it? Are you still discussing with the FSB, IMF on it?
Certainly, during India's presidency of G20 2023, when we could succeed in building a consensus on a framework that how one should go about deciding one's policies, the stance of various jurisdictions was well known and there was no shift. But what we find in about last 12 months or so, more than one jurisdiction have changed their stance very significantly. One, using crypto assets as a stable coin, and now that has a significant risk for emerging economies like India. At the same time, some jurisdictions are very actively looking at crypto assets for multilateral settlement of capital flows. Now that throws up a risk of another dimension altogether. So what we had done an exercise, almost ready with a discussion paper to be brought out to seek informed comments on this. Now we have to recalibrate it because of this change on more than one jurisdiction. But we expect that in the next couple of months we can do our exercise of recalibration and then come to the release that discussion paper for seeking inputs.
My colleague Surabhi, the economy editor of Business Today, has a question. Surabhi, go ahead.
Hello, sir. So my question is for Mr. Seth again. So the budget has spoken about an investment friendliness index for states that will be launched. So could you give us a few more contours of this, and do you think that this would finally prod states to go into the next generation of reforms? Thank you.
This is in the true spirit of competitive, cooperative federalism. If my neighbor is doing better than me, why I can't? And if you can draw in a lighter vein, 90s, that not the younger lot in this audience today, but those who were grown enough in the 90s, used to be a Surf Excel advertisement of Lalita ji, uski sadi meri sadi se safed kaise. So if one state can do, why I can't? It is not just a question of a competitiveness, it's also a question of learning from each other. What has worked in one state can work in another state. So that's really an idea that getting into this, that when we talk about India as an attractive destination, it is Government of India and the state government and the local bodies getting the things right there. So sharing best practices, and out of those best practices, what kind of a regulations build up a investor friendly or investment friendliness index. And the Niti Aayog has done huge amount of work. My sense is by mid of current year 2025, they would be ready to release it. Thank you.
Okay, Rumki Majumdar, economist from Deloitte, is here. She has a question. Go ahead, Rumki. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. I have a question for the from a capital gains perspective. We have seen the retail participation in the capital market has been very good. And we are also seeing financialization of savings. So a lot of households, middle income people are now channelizing their money into capital market, and that adds to resources for investments. Any benefits to them so that they can help in boosting these savings towards secondary market, and we will see more money flowing into that segment? Any policies coming that way?
So budget has just been presented, and 3 days after the budget asking for what is the next installment is rather premature. But if you can mention, capital gains tax in India is fairly moderate, and it is far lower than what the tax on incomes are. And what the rationalization happened in the last budget, in the July budget, was to rationalize between long term and a short term. So that exercise, to my mind, has been completed. And rather, one should expect stability of that piece moving forward.
One more question for the panel here. My colleague, the editor of Money Today, Tina.
Hello, sir. Sir, my question is on NPS, because it's a blue-eyed baby of the government. Because under new tax regime, you have a deduction for NPS. but the reality is there is deduction available for EPFO under the old scheme, and it is not widely available for the employees, for the corporate sector. So what plan do you have to make this corporate NPS widely available for employees so that they can take deduction under the NPS, under the new pension scheme, under the new tax regime, sorry?
I have to seek pardon. I would not like in an open forum to hazard a guess on which I am not 100% sure. Direct taxation, this piece, I will not be up to date.
Okay. Let me come back to Karishma, go ahead.
Yeah. I have a question for Secretary DFS, and this is on the 100% FDI in insurance sector. So tell me, what is your expectation on the capital inflows and the growth that you're estimating for the market with this decision? It was long pending.
As I said, since 2020 to 2024, the total FDI flow into country in the insurance sector is about 82,000 crores. Because of not just FDI ceiling, but also other guardrails we have placed for investment and also repatriation of the dividends. Now, I think as we have a saying in Telugu, we can't talk about the naming the child before the marriage. Now we have only announced, the Honorable Finance Minister announced the proposal to the Parliament, and we will get it approved in the Parliament. This is a law. And then we can think about how much FDI actually will flow into the country.
Very clearly, this budget has many points in the fine print. One of the fine print points that we should all pay attention to is the new employment generation scheme. 10,000 crore last year. There was an amount that wasn't spent because of the period, but it's been enhanced to 20,000 crore under the new employment generation scheme head, and that's a substantial amount. There are many other points to discuss, but I'm going to end this session here with the budget makers of Budget 25-26. Clearly a historic budget. It has delivered on many fronts, yet the aspirations of a country of 1.4 billion are perhaps far more, and the budget makers are always under that pressure. But thank you very much for taking out the time to the entire panel, and a warm round of applause for all the secretaries involved in this very complex exercise. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you so much, Siddharth and Karishma, and thank you so much, Honorable Secretaries. Mr. Nagaraju Madirala, Secretary DFS, Mr. Arunesh Chawla, Secretary Deepam, Mr. Ajay Seth, Secretary DEA, and Mr. Sanjay Kumar Agarwal, Chairman CBIC. Thank you so much for that very enlightening panel discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, this one is going to be special now. The next panel is titled Modinomics 3.0, the Capex Mantra. As India looks to strengthen its position in the global economy, infrastructure development has actually become a pivotal focus. Capital expenditure, or Capex, in key sectors like roads, highways, and urban development is essential to driving economic growth, boosting employment, and enhancing the country's overall competitiveness. In this session, we are going to be inviting Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari, who will be joining in very shortly to outline the government's infrastructure investment strategy, highlighting how Capex is being leveraged as a cornerstone for India's growth agenda. And his insights will shed light on how these strategic investments are set to reshape the nation's economic future. And we are now going to be waiting for Mr. Nitin Gadkari to walk in, and he'll be here in just 1 minute. moment has arrived. Let us welcome on stage Mr. Nitin Gadkari, Minister for Road Transport and Highways, to join in with us. And this is for the panel discussion, Modinomics 3.0, the Capex Mantra. To moderate his session, I would like to invite on stage Sahil Joshi, Managing Editor, Ashtak, the Mumbai Bureau, and take this session forward. Warm welcome to you, sir. Huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Mr. Nitin Gadkari.
सर, अब प्रधानमंत्री का अभी स्पीच हुआ है पार्लियामेंट में, जो प्रेसिडेंट एड्रेस था उसको उन्होंने एड्रेस किया और उन्होंने तमाम उपलब्धियां गिनवाई है सरकार की पूरी। लेकिन उसके साथ साथ बजट भी पेश हुआ है और मैं आपका एक कोट पढ़ रहा था, आपने कहा कि अर्थव्यवस्था को गति देने वाला ये बजट है। आपको कैसे लगता है कि अर्थव्यवस्था को गति देने वाला प्रोजेक्ट है?
देखिए, किसी भी देश के विकास में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात होती है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट। जो 11 गुना बजट बढ़ा है इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर का, वाटर, पावर, ट्रांसपोर्ट एंड कम्युनिकेशन, 4 इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जहाँ डेवलप होते हैं वहाँ इंडस्ट्री, ट्रेड, बिजनेस बढ़ता है। और जहाँ इंडस्ट्री, ट्रेड और बिजनेस बढ़ता है वहाँ रोजगार निर्माण होते हैं, ग्रोथ रेट बढ़ती है। मैं छोटी सी बात बताता हूँ, आप में से दिल्ली के लोग, द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बनने के पहले उस एरिया की स्थिति देखो। अब हमने तो आर्टिफिशियल टनल भी बना, आधा ही काम ओपन किया है, और UR2 बना है। तो दोनों बाजू में इकोनॉमी अगर डेवलप हुई होंगी तो कम से कम 5 से 6 लाख करोड़ रुपए की इकोनॉमी उसी समय डेवलप हुई है, क्योंकि रोड बना। तो ऐसे देश में हमारे शिपिंग में, पोर्ट में, रोड इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर में, एविएशन में 22% ग्रोथ है और नए जॉब्स क्रिएट हुए हैं। और जब तक जॉब्स क्रिएट नहीं होते तब तक देश का विकास नहीं होता। तो बेसिकली हमारी इकोनॉमी को ओपन करने में, जो 3rd लार्जेस्ट इकोनॉमी इन द वर्ल्ड हम बने हैं, इसी प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो मिशन है, उसमें वी आर द फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग इकोनॉमी। एंड बिकॉज ऑफ इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर काफ़ी बड़ी गति मिली है और उसके परिणाम भी दिख रहे हैं। दूसरी बात, एग्रीकल्चर में पहली बार जो रिवर कनेक्टिविटी प्रोजेक्ट की बात हम करते थे, वो 2 प्रोजेक्ट, 47 प्रोजेक्ट, मैं जब वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था तो हमने DPR बनाए थे, 2 शुरू हो गए। और मैं ये मानता हूँ कि पावर में भी सोलर पावर इतने बड़े प्रमाण पर आ रही, हाइड्रो पावर आ रही है, और आज आपने सुना ही होगा कि न्यूक्लियर पावर भी अब ओपन हो रही है। और हमारे देश में यूरेनियम तो कमी है पर थोरियम है। तो थोरियम बेस हम लोग अगर जब न्यूक्लियर पावर तैयार करेंगे तो और हमारे लिए पावर का भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं रहेगा। हाइड्रो पावर, विंड पावर और सोलर पावर, तीनों भी के प्रोजेक्ट आ रहे हैं और इसलिए 2070 तक हम प्रोग्रेस डेवलपमेंट भी करें और कार्बन न्यूट्रल भी बने। तो ये दोनों बातों को लेकर मुझे लगता है कि ये इंडिकेशन जो है ये इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ के साथ एम्प्लॉयमेंट पोटेंशियल को बढ़ावा देगा।
सर, आपने इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ की बात की है, बट आई वांट टू टॉक अबाउट योर डिपार्टमेंट। कोई भी गवर्नमेंट का जो सरकारी खर्चा है या जिसे हम एक्सपेंडिचर कहते हैं, उसमें सबसे बड़ा हिस्सा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को जाता है और उसमें सरफेस ट्रांसपोर्ट और रेलवे का बहुत बड़ा हिस्सा है, 48% उन्हें चला जाता है। हम ये देख रहे हैं कि पिछले 2 बजट में आपका जो डिपार्टमेंट है उसको बहुत ज़्यादा एलोकेशन नहीं हो रहा है, बहुत ज़्यादा उसमें ग्रोथ नहीं दिखाई दे रही है। तो आप कहाँ से पैसे लाएंगे? क्या आपके लिए सफिशिएंट लगता है ये चीज़? क्योंकि अभी के आंकड़े जो कह रहे हैं उसके मुताबिक आपका जो है 2.87 लाख करोड़ आपको मिला है और ये 2.4% इंक्रीज उस पर दिखाई जा रहा है। इनफ है आपको लगता है? काफी आपके लिए?
सरकारी सिस्टम में काम करने वाले लोग जैसे सवाल पूछते वैसे पूछ रहा हूँ। अरे मेरे पास पैसे की कमी है। मैं जब मुंबई स्टॉक एक्सचेंज में मैंने बॉन्ड इशू लॉन्च किया, 7 दिन का टाइम था, 7 घंटे में 7 टाइम तो और सब्सक्राइब हुआ। मेरे पास लिस्ट ऑफ प्रोजेक्ट पड़ी है। मैं और जो आपको मैं बताता हूँ, जिम्मेदारी के साथ बात कर रहा हूँ। मेरा प्रॉब्लम इन्वेस्टमेंट पैसा नहीं है। मैं 5 लाख करोड़ 1 साल में खड़े कर सकता हूँ। इतने प्रोजेक्ट मेरे पास पड़े मोनेटाइज करने के लिए। प्रॉब्लम ये है कि मैं खर्चा नहीं कर पाता। मुझे खर्चा करने में जो है उसको गति देनी है, लैंड एक्विजिशन, यूटिलिटी शिफ्टिंग, एनवायरमेंट, फॉरेस्ट क्लियरेंस, फिर उसके अप्रूवल सबके।
पर ये तो गवर्नमेंट में सब जगह पे प्रॉब्लम लग रहा है।
और
आज चिदम्बरम आए थे, वो भी यही बोल रहे थे कि गवर्नमेंट एलोकेशन तो कर देती है लेकिन खर्चा पूरा नहीं कर रही।
पहली बात, हमारा हर बार खर्चा पूरा होता है और हमारा बजट बड़ा है, इस बार भी थोड़ा कम है। और तीसरी बात, हमारे पास इतना इंडिविजुअल पोटेंशियल है, AAA रेटिंग है। मेरा नाम कोई भी कंपनी को चिपका दो, आपका शेयर की कीमत देखो कैसी होती है। बिल्कुल एक से हमारे NHA AAA रेटिंग है। और मैं कैपिटल मार्केट में आज ही, कल मेरे यहाँ मीटिंग हुई ये इंश्योरेंस और पेंशन फंड के बारे में, तो मनसुख भाई मांडविया जी को मैंने कहा मुझे पैसे की कमी नहीं है, पर मैं तुम्हारे को 8.05% रिटर्न देना चाहता हूँ, और अगर आप 50% इक्विटी में आते होंगे तो हमारा IRR रिटर्न्स 26% है, और मैं विदेशी लोगों के बजाय भारतीय लोगों को देना चाहता हूँ इन्वेस्टमेंट। कोई लाइन लगा के खड़े लोग, कोई पैसे की कमी नहीं।
लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी हम देख रहे हैं ना कि जैसे हमारा रिसर्च कहता है कि स्पेशल एक्सेलरेटेड रोड डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम्स जो है उसका 34% से एलोकेशन घट गया है। ये कैसे हो रहा है? मतलब उसके लिए तो खास आपने नॉर्थ ईस्ट में अरुणाचल प्रदेश के लिए जो आपको वो कनेक्टिविटी बढ़ानी थी।
बात को समझिए कि मेरा टोल का इनकम आज का 55,000 करोड़ है, और 2 साल के अंदर मेरा टोल का इनकम 1,40,000 करोड़ होगा। और 1,40,000 करोड़ के टोल को मैं जब मोनेटाइज करूंगा तो मेरे पास 15 लाख, 15 साल के लिए 15 लाख करोड़ देने के लिए बैंक वाले लाइन में खड़े हैं। तो मुझे पैसे बजट से चाहिए नहीं, जिनको चाहिए उनको मिले, मैं तो फटाफट काम कर सकता हूँ। अभी दिल्ली में मैं 65,000 करोड़ के काम कर रहा हूँ, 35,000 करोड़ के पूरे किए, और दिसंबर के पहले 65,000 पूरे होंगे, और 35,000 करोड़ नए काम कर रहा हूँ। पैसे की क्या कमी है? मैं तो ये मथुरा में जो गंदा पानी है 80 MLD, वो भी हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में हमने सक्सेसफुली इम्प्लीमेंट किया, और त्रिवेणी इंजीनियरिंग कंपनी ने प्रोजेक्ट किया, 40% हमने दिए, 60% उन्होंने खड़े किए। इंडियन ऑयल पहले यूपी सरकार को 25 करोड़ रुपए का पानी लेती थी रिफाइनरी के लिए, अब 20 करोड़, उनके 5 करोड़ बच गए, और हमारा हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में वो भी प्रोजेक्ट सक्सेसफुल हुआ।
आपने टोल की बात की है, इसके लिए आप कुछ कह रहे थे कि नई टोल की पॉलिसी लाई जाएगी, उसमें कुछ सुधार किया जाएगा, क्योंकि लोग काफी नाखुश हैं जिस तरीके के टोल रेट हैं। जैसे अभी हम मुंबई से मैं आता हूं तो मैंने देखा है कि जो ट्रांस हार्बर पूरा जो ये बनाया हुआ है 500 रुपये देना पड़ता है आने जाने के लिए, बड़ा कॉस्टली हो जाता है ये सब चीज। तो आप उसमें कुछ सुधार लाएंगे क्या? कम हो जाएंगे थोड़े?
आप मुंबई के और ये सवाल पूछ रहे हो कि मुंबई से पुणे आने के लिए,
टोल देख के थक गए सर।
मुंबई से पुणे आने के लिए 9 घंटे लगते थे, अब 1.25 घंटे में आते। कितना पेट्रोल बचता तुम्हारा, कितना समय बचता? पर मैं आपको बता रहा हूँ कि हम जल्दी ही पॉलिसी बना रहे हैं, और टोल के बारे में किसी की भी नाराजगी नहीं रहेगी, हम उसको रिजॉल्व करें।
नहीं, क्योंकि आप तो बहुत ज्यादा क्या कहते हैं कि आप सपोर्टर है कि टोल पॉलिसी होनी चाहिए, फुकट कुछ नहीं होना चाहिए, तो लोगों से पैसा लो और पैसे बनाओ।
मैं एक सवाल आपकी कॉन्फ्रेंस में पूछ रहा था, पूछा है मैंने, वो मेरे को नाराज मत होना। आपने इस होटल में आगे कार्यक्रम लिया, इसका किराया होगा, इसका एक चाय 500 रुपए का होगा, ऑप्शन था ना रामलीला मैदान का, आप और मैं दोनों बैठ के कार्यक्रम करते। देखिए, इफ यू वांट गुड सर्विसेज यू हैव टू पे फॉर इट।
नहीं, गुड सर्विसेज यू हैव टू पे मोर, ये सारी चीजें ठीक है, लेकिन जब चुनाव आते हैं तब तो आप ही की सरकारें टोल माफ करना शुरू कर देती है, तब वो कहने लगती है कि टोल बंद कर देने चाहिए। ये सब तो चल जाता है, मतलब जब आपको पॉलिटिकल गेन हो तब तो आपको फुकट देने में दिक्कत नहीं होती।
कभी टोल माफ नहीं किया, कम
कर आप उसके अलग खिलाफ है, आपसे रिलेट आपकी पार्टी की सरकार बंद कर देती है।
देखिए, मैं टोल का जन्मदाता हूँ, मैं कोई अच्छी और बुरी बात नहीं बोल। इस देश का पहला BOT प्रोजेक्ट थाने भिवंडी बाईपास मैंने बनाया। देखो, ये मजबूरी में पॉलिसी आई। अभी मुझे बताओ, आप ये धौलाकुआ से गुड़गांव जाते हो, कितना 1,80,000 पीसेस ट्रैफिक है। वो उसके बीच में जो कौन से मूर्ति है, शिव मूर्ति के आगे वो 3 वहाँ शादियाँ होती थी। मैं एक दिन 1.5 घंटा फंस गया, मैंने बोला यहाँ फिर शादी में आऊँगा नहीं। अब वहाँ मैंने 24 लेन का रोड बनाया, नीचे में 14 लेन है, ऊपर में 12-16 लेन है, उसके ऊपर एक पेयर पर 4 लेयर बनी है द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे में, तो भी ट्रैफिक पूरा एयरपोर्ट से हवाई जहाज से देखो पैक है पूरा। तो मुझे ये कहना है कि अगर सरकार के पास इतने पैसे नहीं है तो फिर वैसे ही 15 साल 20 साल बनेगा, तब तक क्या लोगों की हालत होगी। और इसलिए अभी पोल्यूशन भी कितना बढ़ेगा। इसके बजाय थोड़ा सा पे करके हम उसमें पे आउट निकालें और धीरे धीरे इसकी यूनिफॉर्म पॉलिसी जल्दी आएगी जिसमें लोगों को ज़्यादा टोल नहीं लगेगा।
सर, आज दिन भर बिजनेस टुडे का ये कॉन्क्लेव चल रहा है और यहाँ पर कई लोगों ने इस बात को लेकर चिंता जताई कि जो कैपेक्स है उसको लेकर सरकार की जो भूमिका है उसको लेकर थोड़े सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं, क्योंकि अगर हम देखें तो पिछले साल के मुकाबले जो टारगेट है वो 93,000 करोड़ से 93,000 करोड़ से मिस हो रहा है। तो कहीं ना कहीं सरकार जो ग्रोथ इन्फ्यूज करने की कोशिश करती है उसमें सरकार अपना हाथ पीछे ले रही है, ऐसा एक लोगों को लगने लगा है। क्या आपको लगता है कि ये सही है? मतलब टैक्स रिबेट देना, टैक्स का स्लैब ये करना वो सब ठीक है, लेकिन ये जो चीज है उसके वजह से कितना असर पड़ेगा आपको लगता है? एक तरफ तो आप कह रहे हैं कि भाई पैसे की कोई कमी नहीं है, आपके नाम से ही पैसे आ जाएंगे, लेकिन दूसरी तरफ सरकार कहाँ पैसे डाल रही है?
मैं सरकार की बात नहीं कर रहा था, मैंने NHA की बात की और मेरे डिपार्टमेंट।
ठीक है, आप भी तो सरकार का पार्ट है।
BOT में प्रोजेक्ट होते हैं।
ठीक,
सरकार में हेल्थ सर्विसेज, एजुकेशन, ये थोड़े BOT के प्रोजेक्ट है, उसकी अलग बात है। दूसरी बात मैं आपको पूछना चाहता हूँ, 25 साल के जितने बजट आए, अमाउंट कम ज्यादा होगी, हर बजट में ये होता है। और ये कोई भी कंपनी या कारपोरेट भी होगा तो जब प्लान बनाता है वो एम्बिशियस होता है और इसके लिए प्रोविजन करते हैं और उस प्रकार से ही चलते हैं, कुछ प्रमाण में मैक्सिमम उसको पूरा करने की कोशिश करते हैं। तो ये इकोनॉमिक पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू मुझे नहीं लगता इसमें कोई गलती है।
नहीं, क्योंकि सरकार का अप्रोच बदल रहा है ना, सरकार कंजम्पशन ड्रिवन इसकी तरफ जाने की कोशिश कर रही है, खुद के पैसे डालने के बजाय।
देखो आपको
मतलब लोगों के जेब में पैसा होगा तो वो खर्चा करेंगे।
कंजम्पशन सरकार नहीं बढ़ाती, कंजम्पशन परचेसिंग पावर बढ़ाती।
करेक्ट।
जब परचेसिंग पावर लोगों की बढ़ने वाली है तो आज मुझे बताइए, आज इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल वेटिंग लिस्ट है। आज हमारी ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री, जब मैं मंत्री बना, 7 लाख करोड़ की थी, अभी हमारी इंडस्ट्री 22 लाख करोड़ की हुई है और हमने अभी जापान को पीछे डालकर हम तीसरे नंबर पर आए। अब USA 78 लाख करोड़ और चाइना 47 लाख करोड़, हम 22 लाख करोड़। मैं आपको बताता हूँ 5 साल के अंदर हम नंबर 1 पर पहुंचने का हमने टारगेट रखा है। और ये इंडस्ट्री है कि हिंदुस्तान को सबसे ज्यादा GST स्टेट और सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट देने वाली कौन सी? ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री। सबसे ज्यादा एक्सपोर्ट करने वाली इंडस्ट्री कौन सी? ऑटोमोबाइल। हमारी हीरो, होंडा, TVS, बजाज, 50% प्रोडक्शन एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा है। अब जब इलेक्ट्रिक में अब लोग सस्ते हो जाएंगे, जो लिथियम आयन बैटरी $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर थी।
बट यू थिंक कि वो EV और डीजल गाड़ियां, पेट्रोल गाड़ियां, सबका प्राइस सेम हो जाएगा अभी धीरे धीरे? वो महंगे नहीं होंगे?
धीरे धीरे
हो गया।
ये बजट के बाद मैं बता रहा हूँ आपको कि लिथियम आयन बैटरी, जब मैंने आपकी एक कार्यक्रम में मुझे प्रश्न पूछा था कि रास्ते में गाड़ी बंद होगी तो धक्का मारने के लिए आप आओगे क्या, एक आदमी की गाड़ी नहीं बंद पड़ी। और आज आपको बताता हूँ, इतना बड़े प्रमाण पर इलेक्ट्रिक ट्रक बन रहे हैं, इलेक्ट्रिक बसेस बन रही है, इलेक्ट्रिक कार, इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर बन रही है कि मैं आपको बताता हूँ आने वाले समय में दुनिया को सबसे ज्यादा इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल एक्सपोर्ट करने वाला देश चाइना और अमेरिका से भी आगे कोई होगा तो हिंदुस्तान होगा। मैंने अभी मर्सिडीज लॉन्च की 6-7 महीने पहले, तो जर्मन से चेयरमैन आए थे, उन्होंने कहा कि अब हम पूरा इलेक्ट्रिक में जा रहे हैं और पूरा प्रोडक्शन इंडिया में करेंगे। और मैं आपको बताता हूं कि इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में हम इतना बड़ा वॉल्यूम मिलेगा हमको वर्ल्ड का कि बड़े प्रमाण पर हमारे यहाँ से पूरे वर्ल्ड की अब सबसे बेस्ट क्वालिटी की हमारी व्हीकल है और अब पूरे वर्ल्ड में हमें इतनी कीमत भी रिजनेबल है। और लिथियम आयन बैटरी जो $150 पर किलोवाट पर आवर थी वो आज 105 है। और निर्मला जी ने जो कंसेशन डिक्लेयर किया उसके बाद मैं ये उम्मीद करता हूँ कि 6 महीने के अंदर पेट्रोल व्हीकल और डीजल व्हीकल और इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल की प्राइस एक होगी। जब एक होगी तो जो डीजल वाला अपने गाड़ी के लिए 15,000 रुपये महीने का खर्चा कर रहा है, जो पेट्रोल वाला 20,000 रुपये खर्चा कर रहा है, वो इलेक्ट्रिक के लिए 2,500 खर्चा करेगा।
सर, लेकिन अभी देखिए, मैं आपको धक्का मारने वाला सवाल तो नहीं पूछूंगा, लेकिन जैसे अभी हम आपको रिसीव कर रहे थे, हमने देखा कि आपकी गाड़ी की तो प्लेट ग्रीन में है, लेकिन जो आपके आगे पीछे गाड़ियां हैं वो तो अभी भी डीजल और पेट्रोल पर ही चल रही है, जो सिक्योरिटी गाड़ियां हैं।
इसका कारण हमारी पॉलिसी से आने के पहले जो होम डिपार्टमेंट में जो आपको एक इसकी कहानी है। हाँ। ये यूरो 6 इमिशन नॉर्म्स के ऊपर हम लोग यूरो 4 में थे इमिशन नॉर्म्स में। तो मैं, धर्मेंद्र प्रधान, प्रकाश जावड़ेकर, हमारी मीटिंग होती थी, वो मेरे मित्र भी हैं, ये सब ऑटोमोबाइल कंपनी के MD आते थे। तो मैंने कहा ये यूरो 6 पोल्यूशन का प्रॉब्लम हमको जाना है। 2 बार 3 बार 4 बार मीटिंग हुई, कुछ हुआ ही नहीं। एक मीटिंग में उनको कहा मैंने कि आएंगे आप तो आपके साथ, नहीं आएंगे तो आपके बिना, अब ठोक कर करने वाले हैं। और मैंने यूरो 6 के इमिशन नॉर्म्स की डेट घोषित कर दी। वैसे फ्यूल भी बन गया, वो सक्सेसफुल भी हुआ, और वही ऑटोमोबाइल मैन्युफैक्चरर आज मुझे कहते कि ये सक्सेसफुल हुआ। मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूँ कि हमारी ऑटोमोबाइल इंडस्ट्री इतनी फास्टेस्ट ग्रोइंग है और इतनी क्वालिटी अच्छी बन रही है और इतनी टेक्नोलॉजी में इनोवेशन है, आप उम्मीद ही नहीं कर सकते। अभी ये जो इलेक्ट्रिक स्कूटर है, एक कंपनी ने लाखों स्कूटर बेची, अब 400 स्टार्टअप शुरू हुए। अब इन्होंने 120 किलोमीटर की बैटरी रखी, तो ये कानपुर लखनऊ पे देश भर के छोटे लोगों ने इन्होंने क्या किया, 60 किलोमीटर की बैटरी रखी, कॉस्ट कम कर दी, और 60,000 70। अभी मैं तो एक मोटरसाइकिल मैंने लॉन्च की सुंदर इलेक्ट्रिक की। देखिए आपको एक बताता हूँ, वर्ल्ड में अब इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल पूरे देश के जाएंगे। अब साइकिल इंडस्ट्री थी, चाइना का इंपोर्ट मैक्सिमम देश वर्ल्ड में एक्सपोर्ट था। हमारे यहाँ का हीरो वालों ने अभी लंदन में टीवीएस वालों ने एक खरीदी की, वो कौन सी थी, एक बहुत बड़ी मोटरसाइकिल है। अब वो डिजाइनिंग वहाँ करते हैं। एक भारत की सबसे बड़ी 3 कंपनी में एक, उसके एमडी मेरे मित्र हैं। तो मैंने उनको कहा आप कॉस्ट सेंट्रिक हो, क्वालिटी सेंट्रिक नहीं हो, अपने देश का बहुत नुकसान किया। तो उन्होंने कहा कि बहुत गंभीर हो गए। फिर उन्होंने जाके इटली में एक डिजाइनिंग कंपनी खरीदी की। अब उनके गाड़ी को जो जो डिजाइन बन रहा है उसकी वजह, अभी इतनी सुंदर इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल बनी है कि आप ताजुब नहीं कर सकते कि हम सब इसमें वर्ल्ड स्टैंडर्ड के बन गए।
आपने 1 साल पहले एक कार्यक्रम में कहा था कि मैं तो चाहता हूं कि डीजल गाड़ियां बंद ही हो जाए करके। आप कुछ एक खत वत लिखने वाले थे फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर को और कहने वाले थे कि भाई डीजल गाड़ियों पर आप जो है ना इसका टैक्स बढ़ा दो, जीएसटी बढ़ा दो, उसका 10% से बढ़ा दो, आप कहने वाले थे। आपको लगता है कि ये सब चीज हो पाएगी? अभी भी डीजल,
आप अभी मुंबई में रहते हो, दिल्ली में नहीं रहते। मैं अभी दिल्ली के चुनाव के कारण पूरे सप्ताह भर दिल्ली में था।
हाँ।
जब निकला यहाँ से पूरा इन्फेक्शन होकर घर गया वापस। दिल्ली के बारे में लिखा गया है कि दिल्ली के लोगों का जीवन 10 साल से कम हो रहा है, और ये जो एयर पोल्यूशन, वाटर पोल्यूशन और साउंड पोल्यूशन, इसमें एयर पोल्यूशन ये दिल्ली की सबसे बड़ी समस्या है। और इसमें 40% एयर पोल्यूशन इज बिकॉज ऑफ ट्रांसपोर्ट मिनिस्ट्री, मैं जिम्मेदार हूँ। और पेट्रोल डीजल मैं किसी को समाप्त करने के बाद आप क्या करते हैं, कोई भी मिर्ची नमक लगा देते हैं। मैंने ये कहा कि इस देश में डीजल पेट्रोल को कम करेंगे, अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल और बायोफ्यूल में जाएंगे। और मैं अपने हाइड्रोजन की गाड़ी है मेरे घर पर, वो लेके घूमता हूँ। फिर मैं इलेक्ट्रिक की गाड़ी लेके घूमता हूँ, फिर मैं फ्लेक्स इंजन की गाड़ी लेके घूमता हूँ। और आपको ताज्जुब होगा, मैंने जो जो बातें की वे सिद्ध हुई। अब टोयोटो, हुंडई, महिंद्रा, टाटा और ये सब कंपनियों ने 100% इथेनॉल पर चलने वाली फ्लेक्स इंजन की गाड़ियां मार्केट में लाई। इंडियन ऑयल ने इथेनॉल के 400 पंप खोले। बजाज, टीवीएस, हीरो होंडा ने 100% मोटरसाइकिल, स्कूटर 100% बायो इथेनॉल पर बनाई। अब मुझे बताइए कि अभी मैंने एक बजाज की मोटरसाइकिल लॉन्च की, जो ये परली से बायो सीएनजी तैयार होता है। 1 किलोमीटर पेट्रोल की मोटरसाइकिल उनकी, उसका खर्चा 2 रुपये 25 पैसे है, और जो सीएनजी की मोटरसाइकिल उसका खर्चा 1 रुपया है। तो लोगों की भी बचत है, पोल्यूशन भी कम नहीं होना चाहिए। अभी हम तो एविएशन फ्यूल बना रहे हैं पानीपत में, हवाई जहाज चलेंगे परली से, ऑलरेडी शुरू हो गया बनना। 400 परली से सीएनजी तैयार करने वाले प्लांट शुरू हुए। और सबसे खुशी की बात, उससे लिग्नेंट निकलता है बाय प्रोडक्ट। हमारे सेंट्रल रिसर्च प्रोडक्शन ने नागपुर जबलपुर रोड पे 1 किलोमीटर रोड बनाया। बिटुमिन में 35% जो लिग्नेंट निकलता वो ऐड किया, रबर टायर, बेस्ट टायर की पाउडर ऐड की, और वो रोड हमारे बिटुमिन रोड से 50% ज़्यादा अच्छा है।
नितिन जी, आप वाटर रिसोर्स मिनिस्टर भी थे और आपने अभी दिल्ली की बात छेड़ी दी है, तो यमुना की बात तो करनी पड़ेगी। और आपने भी दावे किए थे कि हम यमुना साफ कर देंगे, अलग अलग प्रोजेक्ट्स लगाएंगे और बाकी सारी चीज़ों की बातें की थी, लेकिन वो यमुना कहीं साफ नहीं हुई। आप हरियाणा में जाओ तब भी यमुना का स्तर वैसा ही है, आप दिल्ली में जाओ तब भी वही है। दिल्ली के चीफ मिनिस्टर तो मान ही चुके हैं एक तरीके से। क्या सचमुच में आपको लगता है कि यमुना जैसी नदी अब साफ हो सकती है? जिस तरीके से पोल्यूशन आप की बात कर रहे हैं, और यमुना का पोल्यूशन अभी भी वैसा ही है, उसमें कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ा।
देखिए, मैं जब वाटर रिसोर्स मंत्री था तो मैंने दिल्ली को 6000 करोड़ रुपए दिए, एक जायका का बड़ा प्रकल्प दिया,
वाटर क्लीनिंग का प्रोजेक्ट।
वाटर, ये यमुना शुद्धिकरण। देखो, ये नमामि गंगा प्रोग्राम था, और नमामि गंगा में गंगा को शुद्ध करने के लिए 40 नदियां और नाले, इनको शुद्ध करने का कार्यक्रम लिया। पानीपत, सोनीपत में मैं जब मंत्री था, मैंने वहाँ बहुत बड़ा ईटीपी प्लांट डाला। एक्चुअली प्रॉब्लम ये हुआ कि ओखला में जो हम ईटीपी बना रहे हो देश का सबसे बड़ा है, 578 MLD का। प्रॉब्लम हुआ इसे 37 हमने मंजूर किए, हमने पैसे भी दिए। अब दिल्ली सरकार को 15% कंट्रीब्यूट करना था। आप जरूर इस पर स्टोरी करिए। हमारे पैसे से सब काम अब अटके हुए हैं क्योंकि दिल्ली सरकार ने अपना 15% कंट्रीब्यूशन नहीं दिया और हमारे संविधान के अनुसार ये काम स्टेट लिस्ट में आता है, इसलिए हमने पैसा दिल्ली सरकार को हमको देना ही पड़ा। अब दिल्ली सरकार को मिले हुए पैसे से कोई प्रोजेक्ट ये थोड़े लटके हुए हैं, पर मैं आपको बताता हूँ अभी ये मेरे पास डिपार्टमेंट नहीं है, पर यह कठिन है पर असंभव नहीं। मैं तो यमुना में हवाई जहाज चलाने वाला था कि 13 मिनट में उड़कर ताजमहल के पीछे जाकर उतरेंगे, फिर ताजमहल देखेंगे 2 घंटे में, वापस आएंगे, फिर उड़ जाएंगे, 13 मिनट में दिल्ली आएंगे। और मैं कभी ऐसी झूठी बातें कहने वाला नेता में से नहीं हूँ। अब मेरे पास वो डिपार्टमेंट नहीं है तो मैं कुछ मेरे पास नहीं, पर मैंने हवाई जहाज लाया, मुंबई के समुद्र में उतरा और वो हवाई जहाज लेकर मोदी जी ये साबरमती के तट से वो सरदार सरोवर गए। मैंने वो कभी एक नई
उसके बाद से तो वो बंदी हो गया, लेकिन उसके बाद से तो कभी किसी ने देखा ही नहीं वो हवाई।
अब उसका सच जवाब मैं कैसे दूं आपको? उसको जो सब्सिडी देनी थी वो उसको साल भर दी नहीं। वो स्पाइस जेट वाले, वो मेरा मित्र है जैसे उसको बोला मत बंद कर, बोला मैं क्या करूं, पैसे ही नहीं मिलते हैं, तो रह गया।
तो ये भी तो कई बार सारी बातें हैं ना सरकार के साथ में कि सरकार कई सारी योजनाएं शुरू करती है लेकिन उसका फॉलो अप नहीं होता है। ये एक बहुत बड़ी समस्या आज की तारीख में भी दिखाई देती है। देखिए आपके मिनिस्टर,
ये राज्य सरकार का विषय था
नहीं, लेकिन आपके मिनिस्टर में भी देखिए ना आप 40,000 करोड़ के हाईवे के प्रोजेक्ट्स लटक गए थे, क्योंकि 42 प्रोजेक्ट उस तरीके से लटक गए थे क्योंकि लैंड का अभी भी उसमें इशू है। तो आप इस तरीके की चीजें करेंगे तो आपको कैसे
आपकी पूरी जानकारी नहीं थी। मैं एक आदमी हूँ जिसने हिंदुस्तान की बैंकों को 3 लाख करोड़ के एनपीए से बचाया। मैं जब मंत्री बना तो 406 प्रोजेक्ट्स 3,85,000 के बंद पड़े थे। बड़ी बड़ी कंपनियां दिवाला पिट चुकी थी। अगर नाम लूंगा तो आप उड़ जाओगे। एक बड़ी से बड़ी कंपनियां, निर्णय किया था हम काम नहीं करेंगे। मैंने पूरे प्रोजेक्ट में से 40,000 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट टर्मिनेट किए, 100% प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व किए, वो पूरे से प्रोजेक्ट चालू करवाए। रात को 12-12 बजे तक हमारे यहाँ बैंकर्स, कॉन्ट्रैक्टर्स, कंसल्टेंट्स, अधिकारी वो हमारे ट्रांसपोर्ट भवन में 12 बजे तक बैठे थे, प्रोजेक्ट टू प्रोजेक्ट, और हमने उसको रिजॉल्व किया। बहुत प्रोजेक्ट। अभी ये परसों ये टनल खुली ना सोनबर्ग, जिसको छेड़मोड़ टनल कहती है, ये IL&FS की थी, वो आधे में बंद पड़ी, फिर वो NCLT में गई। दिक्कतें बहुत आती है। देखिए मैं आपको एक बात बताता हूँ, इतने बड़े बड़े कामों में आसान नहीं है, दिक्कतें हैं, पर मैं रोने का काम नहीं करता। मैं कहता हूँ देयर आर सम पीपल हु कन्वर्ट प्रॉब्लम्स इनटू अपॉर्चुनिटीज एंड देयर आर सम पीपल हु कन्वर्ट अपॉर्चुनिटीज इनटू द प्रॉब्लम्स। लेट अस एक्सेप्टेबल। मैं रोज रिव्यू मीटिंग करता हूँ। अभी आज मैं केरल का मंत्री आए थे, उनके साथ बैठ के चीफ मिनिस्टर से बात करके मैंने कहा ये करो, आप ये करो, उसका तुरंत स्टोन का प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व किया। कल मेरे पास आसाम का मंत्री आए थे, मुख्यमंत्री।
आप तो वो इंफ्रा रिव्यू कमेटी के चेयरमैन भी है ना, जो प्राइम मिनिस्टर ने बनाई है, उसके तहत भी तो आप सारी चीजें क्लियर।
प्राइम मिनिस्टर प्रगति में अड़ावा लेते, मेरे यहाँ मीटिंग होती है। अब वो उतने प्रॉब्लम नहीं रहे, पर प्रॉब्लम है।
ये बात तो आपने सही कही कि प्रॉब्लम्स को अपॉर्चुनिटी में कन्वर्ट करना।
नहीं, तुमको दूसरी
मुझे कोई कह रहा था कि भारतमाला के जो प्रोजेक्ट्स हैं बहुत सारे, तो जो ओवररन हो जाते हैं उनको दोबारा कैबिनेट के पास जाना पड़ता है मंजूरी के लिए। 1000 करोड़ के ऊपर के प्रोजेक्ट होंगे तो दोबारा कैबिनेट के पास जाना पड़ता है। आपने उसको डिस्ट्रीब्यूट कर दिया 250 करोड़ में एक तरीके से, ताकि आपके मिनिस्ट्री से ही आपकी जो कमेटी है वहीं से।
हमने कोई नहीं किया।
वो ज्यादा आसान तरीका है ना कि भाई बार बार कैबिनेट पे जाओ।
आसान तरीके नहीं करते। कोई एक भी आदमी होगा 1 रुपए का करप्शन होगा तो मुझे बता।
नहीं, करप्शन की बात नहीं है,
प्रॉब्लम
इजी टू
यू ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड। हम 1000 करोड़ के नीचे प्रोजेक्ट ही नहीं बनता हमारा। हमारी पर किलोमीटर कॉस्ट 20 करोड़ रुपए है कंक्रीट रोड की। फ्लाईओवर्स है, टनल्स है। अभी ये आपने देखा ना, ये द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे 30 किलोमीटर है, कॉस्ट 9000 करोड़ है, और वो CAG वालों को लगा कि 30 करोड़, तो इतना पैसा कैसे लगा? तो इतने जगह पर वो 4 लेन है, टनल है, रोड है, तो वो टोटल 588 किलोमीटर हुआ सिंगल लेन। प्रॉब्लम ये हुआ है कि प्रोजेक्ट में लैंड एक्विजिशन को छोड़कर 1000 करोड़ की पावर हमको है, और भारतमाला में हमको 3000 करोड़ की थी। अब हमारे का भारतमाला कैंसिल हुआ, अब बाकी के इसमें चल रहे प्रोजेक्ट। तो अभी हमारे इस समय करीब 50,000 करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट फाइनेंशियल अप्रूवल के लिए फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर में गए, वो सैंक्शन करते, फिर कैबिनेट में जाते, बीच में 50,000 करोड़ के क्लियर हो गए। मैं इस साल 5 लाख करोड़ के प्रोजेक्ट अवार्ड करने का टारगेट रखा है और मैं निश्चित रूप से हम पूरा करेंगे।
एक दूसरी बड़ी समस्या आपके डिपार्टमेंट की आती है, जो NHAI का 2.8 लाख करोड़ का जो डेट है आपके ऊपर, उसका फाइनेंस आप किस तरीके से करें? जो बैंक लोन बोरोइंग आपने जो किया,
चिल्लर वाला है भैया। मेरी कंपनी का एसेट क्या मालूम है आपको? मेरा रेटिंग क्या मालूम है? मेरा एसेट कितने मालूम है? मेरा केवल टोल का इनकम 55,000 करोड़ है ईयरली।
टोल से ही सब कुछ हो जाएगा, लेकिन उसके लिए लेकिन पॉलिसी लाएंगे ना?
पॉलिसी आई है ऑलरेडी। रोज मेरे बैंक में पैसे जमा होते हैं, बैंक वाले मेरे पीछे लगते कि मेरे बैंकों में डिपॉजिट रखो करके।
ठीक है सर, आप टोल पॉलिसी के बारे में अभी तो पूरा खुलकर नहीं बताएंगे, लेकिन आपने कहा कि सब लोग खुश हो जाएंगे, तो कुछ तो लोगों को खुश कर दीजिए कि आपकी क्या टोल पॉलिसी होगी, उसमें हम क्या देखना चाहिए हमको, मतलब किस तरीके से हमको देखना चाहिए?
बहुत अच्छी राहत मिलेगी, इससे ज्यादा नहीं बता पाऊंगा क्योंकि वो अंडर प्रोसेस है।
कब तक आने की उम्मीद हम करें?
सेशन होने के बाद मैं स्पेन में जाने वाला, बाहर हूँ मैं, वहाँ आने के बाद।
बिहार इलेक्शन के पहले हो जाएगा?
इलेक्शन वगैरह का मैं सोचता नहीं, मैं जो अपना आपको, मैं आने के बाद तैयारी हो गई पूरी और आप खुश होंगे, इतनी गारंटी देता हूँ।
चलिए, अभी बिहार की बात निकली है, इसके लिए एक क्रिटिसिज्म इस बजट का ये भी किया जा रहा है कि खास करके अपोजिशन पार्टीज की इलेक्शन को देख के सरकार कई बार डिसीजंस ले रही है। जैसे दिल्ली इलेक्शन नजदीक आ रहा था तो लॉन्ग स्टैंडिंग डिमांड थी कि भाई मिडिल क्लास के लिए कुछ करे, इनकम टैक्स स्लैब्स के बारे में कुछ करे, तो सरकार ने देखिए डिसीजन ले लिया। अब तुरंत भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने अखबारों में बड़े बड़े एडवर्टाइजमेंट्स छाप दिए कि भाई देखिए हमारी सरकार ने ये कर दिया वो कर दिया। बिहार इलेक्शन अभी मई महीने में आएंगे, तो उसके पहले बिहार के लिए स्पेशल पैकेज मिल गया, मखाना बोर्ड बन गया। आज प्रधानमंत्री ने उसका जिक्र भी किया हुआ है। प्रधानमंत्री ये भी कह रहे थे कि कुछ लोगों के पेट में दर्द हो रहा है वगैरह, वो सब चीज कह रहे थे। लेकिन क्या सचमुच में इस तरीके से फैसले होते हैं? इसलिए मैंने टोल के बारे में भी आपसे पूछा।
जो आदमी कोई प्रोडक्ट तैयार करता है अपना, उसका मार्केटिंग करके घूमते रहता है। जो टीवी चलाता है वो टीआरपी का सोचता है, बाकी बातों का नहीं, टीआरपी का सोचता है क्योंकि एडवर्टाइजमेंट रेवेन्यू मिलता है। पॉलिटिशियन अबाउट इज नेक्स्ट इलेक्शन, हमको भी चुनकर आना है। हमने हमारी बातों का प्रचार किया तो बिगड़ा गया। वैसे मैं सोचने वाला हूँ कि every politician thinks about it next election, every socio-economic reformer thinks from century to century. मैं conviction oriented politician हूँ, पर अपने चुनाव के बारे में सोचने में गलत क्या है? इसमें संकोच क्यों करना चाहिए? अगर मैं सही काम करूँ और सही काम करना चाहता है और जो मेरा अधिकार है कि चुनाव के पहले लोगों के हितों के कामों का डिक्लेरेशन करूँ, वो काम पूरा करूँ। आपको ताज्जुब नहीं, आपको मालूम है नहीं, बिहार राज्य जब से हुआ है जितने रोड और ब्रिजेस नहीं बने, उससे 2 गुना ज्यादा काम मैंने मेरे 11 साल में हमारे डिपार्टमेंट ने मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में किया है। गंगा पर कितने पुल बनाए हमने, और बना रहे, हाईवे बना रहे। अभी पटना से दिल्ली एक्सप्रेस हाईवे हो जाएगा। अब मैं रोड बना ही रहा हूं तो तुम बोलोगे कि तुम चुनाव के पहले कर रहे हैं। अब तो कलकत्ता को भी हाईवे बन रहा है, मानस सरोवर को भी बना रहे, तो अब कहीं ना कहीं चुनाव होगा, कभी नहीं होगा। ये इसको चुनाव के साथ मत जुड़े। दूसरा, हर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी जो रूलिंग पार्टी है उसको चुनाव के पहले जनता के हितों के कार्यक्रम की घोषणा करना, जनता का विश्वास मिलाने के लिए, मुझे लगता है इसमें कोई गलत तो नहीं है।
आप एक तरफ बोलते हैं कि आपको पैसे की कमी नहीं होती, आप तो मार्केट से इन्वेस्टमेंट करने के लिए लोग तैयार है और पैसा डाल रहे हैं, आपके बॉन्ड्स आप निकालते हो तो उसको वो ओवर सब्सक्राइब हो जाते हैं, मगर आप उसके बारे में कह रहे थे। लेकिन दूसरी तरफ हम देख रहे हैं कि अभी भी प्राइवेट सेक्टर उस तरीके से इन्वेस्टमेंट करने को तैयार नहीं हो रहा है। गवर्नमेंट ने पिछली बार कॉर्पोरेट टैक्स में छूट भी दे दी, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी उसका असर नौकरियों पर या सैलरी बढ़ने पर या उस तरीके की चीजों पर उस तरीके से नहीं होता हुआ नजर आ रहा है। देखो, आपको लगता है कि कहीं ना कहीं वो हाथ खींच रहे हैं अपना, अभी भी उस तरीके से इकोनॉमी पर उनको भरोसा नहीं है, या उस तरीके की चीज आपको नजर आ रही है?
देखिए, प्राइवेट सेक्टर में जो इन्वेस्टमेंट करेगा वो इकोनॉमिक वायबिलिटी देखेगा, इंटरनल रेट ऑफ रिटर्न देखेगा, और बैंक का इंटरेस्ट कितना है और उसको रिटर्न्स कितना मिलेगा, इसके आधार पर निर्णय करेगा। तो आज मैंने जैसे कहा कि मथुरा के सीवेज के लिए भी हमने हाइब्रिड एन्युटी में सक्सेसफुल, अभी हम नया मॉडल डाल रहे हैं। वो मॉडल ऐसा है कि बीओटी में है, वो रोड बनाएंगे, 15 साल तक टोल हम कलेक्ट करेंगे, 15 साल का रोड मेंटेनेंस वो करेंगे, और हम उसको मंथली या क्वार्टरली, 6 मंथली और ईयरली हम उसको एन्युटी के रूप में पैसा दे देंगे।
सर, लोग सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं मेरे ख्याल से। हाँ, पहले चेतन।
सो गुड इवनिंग सर। इथेनॉल के प्राइसेस अभी लगभग 110 रुपए के आसपास चल रहे हैं, और अगर पेट्रोल के प्राइसेस से ज़्यादा इथेनॉल के प्राइसेस रहेंगे तो आप कैसे इंकरेज करेंगे? क्योंकि आप खुद फ्लेक्स फ्यूल गाड़ी यूज़ करते हैं और काफ़ी टाइम से आप प्रमोट कर रहे हैं फ्लेक्स फ्यूल इंजन, इथेनॉल कार्स, तो इस पे आप कुछ पॉलिसी क्यों नहीं बनाते? पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्ट्री के साथ बैठकर इस पे कुछ चर्चा क्यों नहीं करते सर?
ऐसा ये बात सच है इनकी कि मैंने ही मांग करके पेट्रोलियम मिनिस्टर से इंडियन ऑयल को कहकर 400 आउटलेट देश में इथेनॉल के खोले। अब मेरे ध्यान में नहीं रहा, मेरे से शायद गलत, वो उन्होंने 110 रुपये लगाया। अब पेट्रोल 120 और इथेनॉल 110 तो कोई लेगा नहीं। अब गवर्नमेंट का परचेस करने का रेट है 54 रुपये से लेकर 65 रुपये तक, तो 3-4 प्रकार का इथेनॉल है। तो मेरी मंत्री जी से बात हुई, मीटिंग भी तय हुई है, उन्होंने मुझे रिक्वेस्ट की कि दिल्ली चुनाव होने के बाद मैं करूंगा, तब ये बात मैं उनके सामने रखूंगा, और मुझे लगता है कि इथेनॉल के रेट एकदम रिजनेबल हो जाए।
आई थिंक सिद्धार्थ जरा भी सवाल पूछना चाहते हैं, लेकिन उससे पहले इथेनॉल की बात निकली है इसके लिए। आप हमेशा इथेनॉल को प्रमोट करते आए हैं, लेकिन जो बात चेतन कह रहे थे उसी तरीके से सरकार में उसका कोऑर्डिनेशन बड़ा कम नजर आता है कई बार। जैसे देखिए महाराष्ट्र में शुगर केन से इथेनॉल बनाने की इस पर एक्सपोर्ट पर बैन लग गया था, बनाने पर बैन लगा दिया गया था। उसके बाद आप लोग सारे जाके लोग मिले और उसके बाद उसको हटाया गया वगैरह। तो कहीं ना कहीं जितना आप सीरियस है इथेनॉल को लेकर, एक अल्टरनेटिव फ्यूल यूज में लाने को लेकर, उस तरीके से आपकी सरकार में लोग इतने सीरियस नजर नहीं आ रहे हैं उसमें।
ऐसा नहीं
आप
है।
कब से उसके बारे में बात
ये फूड वर्सेस फ्यूल वाली बात कुछ लोग करते हैं। हमारे यहाँ हमारी जो एमएसपी है वो एमएसपी ज्यादा है और मार्केट प्राइस कम है। जब हमने मक्के से इथेनॉल शुरू किया, जो 1200 रुपये क्विंटल भाव था वो 2400 रुपये क्विंटल हो गया। अब प्रॉब्लम क्या मैं आपका दूं, जो शुगर कैन जूस से शुगर बनती है तो पहले एक सी मोलाइसिस बनता है जो 4% मोलाइसिस बनता है, बाकी शुगर बनती है। जो बी हेवी मोलाइसिस होता है उसमें 8% मोलाइसिस और शुगर कम बनती है। अब टोटल हमारे देश में हर साल 280 लाख टन शुगर लगती है हमारे कंजम्पशन के लिए। हमारा पिछले साल का स्टॉक जो था वो 60 लाख टन था। बीच में ऐसी स्थिति आ गई चुनाव के समय कि ब्राज़ील ये शुगर का भाव तय करता है, मक्के का भाव अमेरिका तय करता है, सोयाबीन का भाव अर्जेंटीना तय करता है, ग्लोबल मार्केट है। तो ब्राज़ील में कम होने से एक डर पैदा हुआ कि हिंदुस्तान में शुगर शॉर्टेज होगी और भाव बढ़ेंगे। इसलिए पहले सरकार इनकरेज कर रही थी कि शुगर से इथेनॉल बनाओ, तो फिर उन्होंने कहा कि ये रोको, शुगर बनाओ, ताकि शुगर में भाव नहीं बढ़ने चाहिए। अब फिर प्रोडक्शन बढ़ गया तो अभी फिर पॉलिसी
इसकी एक यूनिफॉर्म पॉलिसी तो होनी चाहिए ना, कहीं
होती नहीं सर, होना संभव ही नहीं, क्योंकि शुगर शॉर्टेज और शुगर सरप्लस ये वर्ल्ड मार्केट में ब्राजील में क्या स्थिति होगी इसके ऊपर होगा। और इसलिए शुगर अगर शॉर्टेज होगी और शुगर का भाव 50 रुपए किलो होगा तो कंज्यूमर की हालत खराब होगी, इन्फ्लेशन बढ़ेगा। और इसलिए हमें ये पॉलिसी को कितना स्टॉक है, इंटरनेशनल प्राइस क्या है, देश की स्थिति क्या है, इसके आधार पर अभी 10 लाख टन शुगर को एक्सपोर्ट करने की परमिशन मिली है। शायद आगे मालूम नहीं, वो कमेटी है, मैं भी उसका सदस्य हूँ, आगे निर्णय करेंगे, पर अभी शुगर सरप्लस है।
ठीक, सीधा
मंत्री जी, ये सवाल दिल्ली से खासकर जुड़ा हुआ है क्योंकि कार्यक्रम दिल्ली में हो रहा है। 10 साल से अधिक डीजल व्हीकल, पेट्रोल व्हीकल 15 साल, और स्क्रैपिंग की जा रही है। कई लोगों को ये लगता है, ग्राहकों को, कि मैंने गाड़ी बहुत अच्छी मेंटेन की पर वो जबरन ली जा रही है। चलिए वो पॉलिसी थी, पर जो स्क्रैपेज की पॉलिसी आई है, ऑटो स्क्रैपिंग पॉलिसी, उसमें 2 बातें दिख रही हैं। एक, डिस्काउंट बहुत कम है और उसके कारण स्क्रैपिंग उतनी हो नहीं पा रही है। अगर हमें प्रदूषण को कंट्रोल करना है और कहीं ना कहीं ऑटो इंडस्ट्री में नया साइकिल भी चलाते रहना है, क्या इस पॉलिसी में बदलाव की आवश्यकता है?
देखो, ये जो कह रही है तो सुप्रीम कोर्ट का दिल्ली के लिए निर्णय था, और 15 साल पहले डीजल का जो एक ट्रक है वो जितना पोल्यूशन करता है और नए 3 ट्रक उतना करते हैं। दूसरी बात, ये इंपोर्टेड फ्यूल है और नेचुरली फॉसिल फ्यूल में प्रदूषण की समस्या गंभीर है। तीसरी बात, आप दोनों भी बातों से सोचिए, हमें इंटीग्रेटेड अप्रोच में सोचना होगा। हमारे दिल्ली का पोल्यूशन ये भी हमारी समस्या है और पुरानी गाड़ियों के लिए भी समस्या है। अब पुराने गाड़ियों में मैंने पीछे लगकर बड़े मुश्किल से ओईएम को कन्विंस किया, वो मैक्सिमम 10% नए व्हीकल के कॉस्ट में अगर सर्टिफिकेट होगा तो डिस्काउंट दे रहे हैं, फिर रोड टैक्स में हम कंसेशन दे रहे हैं, और पुरानी गाड़ी का स्क्रैपिंग के अभी 80 सेंटर शुरू हो गए। हमें कम से कम 1000 सेंटर शुरू करने हैं। अब आप देश में देखिए, कॉपर इंपोर्ट करते हैं, एल्यूमिनियम इंपोर्ट करते हैं, स्टील इंपोर्ट करते हैं, रबर इंपोर्ट करते हैं, प्लास्टिक भी इंपोर्ट होता है। तो ये जो जितना मटेरियल निकलेगा इसका रिसाइकलिंग होकर ऑटोमोबाइल कंपोनेंट की कॉस्ट 30% कम होगी और प्रदूषण कम होगा। अब धीरे धीरे क्या है कि इसके लिए फिटनेस सेंटर हमने खोले हैं और वो फिटनेस सेंटर में जाकर आपको सर्टिफिकेट लेना है। तो हम देश में अभी ड्राइविंग ट्रेनिंग सेंटर, फिटनेस सेंटर और स्क्रैपिंग सेंटर, मैं परसों ही पार्लियामेंट में क्वेश्चन है इसलिए कुछ डिक्लेरेशन यहाँ नहीं करूँगा, पर हमने इसको इंटीग्रेट करके देश में पूरे जगह ये हो ऐसा प्रयास कर रहे हैं और मुझे लगता है कि आने वाले समय में ये विन विन सिचुएशन में फ़ायदे का है। देखो आपको एक छोटी बात बताता हूँ, मैं जब कॉलेज में था तो मैंने स्कूटर ली थी, तो मैं सबको बोलता था मेरी स्कूटर का एवरेज 32 किलोमीटर पर लीटर है, 32। वो मेरे लिए गौरव का विषय था। आज टू व्हीलर का एवरेज 90 किलोमीटर है। अब मुझे बताओ 1 लीटर से 32 किलोमीटर और 90 किलोमीटर कितना फर्क है कॉस्ट में। आज अगर दिल्ली से मुंबई एक ट्रक जाता है, वो अगर डीजल पर जाता है तो क्या खर्चा होगा, और वही अगर इलेक्ट्रिक पर जाएगा तो क्या खर्चा होगा। एक ट्रक वाला जो दिल्ली से मुंबई महीने में मैक्सिमम 5 से 6 ट्रिपें मारता था, अब हमने एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना दिया, 12 घंटे में कार जाएगी, 22 घंटे में ट्रक जाएगा, तो नेचुरल वो 15 ट्रिप मारेगा, तो नेचुरली उसका टर्नओवर बढ़ेगा, और अगर ट्रक अच्छा होगा तो मेंटेनेंस भी नहीं लगेगा। तो ये इकोनॉमिक्स ये है कि पहली बार तुमको थोड़ा सा नई कैपिटल कॉस्ट डालनी पड़ेगी, पर लॉन्ग टर्म पर ये फायदे का।
बट इसको पुशबैक भी तो काफी है ना इस सारी चीजों को लेकर। क्या इसके वजह से सरकार अभी तक तय नहीं कर पा रही है कि इसको ब्लैंकेट पॉलिसी बनाए कि
नहीं? अभी सरकार ने गवर्नमेंट व्हीकल्स के लिए, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट के लिए पॉलिसी बनाई, आप स्क्रैप करो, नए व्हीकल के लिए हम आपको लोन देंगे। अभी मैं बता रहा हूं आपको, मैं ट्रांसपोर्ट मंत्री हूँ, अनेक राज्यों में ऐसी बसेस है कि हॉर्न छोड़कर सब बचता है उसमें। अब क्या ये बदलने नहीं चाहिए? तुम कभी मौका मिला तो बैठो, ऐसी स्थिति है। पहले टप पे भी बढ़ते बसते थे, कितनी हालत खराब है। अभी मैं बस कोड ला रहा हूँ, ट्रक कोड ला रहा हूँ, कितने लोग मर रहे हैं।
पर वो सब खरीदने के लिए सरकार के पास पैसा कहाँ है आजकल?
क्या
ये सब नई बसें खरीदनी है या बाकी सब करना है, तो उसके लिए पैसे कहाँ है?
प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा
आधा से ज्यादा पैसा तो आपको
18,000 बसेस दी ना हमने हमारे स्कीम में।
अच्छा,
अब मैं तो एक नई बस चालू कर रहा हूँ, 135 सीटर, नागपुर में पहला पायलट प्रोजेक्ट है मेरे कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन में। वो फ्लैश चार्जर है, वो बस आएगी, बस स्टॉप पे खड़े रहेगी, आधा मिनट में चार्जर नीचे आएगा, चार्ज होगी, 50 किलोमीटर घूमेगी, 10-10 मिनट में आएगी। एयर कंडीशन बस होगी, सामने टीवी लगा होगा, समोसा चाय भी मिलेगा, और बस का टिकट रेट डीजल बस की तुलना में 30% कम होगा।
हेलो सर, मैं सुरभि हूँ बिजनेस टुडे से। सर, माय क्वेश्चन इज अराउंड द कैपेक्स एलोकेशन। सो एवरीवन हैज बीन सेइंग कि बजट में कैपेक्स कोई ज़्यादा बढ़ा नहीं है, एंड यू नो इवन व्हेन वी लुक एट रोड हाईवेज का एलोकेशन, दैट्स आल्सो रफली फ्लैट सर। सर, सो व्हाट इज योर व्यू सर, बिकॉज डू यू थिंक देयर इज अ प्रॉब्लम इन कैपेसिटी नाउ?
इसका रेवेन्यू रिसिप्ट कितनी है और मोनेटाइज और पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट का कितना पैसा आएगा, उसके हिसाब से हुआ है। एक बहुत बड़ा अंतर हुआ है। मैं जब मंत्री था महाराष्ट्र में, जब मैंने मुंबई पुणे हाईवे, वर्ली बांद्रा 55 फ्लाईओवर बनाए, तब मैंने ठाणे भिवंडी बाईपास पहला प्रोजेक्ट बीओटी में किया, तो पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट नहीं के बराबर थी। अब क्या हुआ, अब बड़े प्रमाण पर पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट को सरकार ने इनकरेज किया, जो चाइना ने किया था। तो नेचुरली अब हमारे यहाँ क्या होगा कि बजट का भी पैसा है, और उसमें दूसरी बात, बजट में 100 रुपये एक प्रोजेक्ट को देने के बजाय हम कहेंगे 20% हम देते हैं, 40% हम देते हैं, 60% तुम लाओ। इवन सॉलिड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट, लिक्विड वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट में मथुरा का प्रोजेक्ट मैंने 40% हमने इक्विटी दी, 60% उन्होंने रेज किया, खड़ा किया। तो ये जो पब्लिक प्राइवेट इन्वेस्टमेंट को वित्त मंत्री जी ने इनकरेज किया है, वैसे भी जितना बजट है उससे 1.5 गुना हम काम कर रहे हैं। तो अब अलग अलग जगह पर ये काम होगा तो नेचुरली इसका फायदा होगा।
ठीक।
हाय सर, आई एम राहुल ओबराय फ्रॉम बिजनेस टुडे। सर, हम लोग बात कर रहे हैं कि ईवी अडॉप्शन बढ़ रहा है, बट चार्जिंग इंफ्रा अभी भी एक कंसर्न है, तो उसके लिए हम लोग क्या कर रहे हैं?
वो धक्का मारने वाला मुद्दा आ गया।
ये है नहीं मुद्दा, आप ही पूछते हो यार, कोई एक आदमी पब्लिक में नहीं पूछता। देखिए, मैं आपको सिंपल बात बता रहा हूँ, जो 2 व्हीलर होता है उसका बजाज और टीवीएस ने स्टडी किया, एक 2 व्हीलर एक दिन में 24 से 26 किलोमीटर चलता है, और तुम अगर उसको चार्ज करोगे एक बार तो 120 किलोमीटर के लिए चार्ज होता है। तो जो गांव में घूमने वाले हैं उनके रात को घर में गया, लगाया प्लग, कुछ नहीं। जो इलेक्ट्रिक कार चलाते हैं वो मैक्सिमम 80 से 100 किलोमीटर चलेंगे, वो भी हो गया, उनको भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं। बस जो होती है वो एक दिन में 250 किलोमीटर चलती है और बस चार्ज हुए 350 किलोमीटर के लिए, उसका भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं। प्रॉब्लम कहाँ है कि मुंबई से दिल्ली
लॉन्ग डिस्टेंस,
तो NHI में 670 जगह पर हम चार्जिंग स्टेशन बना रहे हैं। अब रोड साइड एमिनिटीज बन रही है और इसमें अभी लोग उसको
जब तक वो होगा नहीं तब तक तो आप ईवी को पुश नहीं कर पाओगे ना उस तरीके से।
सिर्फ
शहर के शहर में घूमने के लिए
एक हाथ ऊपर करके मुझे बताया कि उसकी ई व्हीकल में उसको चार्जिंग का प्रॉब्लम है।
सर मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल
एक बात बताता हूँ,
नहीं मैं आपको एक एग्जांपल
मुद्दा समझ लो।
नहीं आपने मुद्दा उठाया, मैं आपको एग्जांपल देता हूँ। पिछली बार दिल्ली एयरपोर्ट पे उतरने के बाद यहाँ पर अभी जिस तरीके से ओला उबर सर्विसेज है वैसे इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल वाली गाड़ियां भी निकली हुई है। वो ड्राइवर ये कहते हैं कि भाई हम लोग 6 से 7 से ज्यादा ट्रिप्स नहीं कर सकते एयरपोर्ट से, क्योंकि हमको बार बार जाके चार्जिंग करना पड़ता है और लंबा समय जाता है चार्जिंग में, क्योंकि चार्जिंग स्टेशंस कम है। एक बार आप चार्जिंग में लगाओ तो 3-4 घंटा उसमें हमारा जा सकता है और जिसकी वजह से हमारे चीजें मतलब हमारी राउंड्स उसमें कम हो जाती है। तो ये बात भी तो है, प्रैक्टिकल डिफिकल्टीज कहीं ना कहीं है। वही सवाल मेरे ख्याल से वो पूछ रहे हैं।
पहली बात तो आप मुंबई में थे, CNG आया, राम नाईक मंत्री थे, CNG के ऊपर ऐसी गाड़ियां की लाइन लगती,
लंबी लाइन लगती,
अब नहीं लगती। देखो कोई भी बात अंडा पहले कि आमलेट पहले, जैसे चार्जिंग वालों की डिमांड बढ़ती जाएगी चार्जिंग स्टेशन खुलते जाएंगे और आज ये बिल्कुल प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। दूसरी बात
टेक्नोलॉजी,
अभी मैं जिस गाड़ी में बैठ के आया हूँ वो गाड़ी 450 किलोमीटर एक बार चार्ज होती है। अब मैं घूमता ही नहीं 450 किलोमीटर। BMW, टाटा, महिंद्रा, ये हुंडई, ये सब अब 350 किलोमीटर के ऊपर एक समय चार्जिंग होता है। तो ये प्रॉब्लम केवल दिल्ली से मुंबई या बड़े बड़े जगह पर आप जाओगे तो होगा। अब जल्दी पेट्रोल पंप पर चार्जिंग स्टेशन आएंगे, मुझे नहीं लगता ये समस्या आएगी।
यस
सर एक प्रैक्टिकल क्वेश्चन है, अगर हम लोग सपोज नोएडा से हरिद्वार जाते हैं तो 3 घंटे लगते हैं।
नोएडा से
हरिद्वार 3-3.5 घंटे लगते हैं, बट यही डिस्टेंस अगर कम हो जाता है, सपोज हम गुड़गांव जाते हैं जिसको सिर्फ 60 किलोमीटर है, 1/3 है, तो वहाँ जाने में हमें 2 घंटा 45 मिनट लगते हैं। तो ये जो अर्बन कंजेशन का एक प्रॉब्लम आ रहा है उसको हम लोग कैसे कम?
अभी द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे बना, कभी मैं थोड़ा दिल्ली का जानकार कम हूँ, आप वो द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे से वो जो पेट्रोल टैंक्स वगैरह ना, पेट्रोलियम के टैंक्स वगैरह है और वहाँ जो मंगल कार्यालय बना है वहाँ ऊपर नीचे और करके सब जो रोड बना है, अभी जो डायरेक्ट निकलेंगे तो T3 जाएंगे। अब आपको मैं बताऊँ कि पानीपत से एयरपोर्ट जाने के लिए आज 2.5 घंटा लगता है। मैं 3 महीने के अंदर पानीपत से एयरपोर्ट के अंदर आप आधा घंटे के अंदर जाओगे। वो UR2 से आओगे और द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे के यहाँ से उतर के नीचे वो टनल में जाएंगे, जहाँ रेलवे जाती है उस टनल में घुस जाओगे, टनल ऑलरेडी तैयार है। दूसरी टनल एयरपोर्ट में एयर स्ट्रिप के नीचे से जाएगी, डायरेक्ट T3 पहुँच जाएंगे, तो वो आधा घंटे में हो जाएगा। अब क्या हुआ है कि बहुत से जगह पर ये काम हो गया है। ये कालिंदी कुंज करके है इधर फरीदाबाद से, वो भी रोड पे बहुत रश है। पर एक बात मैं आपको बताता हूँ, ये जो गुड़गांव और धौलाको वाला रोड है इसमें अभी 1,80,000 PCUs है और हर साल 10-12% बढ़ता है। और इतने सब बनाने के बाद भी ये हाईवे का कैसा होगा मेरे मन में प्रश्न है। बहुत रिलीफ मिल जाएगा, पर इसके लिए एक ही उपाय जो मैंने अभी पुणे और चेन्नई में किया है कि नीचे में रोड, ऊपर में फ्लाईओवर, उसके ऊपर में फ्लाईओवर एक ही पिलर पर और उसके ऊपर में मेट्रो। नागपुर में भी बना है, 4 लेयर है। तो इस प्रकार से पुणे में 50,000 करोड़ के हम ब्रिजेस बना रहे हैं, चेन्नई में चेन्नई पोर्ट से शहर के बीच में से बना रहे हैं। अब मेरा मन में है ना, ये मेरा डिक्लेरेशन नहीं है, ये मेरी घोषणा भी नहीं है, पर ये द्वारका एक्सप्रेस हाईवे के सब पुलों को गिरा के इसको 3 लेन 4 लेन के फ्लाईओवर बनाने पड़ेंगे, ऐसा मेरा मत है। अभी थोड़ा ये सब निपटना, अभी 1 लाख करोड़ दिल्ली को दिए हैं, थोड़ा निपटने के बाद
65,000 करोड़ के आपने कहा दिसंबर तक बन जाएंगे।
हाँ,
दिल्ली के
नाम सहित जाने के पहले आपको लिस्ट देके जाऊंगा।
अच्छा पूरी?
हाँ बिल्कुल, 65,000 करोड़ के बजाय 66 ही होगा, 1 रुपए कम नहीं होगा।
सर फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर निर्मला सीतारमन ने अभी पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप PPP मोड को इंकरेज करने का मौका दिया है। आपकी मिनिस्ट्री शुरुआत से ही PPP करना चाहती थी, लेकिन क्योंकि डिमांड कम आई तब BOT और EPC को ज़्यादा मायने दिए गए। तो क्या अब आप PPP में ज़्यादा फोकस करेंगे वर्सेस EPC एंड BOT?
देखो पहला हमारा EPC मॉडल है, हम EPC में कॉन्ट्रैक्टर बनाता है, हम टोल लगाते हैं, बाद में वो मोनेटाइज करते हैं, पैसा मिलता है। दूसरा हमने बनाया BOT। बीच में जब हमारी सरकार आने के पहले पुराने सरकार में खूब कंपनियां खत्म हो गई तो बीओटी फेल हुआ। फिर हमने कहा कि 90% लैंड एक्विजिशन होगा पूरा इन्वायरमेंट फॉरेस्ट के लिए, तो हमने बीओटी किया। तो बीओटी के कुछ प्रोजेक्ट हुए। कल ही गुवाहाटी का रिंग रोड एक नया मॉडल मैंने ही तैयार किया है। वो पहली बार सही हुआ कि आधा रोड जो बना था वो ईपीसी में बना था, आधा रोड बीओटी में बनाकर ये आधा रोड उसको दत्तक दे दिया। तो अभी जयपुर का भी ऐसे ही कर रहा हूँ। तो नए नए इसमें अभी हमने नया मॉडल खोला है कि ईपीसी में बनाने के बाद हमारे ध्यान में आया कि कॉन्ट्रैक्टर की क्वालिटी उतनी अच्छी नहीं होती। तो हमने ये मॉडल अभी लॉन्च करे, उसकी पॉलिसी तैयार हो रही कि हम 100% 15 साल की डिफेक्ट लाइबिलिटी पीरियड होगा, रोड बीओटी में होगा, टोल एनएचआई कलेक्ट करेगी और उसकी एन्युटी 3 महीने 6 महीने या साल भर की उसको हम देंगे।
सर, आप योजनाएं तो बड़ी बड़ी लाते हैं, आप बड़ी बड़ी कल्पनाएं भी लेकर आते हैं। जैसे आपने वाटरवेज की भी बात करी थी, आपने अपने बड़े जो रोपवेज हैं उसकी आप बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन इसके इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में अभी भी कठिनाइयां आपको नजर आती हैं?
आप ऐसा क्यों नहीं करते कि मैंने कौन सा इम्प्लीमेंट नहीं किया उसको बता दो लोगों को।
जैसे गंगा में आप ये चलाने वाले
गए नहीं, वहाँ वाराणसी में कितने क्रूज घूम रहे हैं।
अच्छा,
हाँ, अभी तो ब्रह्मपुत्रा को लेकर ये शेख हसीना जी जब प्रधानमंत्री थी तो मैं घुस गया बांग्लादेश में और 235 किलोमीटर ब्रह्मपुत्रा में बांग्लादेश में जाके मुंगली पोर्ट को भी जोड़ दिया। और अभी जोगी धोपा करके मल्टी मॉडल हब भी बन गया कि 9 जगह पर रोपैक्स बन गए। वो ट्रक और बसेस उतरती यहाँ जाती है। अभी मुंबई में तुम बीपीटी में गए क्या? अलीबाग मैंने वो चालू कराया था,
रो सर्विस।
तो सब बसेस ट्रक अंदर आती, 6वें मंजिले पे लोग चाय कॉफी पीते, 17 मिनट में अलीबाग पहुंच जाते हैं। वहां से लेके मुंबई को चले जाते।
दिल्ली के आसपास भी आपका रोपवेज के काफी प्लान
360 रोपवे के प्रपोजल हमको मिले हैं। हमने 5-7 रोपवेज के वर्क ऑर्डर दिए हैं। 6 महीने के अंदर 50 रोपवे के ऑर्डर हम दे देंगे।
तो चलिए, नितिन गडकरी जी की हमेशा की तरह आपने यहाँ पर अपनी बात उतनी ही बेबाकी से रखी है। किसी को सवाल पूछना है। चलिए, आखिरी सवाल।
हेलो सर, मेरा नाम आस्था है, मैं बिजनेस टुडे से हूँ, मैं ऑटो कवर करती हूँ। सर, जैसे आपने कहा कि चार्जिंग इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को आप बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं, बट अगर हम ग्राउंड लेवल पर देखें तो बहुत सारी जगह अगर हम चार्ज पॉइंट ऑपरेटर से बात करें तो जो एग्जिस्टिंग चार्जिंग स्टेशंस है वो दे आर आइदर वेंडलाइज्ड और द इक्विपमेंट्स आर बीइंग स्टोलन। तो उसके लिए सर कोई सोल्यूशन या फिर कोई पॉलिसी जो हम ला सकते हैं?
देखिए, अभी आपको ये कॉन्स्टिट्यूशन क्लब है ना, इसके लाइन में जहाँ से मेंटेन करते फुटपाथ पर गाड़ियों का चार्जिंग स्टेशन है। फिर नीति आयोग के अंदर चार्जिंग स्टेशन बना हुआ है। एक बात जरूरी है कि जो बात मैंने पहले कही कि हर कंपनी अब 350 से 450 किलोमीटर चार्जिंग करने वाली गाड़ियाँ बना रहे हैं। और एक गाड़ी तो स्कूटर का, जैसे मैंने कहा, 24 से 26 किलोमीटर चलती है और 120 किलोमीटर का चार्जिंग है। तो पहली बात तो कहीं भी जिस प्रपोर्शन में ई व्हीकल बढ़ रहे हैं उस प्रपोर्शन में चार्जिंग स्टेशन बढ़ेंगे। फिलहाल अगर चार्जिंग स्टेशन की असुविधा होती तो ई व्हीकल के ग्रोथ में 40%, 50% दुगना सेल क्यों बढ़ता? इसका मतलब उनको प्रॉब्लम नहीं है कोई और नहीं रहेगा। जैसे जैसे बढ़ते जाएगा वैसे वैसे ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व होगा।
प्रधानमंत्री के स्पीच में उन्होंने आज भी 2047 तक विकसित भारत का सपना बेचा और उसमें इंफ्रा प्रोजेक्ट्स का और आपकी मिनिस्ट्री का बहुत बड़ा हाथ रहने वाला है। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया नितिन गडकरी, आप आज बिजनेस टुडे के हमारे इस कॉन्क्लेव में आए और आपने अपनी बात रखी। इसके लिए बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया।
थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, and thank you so much, Ayel. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for our finale session. And this session is titled, Navigating the Trade Ties. As the global trade landscape undergoes rapid transformation, India faces both emerging challenges and new opportunities. This session will delve into key policy initiatives, strategic trade agreements, and investment approaches that are shaping India's role in the global market. The discussion will also explore India and how it can bolster the export capabilities, attract foreign investment, and build resilient supply chains to remain competitive. We are honored to welcome Mr. Piyush Goyal, Union Minister of Commerce and Industry, for our final session tonight. And to moderate this session, I'd like to invite Rahul Kanwal, News Director, India Today Television and Aaj Tak, and Executive Director, Business Today.
Hello and welcome. I hope you've had a great day, lots of fascinating conversations. It's time now for our grand finale. The rate of growth of the Indian economy depends not just on what happens within the territorial boundaries of India. It also depends to a great extent, particularly at this moment, it is determined by all the geopolitical and geo-economic headwinds that are blowing internationally. And our next guest at the India Today, Business Today, Post-Budget Roundtable is the man whose mandate it is to walk this very fine line and try and deal with the likes of the Trump administration as India's chief negotiator for all our trade deals. Can we have a warm round of applause as I welcome our Minister for Commerce and Industry, Minister Piyush Goyal, for joining us. Piyush ji, welcome.
Thank you.
You know, it feels as if Nirmala ji has done her job and your job has just begun. All of you, I'm sure, know that Prime Minister Modi will be going to Washington, D.C. in a couple of days from now. The second week of February is when the Indian government will be trying to deal with the new Trump administration. Can you kickstart this conversation, Piyush ji, by giving everyone watching you at this time a sense of your preparations for dealing with everything the new Trump administration has coming your way?
I think you are overstating the situation. We have worked very closely with 4 US governments. The Obama administration, the Trump administration, the Biden administration, and now Trump too. Every subsequent engagement, every subsequent president and the Honorable Prime Minister have only further strengthened the India-US partnership. And this time around, it's going to be no different. So I'm very confident that it's going to be very good tidings for India. We stand poised to further expand our trade very rapidly. Our strategic, commercial, defense, and the comprehensive partnership has so many elements to it that when you put the sum of the whole, it becomes a really, really powerful partnership between 2 democracies, the world's largest, oldest. We are often called the mother of all democracies. And certainly, I think with the Trump government, we should not be having any difficulty in coming to very, very attractive and very strong relationship. We trust each other. The world trusts India. The world sees in India huge demand that a growing economy, the world's fastest growing economy, offers 1.4 billion aspirational Indians. The Prime Minister spoke about that today. The young population that we have with huge talent and skill, the demographic dividend, and our dependability, a trusted source for goods and services, who even during the worst period of the COVID did not let down anybody in the world. That's the India of today, and that's the friendship that we offer to all the countries of the world.
So in September 2020, Piyush Goyal made a comment that India and the United States have ironed out most issues on a limited trade agreement with Washington. I wonder, sir, where do you start from? Because at that time, you know, America went into an election cycle. Robert Lighthizer and you were in negotiations, and we were supposed to be on the verge of a trade deal. Do you start from where you left off, or in this round with the new Trump administration, do we start afresh?
It really doesn't matter, because we had a wonderful relationship. Bob and I had really hit it off very well. We used to be talking to each other very often on the phone, and we never allowed any of the issues at that point of time come in the way of trade between the US and India. Our initial assessment is that we are going to only see things getting better. If you look at the peaking order of issues, illegal immigration is top on the agenda. And India is one country, not today, but for years has consistently followed a policy that we will not encourage illegal immigration, Indians going out from India to any part of the world illegally. We are ready and willing to accept anybody who's an Indian back home if they have gone out of the country without proper documentation. Of course, we'd like Britain to start first with a few elements of fugitives who are taking shelter in Britain under the legal processes there. But I do think that that issue is something on which the US policy and Indian policy is totally aligned. Second, you look at trade deficits. We are 11th in the peaking order of trade deficits. Our trade deficits is sub $40 billion. On a trade of $200 billion between goods and services, that's hardly anything. So I do believe that it's a gap that also has many other dimensions. For example, the $12–13 billion that our Indian students spend in universities in the US is not factored in when we look at trade deficit. The fact that a large number of US tech companies who did not get access in many other geographies has good business operations in India, being a liberal country, being a country which believes in the rule of law, a country which gives national treatment, equal treatment to all stakeholders. We have welcomed international participation in India's growth story with open arms. So when you factor in all of these elements, you'll find that for the US, India is a very, very strategically aligned, like-minded, friendly partner. And then, of course, President Trump and Prime Minister Modi share a very strong personal equation, which will also help us only make sure that our trade, our business, investments, and our overall US-India partnership continues to power on.
Minister, you mentioned the India-UK Free Trade Agreement negotiations. Now, 14 rounds of negotiations have happened between the two countries. 2 Diwali deadlines have come and gone. We were always told कि इस दिवाली में अभी हो जाएगा. 2 Diwali deadlines have come and gone, and after that there have been elections in both countries.
Business Today ने कब से fake narrative शुरू कर दिया?
नहीं, मैं तो सच बता रहा हूँ.
ये deadline हमने तो कभी नहीं set की थी. आपने बनाई है कोई deadline?
Okay, fine. When the UK Trade Minister was asked about why the deal hasn't gone through, Kemi Badenoch said because India is asking for concessions on the issue of migration, which is why these haven't gone through. So, A, do you have a deadline in mind? I'm sure you'll have some answer to that. But B, where do things stand right now? There's a new government in place. And how do you see the gap being closed? I ask you this because Mr. Chidambaram, the former finance minister, was sitting where you are earlier in the afternoon. And his charge really was that we've missed out on multilateral trade agreements. We're barely being able to sign any bilateral trade agreements. That India is losing out on the global trading opportunity. So therefore...
Well, first of all, I'd like to tell Mr. Chidambaram, we don't do trade agreements the way his government did between 2004 and 14. Literally selling out in terms of trade agreements, selling out national interests in the trade agreement with Japan, with Korea, with the ASEAN countries. You must call a few industry participants, associations, and EPCs for an open house and hear what they have to say about the agreements done by the Congress party. You must hear them how they were being bulldozed to accept the RCEP, the Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, by the Congress and the UPA government. We were not even actually a part of RCEP. Originally it was 15 countries. The Manmohan Singh government, suo motu, probably after that unholy visit and deal between the Communist Party of China and the Congress Party of Indian National Congress of India, probably sometime after that, you suddenly found the government holding a high-level meeting chaired by the Prime Minister, deciding that we will join the RCEP and offering to join the negotiations. Now, friends, remember the situation at that point of time. We already had an FTA, albeit a very bad FTA. with Korea, Japan, and ASEAN, 12 countries. Australia, we were in negotiations and we could have concluded that very easily because we are two complementary economies. We don't hurt each other in anything. 13, New Zealand, our total trade was some $300 million. Not even worth discussing. It's now gone up somewhat. But at that time, about $350 million. 14, which was the 15th country? China. Basically, the Congress has decided in 2011 or 12 to do an FTA with China. I dare say you will not find one person in this country who's a trader, who's a businessman, who runs industry, whether MSME or big, a dairy farmer, an agriculturist, you will not find a single person who's actually in business. You may find some academics who don't really understand what pain points we are facing because of non-market economy like China. We were going to throw India to the wolves. And I dare say it would have been the worst decision if we had joined RCEP, but it took a Prime Minister as courageous as Prime Minister Modi to stand up on 4th November 2019 after we had done almost 200 stakeholder consultations across the country with every sector, with farmers, with dairymen, with our spirits industry, with manufacturers, auto, every sector opposed an RCEP agreement. Because China is a non-market economy. There's no transparency. They suddenly pull down prices 30% overnight. And with their kind of predatory pricing, they can kill any sector anywhere in the world. Why do you think President Trump is concerned about the China ingress into the US economy and how it has hurt the US economy? That is the UP and Mr. Chidambaram's response. As far as UK is concerned, I think Mr. Arun Puri today is a very worried man. Because he always thought Rahul Kanwar has a very sharp memory. And you never miss a point. On your platform, you have asked me this question of deadlines probably twice, but at least once. My mistake could be whether once or twice because repetitive questions that you don't remember. How many times you asked? The deadline was a comment that Mr. Boris Johnson had made when he came to India, that he would like to see it completed by Diwali. Even at that time when I was asked, I had said India does not negotiate any trade deal under Prime Minister Narendra Modi's government with a gun on our head. There is never a time limit. There is never a pressure that you have to complete a deal or you have to complete a deal on a particular date. Both are not there. I can jolly well decide I don't want to do a deal with you, like we did with RCEP. Whatever is in national interest, whatever is in the interest of our future, our youngsters, our young men and women who will build Viksit Bharat 2047, that is what India and Prime Minister Modi will do. And whether it is Britain, whether it is EU, whether it is our discussions with several countries in the Middle East, they will all be done with the participation of India's business, India's farmers, and all other stakeholders. And we will come to a fair, equitable, and balanced win-win agreement. Otherwise, there will be no agreement. No deadlines at all. If we are satisfied that it is in our national interest, we will sign up on an agreement. Look at our agreements. Australia. Have you heard one criticism, anybody, about the FTA with Australia from any sector? Our FTA with Mauritius, our FTA with the UAE, our FTA with Switzerland, Norway, Iceland, and Liechtenstein. Every stakeholder has been consulted. And by the way, for the first time in the history of the world, our EFTA agreement with Switzerland and the other 3 countries, for the first time in the world, Switzerland and the partner countries have committed to invest $100 billion as FDI. We won't count any FPI money coming from Norway's pension fund. All that is extra. There's a solid foreign direct investment in innovation, in manufacturing, in services, job-generating sectors, with a commitment to create 1 million direct jobs. So when $100 billion FDI comes in, it almost translates when you look at domestic investment, the ancillaries ecosystem, the debt, to maybe $500-600 billion of hard investments in the country. 1 million direct jobs means 5 or 6 million jobs for our young men and women. That is the kind of agreement, never before in history. And it's a commitment backed with a clawback. If they don't meet that, I can claw back the concessions given to them. This is the national interest that this government keeps paramount, not deadlines.
So what Piyushji has been able to negotiate in the European Free Trade Agreement is very significant because it involves $100 billion investment in India. Do you think that can be a model you can implement with Donald Trump and the United States? I'll tell you why. Because I heard President Trump at Davos and he said, make in America or face tariffs. He told the global community that. So that's one model. You were able to masterfully negotiate with countries like Liechtenstein, Norway, Iceland, Switzerland, $100 billion investment in India. Donald Trump बोल रहा है मेरे पास invest करो. Now how do you reconcile these two things? What do you
बुरा idea नहीं है. Indians today have the capability, capacity, and the confidence that we can also invest in the world. By the way, I have many country examples because we keep reviewing every country where we have invested at times more than they have invested. So UK, Indian investment in UK is more than UK's investment in India. That is the thing Indians are proud of today. हमारे में सामर्थ्य है, हमारे में क्षमता है. With the US, we are already having probably $200 billion of their investments in the country. It's a two-way affair. I know so many Indians who are going and investing in the US also. In the IRA program, the Inflation Reduction Act effort to improve the manufacturing ecosystem. Or now with Mr. Trump encouraging Make in America, I'm sure some Indian businesses will look at investing in the US also. Why not?
India seems quite reconciliatory towards the United States. The Revenue and Finance Secretary would have seen, Tuhin Kanta Pandey, said we're signaling through this budget that India is not tariff king. So is that really a message to the Donald Trump administration that we don't want to get on your wrong side, and therefore before you start raising these issues like Harley Davidson, big motorcycles, we ourselves will reduce customs
We were
duty?
just removing some misconceptions. I'd like to share with your august audience the reality. Sadly, when the WTO works out the tariff rate of each country, they take the simple average of all the lines, harmonized HSN lines, and take a simple average of that and announce that as the average tariff of the country. Now the reality is you don't trade in every trading line or every HSN code. A country largely trades in about 1,000, 1,500 lines. I'm sure you're conscious of that. At best 2,000 lines, and 95% of the trade is covered in that. Now when you look at the applied rate, the rate which people pay on actually importing anything, one has to look at the weighted average. And when you look at the weighted average of what we collect as import duties, our imports are almost, I think, 60 or 70 lakh crores. Whereas our total import duty collected is less than 3 lakh crores. So our weighted average is about 5.5% of import tariffs. So really India is not a tariff king, and nor is it very high at operating level. There are certain items which are just not imported into India, where the rates may be high and therefore the simple average looks extraordinarily high. And that is what I think Tuhin Kant was trying to say.
Minister, you took a pot shot at me saying that I was making a big deal of it, but I'm very curious to know, what do you make of the move on tariffs by the new Trump administration against countries like Mexico, Canada, China? Against Mexico, it's been paused for a month because you've got border guards now. What, as somebody who has to potentially deal with a very mercurial administration, how concerned are you about what may be coming your way?
First of all, I didn't take a pot shot on you. You're my dear friend. I can always take a little bit of a chance with you. But that's one thing I was very clear in my mind about. That's why I thought I should mention it. Second, they have also paused the tariff on Canada. So I think I'm not unduly worried, and nor do I want to start preempting that there is going to be any issue. You have to watch the signals. Prime Minister Modi has been invited, one of the first leaders of a big country to be invited at the White House. It clearly signals that that bonding and that friendship which was developed over the years continues to date. I don't see any cause for worry as we speak. At the same time, I think we are two mature countries who can deal with issues in a mature manner.
Pharma exports from India have been a bugbear for the United States. So what's your message to the pharma industry, and how do you view the issue of American government and administration thinking that Indian pharma companies selling these cheap generics are taking the American system for a ride?
I don't think there's any cause for worry there, because our overall share of the American pharma industry is very small. Second, a lot of that material is made by European or American companies under contract manufacturing in India and exported to the US. And lastly, the US also needs to keep their healthcare costs affordable. So on generic medicines, usually, after it runs out of its patent protection, is when we are able to enter the market with attractive pricing, which serves the interests of the common man of the United States. So I personally think American healthcare industry is better off with the Indian pharma products.
Sir, Rahul Gandhi attacked the government's PLI scheme, saying that, this whole business of make in India is basically assemble in India. He says you're not adding very much value. Raghuram Rajan was the original proponent of this critique, saying that this is basically, ye buddhu bana rahe hamara, this is assemble in India rather than manufacture in India. Look at the actual value added rather than just these assemblies that are happening.
ऐसा है, राहुल गांधी जी के लिए तो पुराना हिंदी गाना है ना, समझने वाले समझ सके, जो ना समझे
तो गा के सुना.
हमको गाना नहीं आता, मेरी बीवी मुझे मार डालेगी अगर मैं गाने की कोशिश भी करूंगा. परंतु वास्तव में some people are incorrigibly ignorant. You can't do anything about them. So I don't even think I need to respond to the fact with facts and figures of so many sectors. I mean, even if he's alluding to the mobile sector, the mobile industry worldwide has a maximum value add of 35% in any one country. We are already at 18%, already, in the short span of 3 or 4 years. 3 years since the PLI really came into effect. And they have targets to go up to 35%. Even with 18% value add, by the way, friends, they're creating nearly 1 million jobs, 1 million jobs. And good, high-paying jobs with very good facilities, very good working conditions. I think 70 or 80% women. But बुरा सौदा है. मुझे नहीं लगता यहाँ रूम में कोई भी बोलेगा कि बुरा सौदा है. I think अगर हमारी 8 लाख, 7 लाख, 8 लाख बहनों को मोबाइल फोन बनाने में नौकरी मिली है, इससे ज्यादा आनंद की बात कोई नहीं हो सकती. पर राहुल गांधी जी, आज आपने प्रधानमंत्री जी को सुना होगा, राहुल गांधी जी एक अलग तबके से आते हैं. उनको ये सब छोटी चीजें लगती हैं, जॉब, लोगों की सुख सुविधाएं, महिलाओं की सुविधाएं, उनको वो चीजों में कोई रुचि नहीं है. वैसे उन्होंने तो कोई काम किया भी नहीं है अपने पूरे जीवन में. आई डोंट नो ये लाइफस्टाइल कैसे अफोर्ड करते हैं. ये तो सवाल आज तक किसी ने जवाब ही नहीं दिया है. इतना फॉरेन ट्रिप्स और ये सब का पैसा कैसे आता है? Who pays for all that?
I don't know.
You don't know? Rahul should keep track of another Rahul, na?
I just do my job. ऐसे नहीं. No, so
as regards Raghuram Rajan, I think some people choose to be ignorant because they are ideologically so very disturbed that how can Mr. Modi set things right in this country? I think the gentleman had some fancy ideas and fancy dreams about having higher offices in this country. The country has suffered enough under certain people's administration or work, and I think he can keep his wise counsel to himself. I only feel sorry for the students who go to that university where he possibly teaches.
Possibly teaches University of Chicago, boots on the world's top business
I
schools.
don't know what he teaches there because I have seen him in operation over here and I don't think he did a very admirable job for this country.
He was the Reserve Bank governor and now there's a...
He held many positions.
Of course, but...
He was with Mr. Manmohan Singh as his advisor when Colgate and all of these happened possibly.
No.
So he has a lot to answer about all the various scams that came out in the 2010 to 14 period when he had several positions in the UPA government. I suspect you've never asked him all of that.
वो क्या करेगा? वो तो इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजर था स्कैम
अरे
में.
तो उनके इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजर के सामने देश की इकोनॉमी बर्बाद हो रही है तो इकोनॉमिक एडवाइजर को कुछ समझाना चाहिए कि नहीं अपने नेता को?
Sir, there is a new RBI governor and I'm just trying to figure out how to frame this question smartly. But basically, the government has reduced and rationalized taxation in the hope that you will create a consumption spree from the taxpayer. What's your signal? You're not finance minister, so I can actually ask you this question. What's your signal from the government to the new RBI governor for what they should potentially try and consider in the monetary policy committee that happens on the 5th?
Well, of course, this is a time of the year or the time of the month when we shouldn't be commenting on what the central bank does. None of us has to comment on that. I think we have to leave it to the wise men in the MPC.
But are you hoping
to
for a
take
rate
a decision.
Cut? Is the government hoping for a
My
rate cut?
views about interest rates are public. They have been debated extensively. Possibly you need to just look back a month or two and you will find
No, I'm
that
asking in the current
about my
context, are
views
you-
about interest rates in
Are
the
you
current
thinking it's
context.
time for a rate cut?
Well, I won't comment on whether it's time for a rate cut or no. I'll only make two comments because both of which I'm on record several times. One, monetary policy and fiscal policy should work in tandem. And growth is the biggest imperative before the country today. Considering that, I think the government has done an admirable job through fiscal policies. I'm sure all other bodies and all other responsible people who are tasked with taking care of the country's growth story will take due cognizance of all the actions of the government and act in the best interests of the country. That's point number one. Point number two, I'm on record more than once and not since now. Since before I even became a minister. So I have said this to even Mr. Subbarao, Dr. Subbarao, who was an RBI governor much before our government came into power. I have consistently held that food inflation happens due to supply side constraints. The demand supply of food is inelastic. People will want milk in their tea in the morning. People do like, as income levels are increasing, to have better quality of food, including pulses, including butter or ghee or oils, including good vegetables, good fruits. They would like to have the good things of life, and this demand is quite inelastic. Therefore, considering food inflation while setting interest rates is fallacious. Interest rates have no impact, absolutely no impact in trying to bring down food inflation. I challenge anybody to prove me otherwise because we've looked at the numbers of warehouse receipts or funding against foodstuffs. As Consumer Affairs Minister, we used to monitor if we found any prices going up, whether banks have lent a lot of money or NBFCs have lent a lot of money, which is stocking foodstuffs. Those days are gone now. Nobody hoards or stocks foodstuffs. with bank money or bank loans. Therefore, interest rates have no role to play in food inflation, and core inflation is the one that monetary policy makers should really focus on and address, and should not allow growth to become a casualty.
Okay, so we'll take some questions from those who've gathered over here. I'll start with Siddharth Zarabi, editor at Business Today. Siddharth.
Piyushji, as the Commerce Minister, I wonder what is your view on the current depreciation of the Indian rupee?
Well, you, Siddharth, very well know that across the world, because of the strong US numbers in terms of their growth numbers, in terms of their focus of building their own growth story much faster, there has been a flight of capital back to the United States. Also, interest rates in the US continue to be very high. And given that situation across the world, the US dollar has strengthened. Rather than only comparing India to the US dollar, we will have to benchmark to all other emerging markets and what is the depreciation of their currency and what is the corresponding depreciation of the Indian rupee. And I think you may be well aware that Indian rupee is one of the best performing currencies amongst the emerging market world. Our depreciation is roughly half in terms of percentage. So we are at about 2.5 odd percent or 2.83% versus a 5.5, 6% that most other competing economies have seen.
So one quick follow-up. In 2.5, 3 decades post-liberalization, India has negotiated roughly 15, 16 FTAs, regional trade agreements. You as the Commerce Minister have a very busy 2025 on multiple trade negotiations. My broader question is, what do you feel that will be achieved in Prime Minister Modi's third term with regard to India's global trade engagement and consequent economic situation globally?
Just to add to the depreciation point, I think you may also like to study the depreciation of the rupee until 2014, for whatever period of time you want to check, 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, or even 60 years, versus the depreciation of the rupee since 2014 to today. And you'll see a very pleasant story. From 47
why do you
to
position
2014.
depreciation as a bad thing?
Oh, it's a bad thing, all right. 2047 to 14, the rupee depreciated at about 5.5%, 14 till now at about 2.5%. Siddharth got very excited when I said it's a bad thing, because I do believe that we must, in the long run, focus on a stronger currency, because we are yet an import-dependent country. And a depreciation of the rupee does not necessarily help the Indian economy. Which is why I'm happy that our depreciation is much less than our other competing economies, point one. And as regards 2025, yes, there's a lot on the agenda. Prime Minister Modi's third term has a very big differentiating factor compared to the earlier regimes. One, we don't have the fragile 5 weak fundamentals of the economy which we inherited in 14. The third term has begun on a strong note, very strong macroeconomic fundamentals on every score. The world's 5th largest economy, poised to be 3rd largest in another 2 years, 2.5 years. Good foreign currency reserves, fastest growing economy. Lot of interest in the world in doing trade and business with India. The Indian passport having an unheard of respect and value today. And Indian businesses coming of age with state-of-the-art modern technologies and innovations coming out of the stables in India. So the India growth story is going to be only getting better and better in the third term. India is going to rise rapidly towards its goal to become a $32-35 trillion economy in 2047.
Okay, Karishma Asudani.
So good evening. You spoke about China, and I have a question on the China +1 policy. Now, the economic survey last year in 2024 spoke about how we need China in order to get investments. But it has stayed silent this time. However, a Niti Aayog report that was released a month back said that China Plus One strategy has done more good to Vietnam, Cambodia, or say Malaysia rather than India. Are we subtly moving away from the China Plus One strategy?
First of all, ma'am, I've always held that the India growth story is not going to be dependent on any other country or their problems. We have our own strengths. Our people are our strength. Our technological superiority will become our strength. Our STEM graduates, the world's largest number of STEM graduates, 43% of them women. That is our strength. Our demography, our democracy. The world today is looking up to India because of the rule of law. They know that, you won't disappear one fine day only to come out as a professor in a Japanese university. That won't happen in India. It can happen to a neighboring country. So I think India has some very powerful, compelling reasons to attract investment. Having said that, the Vietnam story or the Thailand story has two important elements. One, both of them are not following the rule of law. They don't have democracy in the true sense of the word like India. And therefore, they have an ability to do many things much faster. So they have entered into an FTA with EU, for example. They can do an EU without any stakeholder consultation, without any bothering that they have a 1.4 billion people to look after. They have millions of young men and women coming out of college every year. Those concerns they do not have. So they have much more flexibility and elbow room. But we will do the same thing smarter. And gradually other countries are recognizing that it's important to work with a democracy for long-term sustainable supply chains. Second, these countries are closely aligned with China. If you get into detail, many of these investments have come from China. A case in point, the China-US trade surplus in favor of China fell by about $100 billion in the last 4 years. At the same time, the Vietnam-US surplus in favor of Vietnam increased from 3 billion to 104 billion or thereabouts. My numbers could be give or take a few billion. But 100 billion which reduced in China increased in Vietnam. Exactly what you're saying, China plus one. But that's not what the US wanted. They did not want to go into the hands of Chinese companies, but in another geography. And I think that is what the Trump administration will address in the days to come.
Are you disappointed that the DeepSeek innovation in a new foundational AI model happened in a small company in mainland China rather than India? Because you're saying we're at the cutting edge of innovation, but we seem to be focusing more on use cases of AI. This kind of cutting edge innovation doesn't seem to happen.
My dear friend, every country is working on different models. Our people are working on their models. So tomorrow you will say we sent our space mission to Mars at such a affordable, such a competitive price. Does that mean that China is a failed story or all other countries have failed? Every country is working on different things. We were successful on space better than any other country. This time around, they did better on the deep sea. But many of our young men and women are working on it.
Okay.
So it's a continuous journey.
Sakshi Batra.
Honorable Minister, thank you for the opportunity. I work with Business Today. I'm Sakshi Batra and I track the markets. I want to circle back to the currency question yet again. President Donald Trump has yet again threatened the BRICS nations if they want to move away from the dollar and look at an alternative currency. India was also looking at creating rupee as the alternative currency. What exactly would your thought be now?
When did we announce that?
No, we did not announce it. There is a thought process that we should be looking at and encouraging of
You
the
are
rupee
seeing
getting.
into the government something that I may have missed possibly. Because I think we are on record that we do not support any BRICS currency. Imagine we having a currency which we share with China. You must be imagining something, but we certainly have no plans. And
But would you like that the rupee should be looked at?
It's impossible to think of a BRICS currency.
Okay, it's impossible to think of a BRICS currency. Sahil has a question. The minister has a big election meeting to do also. All these trade deals are okay, but election we jeetna hai. Okay, last couple of questions we wrap up very quickly.
Well, Mr. Goel, today Mr. Chidambaram was here at the BT conclave, and he made a remark, and I'll just quote him today that this time comes with an unpredictable U.S. precedent. And what Mr. Chidambaram had said is that before Prime Minister Modi leaves for US, he should have a closed-door meeting with the opposition leaders. And he also gave an example saying that even during Vajpayee's time, such kind of meetings had happened with Manmohan Singh and Chidambaram. Also at the time of UPA, he had consulted Yashwant Sinha and Jaswant Singh before making such kind of trips. So do you expect that such kind of meeting will happen? How do you respond to that?
ट्रिप में ऐसा क्या विशेष है जो उनसे हमें कंसल्ट करना पड़ेगा? We don't have a border dispute. We don't have any problem with the US. We are two friendly countries. So ऐसे तो कल वो बोलेंगे प्रधानमंत्री तो फ्रांस जा रहे हैं पहले एक मीटिंग फ्रांस के ऊपर करो, फिर अमेरिका पे करो, कतार से कोई यहाँ आ रहा है तो पहले इनके साथ मीटिंग करो, और हमको वो गलतियाँ करके फिर ऑपोजिशन में नहीं बैठना है. आज प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा, if you might have heard his speech, that this is only our third term. We want to serve the country for many more years. तो उनकी सलाह से तो हमें गलत ट्रैक पे नहीं जाना है.
Okay, so we're out of time. Chetan has one final question and then we wrap this up. Chetan Bhutani.
Good evening, sir. Here, as Rahul asked you on the UK FTA, I'd like to further ask what is the development as far as FTA with EU is concerned, and of course, you recently visited Oman. Where are we, and of course, any updates as far as for us is concerned?
Well, you do follow my travels quite well, huh? We are in dialogue with many countries, amongst them the EU, the bloc of 27 European countries, with the UK, with Oman and others along the way. And all are progressing extremely well. And I can assure you, if India gets a good deal, as we perceive it, in the interests of our people, our businesses, our farmers, we shall sign up. Entirely dependent on the deal that we get, how fair, equitable and balanced it is.
But there's also election cycle in Germany, and that has its own compulsions in terms of the EU trade negotiations.
वो election cycle European Union का हो चुका है. The European Union went into election cycle yesterday, as did India. So there was a little bit of a hiatus. Now the new trade commissioner is in place from 1st December. We've already had a meeting spread over 14 and a half hours on Saturday and Sunday. 14 and a half hours, Saturday, Sunday in Brussels. The entire trade commissioner's office was working, and we were on extensive discussions. Again, I would like to repeat, समझने वाले समझ गए.
Sir, the Delhi elections is the big political catch. Do you accept that this is about pride? It's not so significant politically. It's under your nose, you've got a guy you don't like as chief minister, and therefore there's that dynamic. And Arvind Kejriwal is now alleging that the election commission, the Delhi police are being used as BJP karyakartas, and that money is being doled out in the hundreds of crores, he claims, to buy the Juggi voters so that they don't go out and vote. How do you respond to this?
He also claims that the media is the B team of the Modi government. Do you agree with that?
Absolutely not.
Absolutely not. ऐसे तो claim करने में तो tax भी नहीं लगता है. He can claim what he likes. They're all baseless and frivolous allegations. I think he's lost the plot. The people of Delhi are fed up with him. He's an anarchist of the worst order. An urban Naxal who has only brought disruption and disarray and no development for the people of Delhi. And he deserves to lose. The loss is going to start from New Delhi. You mark my words, today I'm saying it on your platform. He will lose New Delhi very resoundingly. He will lose that seat in New Delhi. And his entire government is going to sit at home from 8th onwards.
So the audience in the 5-star hotel of the capital is clapping. The question is, will the Juggis clap for you as well? That's where the battle of Delhi
You should have, abhi to campaign khatam ho gaya, otherwise you should have come and seen the response in the Juggis that the BJP is getting, that Prime Minister Modi, Amit Shah ji, Rajnath ji all have been getting. It's phenomenal. They have realized that they've been taken for a ride. without development, I mean, imagine in 10 years, nobody has been given any proper home. Whereas look at a city like Mumbai under Dhirendra Fadnavis, the amount of construction of new homes for the slum dwellers. In my own constituency, you must have seen construction all over the place when you came. There's so much happening to give the Jhuggi Jhopdi, the slum dwellers, their own home where they live, a good proper home. We believe every child born in India has the right to a good quality of life. And the Jhuggi Jhopdis, the JJ clusters, the chawls, all those who have been deprived of development, of good housing, clean water, proper local area facilities, gardens, all of them are looking up to Prime Minister Modi's leadership, a new double-engine government of the BJP in Delhi, and we have assured all of them that we'll immediately embark on a program to replace the Jhuggi Jhopdis with a proper home where exactly where they live, they will get a good quality house for their families to live a life of dignity.
I wonder whether the minister was more charged up answering questions on limited trade deals and free trade agreements or on the question of politics and who will win in the capital. I leave it to each of you to come to your own conclusions. For taking out time on a very busy day and joining us here at the Business Today, India Today, Post-Budget Roundtable, Minister, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.